also known as the Pigdene Round, for that was how it was often sung. I broke out my best tenor, and I sang against the dark thing about to happen. I sang it loud. It may have been the best I ever sung, for I wanted the poor old bastard to leave the world, hearing a song of his own city, and I wanted to do it right.
Oh, you are lovely, fit and gay, and though your troubles seem today a few too many to be borne, you'll none remember come the morn.
Malk knew the song as well and sang it with me, loud and baritone.
Embrace each hour you are young, for soon enough our time will come.
Norrigal joined in, blending a high and nasal alto as best she could with her face against the bar.
When all your friends, both fair and bold, will lose their beauty and grow old.
The harpooner started to sing with us, but they didn't like that, and so they hit him in the head and killed him there, which would have been a blessing. They started on him proper then, but on we three sang.
That time, my love, has not come yet, so don't you worry, neither fret. To you and yours belongs this day, for you are lovely, fit and gay. I've never seen, nor do I know, on rocky cliff or strand below, from yesterday or any while, a cheek to break a sweeter smile. So smile to show me that you've heard, and listen to my every word. These cares of yours can never stay, for you are lovely, fit and gay.
We sang the whole thing again 3 more times before they were done with him, and we never looked over there, not one of us, not even when the crew came in to eat. There was no singing over that, not over the sound of the cotton or the working of the salt grinder, and whether I passed out from my injuries or from pure horror is beyond my guessing. I know I wasn't the only one, for when I woke again in the steamy darkness of the goblin's hold, I was the only one conscious. The first thing that struck me was the warmth under my breastbone. My luck was back in. The second thing I noticed was that the old steam maker was gone. The third was that the ship was quiet. Where we had heard the sound of the crew barking and throat whistling through their duties, tacking into the wind and working the rudder, now I heard only the crying of seabirds. That struck me funny too, for they chased gulls and terns away with whip and fire, so badly did they hate them. The crying of gulls still comforts me to this day. I noticed we were rolling a bit more than normal, and a goblin ship rolls a fair amount because they don't build their ships with much of a keel to them. They like being able to come up in shallow waters. On one of the larger rolls, I saw the salt grinder go skittering across the floorboards, and it stopped when it hit the foot of the steam geyser, who was down. I wanted to say something, but I didn't know what. I was bewildered. I touched the cage door and found that it opened when I pushed. I opened it slow. I looked back to confirm that Norrigal, Malk and Galva were all out, and they were. Hurt Galva snoring almost enough to call the poor Gormalin to mind. I padded out and made my way to the bench chest where our goods were kept, watching both the plank that led up to the deck and the still form of our goblin jailer, who I now noticed was lying near a heap of his own awful vomit. I found my knives and belt. My bow and a quiver with a few arrows remained. I took those. I prodded Malk, but he slept on, looking very pale. Norrigal began to stir. I put my hand over her mouth. Her eyes went wide as she remembered who and where she was. I helped her to her wobbly legs and to the chest, where she found her staff of head busting. I motioned for her to try to wake the others and that I was going to creep above deck and see what was happening. I slunk up the plank with an arrow ready, and I came upon a scene of great carnage. The goblins lay in postures of tortured death, bloody heaps of their vomit all over the deck. One still lived, holding to the side and emptying his guts over horribly. It was the wizard. He looked up at me, drool trailing from his sharp-toothed mouth in the wind. "Clever," he said. "You know we eat weak one first. Clever. I congratulate you. One thing I know about wizards is don't let him talk." As impressed as I was with his ability to speak Holtish, and as curious as I was about what he might have to say, I didn't want him charming me, putting me to sleep, or making a spar fall on me, so I shot him. I shot that prick right in the head. I hung a wee skinny horn on him, say it how you will, but the short version is he won't be turning any more witch winds around, he won't be bringing cliffs down on any more war corvids, and he won't be diddling with his stone on a string. And when you invite him to dine with you on leg of harpooner, he'll have to say, "No, thank you." He bared his sharp teeth in pain and grabbed the arrow. Then he bled out of one eye and one of the two holes where a nose should have been. He tottered 3 steps, then he sat down and died sitting. And no part of me felt bad about it. It's a much easier thing to kill a goblin than a man. Seagulls wheeled overhead. One gull walked the deck near the back of the ship, making his way to a goblin corpse he'd like to have a peck at. 2 more fought on the spar, a fat, mouthy one driving off another with mocking shouts, and one mottled brownish gull lay dead near a similar pile of sick, his feathers blowing slightly in the considerable wind. "I congratulate you." Poison. The lot of them had been poisoned. The ship rolled under my feet, thunder rolled overhead. A storm was coming in now, and me on a ship full of dead biters without the first idea how to sail it. "Fathanan, Lord of mischief, this is your day," I said into the rising wind. "I praise your hand in this as I see it clear. I offer you no tears for you hate them. I ask for no blessings for you scorn supplication and always take more than you offer. Instead, I give you the sound that's dearest to your heart and mine, you incorrigible old groper. I congratulate you." And I looked at the chaos around me and listened to the wind and the crying of the poisoned gulls, and I laughed into that wind. I laughed tears onto my own cheeks. I laughed straight until Norrigal called me back below decks. "What the 5 flying fucks is the cat doing here?" she said. Bully sat near the dead goblin steam maker licking a paw as though none of this held the least concern for him. Norrigal held her own hand. "I don't know," I said. "What's wrong with your hand?" "The little bastard clawed me." "Did you try to touch the salt grinder?" "And how would you know that?" "Don't touch the salt grinder, it's full of poison." I didn't envy whoever would have to explain the cat's reappearance on the ship to Malk and Galva, and I envied him even less when I remembered it was going to have to be me. I told her what I saw up on the deck. "I don't know if you properly understood everything you discovered in the service of your underground witch, but a lot of it seemed mysterious and wonderful to me. Can we just say that something mysterious and wonderful has happened for us at last? Can we just say we're glad the cat's here, without looking too far down his throat, I mean?" After a moment's consideration of both myself and the cat, she said, "We can." "And might we just say you got out and poisoned a lot of them, and that Bully here had just stowed away in my pack unbeknownst to us and our gentle hosts?" "We might," she said, looking at me hard. Bully now leapt into the pack and pulled its flap shut over himself. "You got to be fucking kidding me," Norrigal said. Malk wasn't in the best shape, but there was enough of him to direct us when the storm hit, and our luck in for once, we only caught the very tail of it before it howled off west with a quiver of lightning for the ships of Mulrova. By the second day, Galva was trying to help us, but we made her lie down. We kept the goblin vessel afloat, the 3 of us, and even managed to steer it toward the south by day. Our biggest problem was water. Goblins can drink seawater, you see. The solitary barrel of fresh water on the boat, The one they'd been watering us with had been vomited in by a dying goblin with a misplaced sense of discretion. If only we had thought to put out vessels during the storm, but we'd had other matters on our mind. By the first night, we had ignominiously slurped up all the rainwater that could be gathered from wringing out sailcloth. Narrigal and I were too throat-raw to talk much, but we sat and held each other for the comfort of it, looking at the stars in their great numbers. There's nothing like the stars far out at sea, with no torch nor lantern to argue their majesty with them. We dared a dry kiss or two, but no more. This was still more funeral barge than pleasure raft, and though we had grown somewhat used to goblin stink, it is no aphrodisiac. Dead legs could have kept us off this ship, she croaked at one point. You don't know that, I said, my voice a husk of itself. Oh, I do. Then you don't know that would have helped us. We'd still be on the island. Anyway, the old Gerline couldn't have made the journey. That's why she sent you. She nodded, her eyes sad. I wasn't ready, she said. 3 more years of study, maybe I would have been so, but as it is, I've botched as much as I've sorted out. No, I said, you're just being a Galt. There's no tongue speaks against itself so harshly as a black tongue. I was looking in her pretty grey eyes so close and hard I could see stars in them. You'll not believe this, but I saw a shooting star reflected in her eye. Her eye widened a bit. You saw it, I said. She nodded a tiny nod, grinned just a bit when she realised I must have seen it in her eye. The eye moistened then, just at the edge, but Narrigal was too dry to make a tear. By the second day we were all of us well on our way to thirst madness. Happily, that's when we saw the sails. Whose ship is that? I asked Malk, who was giving himself a headache trying to look through a goblin far-glass. Is it Mulroven? No, he said. They're flying the 3 white dragons of Middlesea. That's lucky, Narrigal said. Middlesea was Hult's closest ally, grown from Hultish conquests 100 years ago, when Hult and her knights controlled everything on the north half of the mainland from Hispanthia to Mulrova. As with the kingdom of Brace, Middlers speak the language almost as we do. Not sharing a border with Hult as Brace did made things more cordial. Middlesea was a strange, flat, horseshoe-shaped nation, ringing deep Belly Bay and best known for cold-weather flowers, beer, and warships. Normally a Middler fireship would be lucky, Malk said. If we were flying Hultish banners, it would be lucky. But they think we're goblins. Aren't they under treaty? Of course they are, as were these pricks when they found us on the island. You know the saying, waves have nor ears nor tongues. Actually, I don't know that saying. What happens on the sea stays on the sea, he said. Then he said, oh, shite. Please don't say that. Oh, shite what? You see that smoke? You're the one with the glass, but I think so, yes. Does that mean yes? They were readying fire darts. Balls to the treaty. We were goblins, and our good friends from Middlesea meant to burn us. 37. The Fourth Woman. The fire ship bore down on us, her sails full and the foam white at her waterline. The dragons on her sails were white too, faint against the sun-bleached blue of her sailcloth, like the ghosts of dragons. This ship, a fine old fire ship that had doubtless seen action in the hot sea, had one ballista capable of firing head-on, and they used it. That first dart arced up and plunged down wide, leaving a thrilling spiral of smoke behind it. It would have been beautiful with its little pot of oil jelly, its wick of burning fast punk, and its gull feather fletching, were it not so lethal. It plished harmlessly into the sea. They readied another, these misguided allies of ours, and prepared to try for our lives again. I could see them working on the deck in their white Middlesea tunics and fox fur caps. I waved at them madly, but they ignored me. We could be Mulrovans serving as larder boys for the biters, and Malk's ship clothes did have a hint of Mulrova about them. I shouted, but we were still just too far out. The second dart missed us as well, but the third launched through, coming square at us, set to stick deep in the wood. Its clay pot would crunch, splashing oil jelly through burning fast punk to spit unquenchable fire pools on our deck. This was how our fleet narrowly won the Battle of Hammerhead Bay, which opened the shores of the Hordelands to us. It was said we burned so many goblin ships in that rocky bay the sun set red for 3 nights because of all the smoke. I had always wondered what naval combat really looked like, and here was my curiosity good and settled. I was unenthusiastic about dying, however historically, so I was glad to see Norrigal loose her staff at this new true dart. Bless that staff, and bless Deadlegs for making it if she did. Norrigal cast it like a spear, and it flew straight, whirling at the last instant to bat the dart off starboard, hanging and waiting for its next challenge. It wasn't easy for her keeping that staff in the air with the boat tossing on the waves, and the friendly enemy boat coming straight at us. She had an adorable sweat moustache even in the cold spray as the staff swatted the next dart. It struck this dart in the worst possible place, crunching its jelly pot and igniting the Ashayeen fire jelly all over itself. The staff must have had half a mind of its own, for it seemed to go mad when struck ablaze. It whirled furiously, trying to get the awful stuff off of it, but it was no use. It dunked itself in the sea, but I knew enough to know that wouldn't help. Ashayeen jelly burned under the waves as hotly as above them. I almost felt bad for the thing until it shook a spray of burning fuel at us, catching Malk on the arm and setting a few candle-sized fires on the deck that, thankfully, had not enough fuel to burn long. The blazing staff flew up in the air and separated into several pieces, making quite an end of itself. And making an end of us, like as not. The Middlesea ship turned now, preparing to show us its side where most of its ballistas waited. "Get down," Malk yelled, and he did, and Norrigal and Galva too. I stayed standing now, driven by some intuition that told me ducking wouldn't be enough. As the fire ship turned, I saw the battery of 6 ballistas, all stoked and smoking. I saw the boat's first mate with her baton raised, ready to lower it in torches as bright as a low sun. I yelled, not sure what words I would say. I would like to report that I said something like, "We sons of Holt send our compliments to the 3 kings of Middlesea. Long may they live, and long may our nations trample the goblin horde. See what prize we bring for the honour of our good and noble King Conmar." What I actually said was, "Shite, don't, I'm a Holter. Hold your fire for the love of fuck. Friend, may the God save Middlesea. We're your friends. Fuck, don't." As it turns out, it worked. Mostly. I watched the first mate's arm, the one holding the baton, start to fall but catch itself, like a standing sentry starting to sleep but catching himself straight again. One eager ballistier pulled the trigger bolt. I watched the dart come, watched it get larger almost slowly in that queer way missiles have when they're aimed exactly at you and your heart's beating so fast time slows down. While my mind began to work on the problem of whether to duck or jump, my body acted on its own and I leapt hard and high. I felt my hands reaching for the spar well above my head, grabbing oddly twisted wood and hemp. I felt my legs parting as my feet kicked up on opposite sides of me. The dart, 6 feet long of an inch, sizzled by beneath me so slowly it seemed I could see it wobble as it went, though in truth it flew as fast as every arrow did. I heard Norrigal gasp and Malk say, "Ah!" and Galva say, "Aye!" and then my legs were closing again where I hung from the spar. Last was the smoke trail, which wafted up to make my eyes sting, and would have brought tears if I had so much moisture in me as that. A stunned moment passed, and then a cheer went up from the Middlesea fire ship. Before I knew it, they'd boarded us and lifted me up over their heads and spun me round like I was their pet now, and I was happy not to have been drowned or burned or eaten, so I bore it laughing, and they laughed too, But then my laughs turned into coughs, and they put me down and gave me water, and I said, 'How many darts do I have to leap to get a whiskey?' And they laughed piss-hard, and I had to declare it a good day after all." 38. The First Daughter. The third most important woman in the port city of Eth sat before us in a very large chair in a very large room on the third landing of a tower that leaned just a little over the harbour as if listening. A cool wind blew through the window she kept open to justify the fire that crackled in an open hearth in the room's middle. We four sat on our cowhide stools and drank our good Middlesea lager, listening. She was the harbour mistress of Eth, and she was telling us her options. All the while I had the feeling we weren't the first to hear some version of what she said. "I have heard some of the words you have spoken to the captain of the fourth, woman, the ship that nearly roasted you. It is my suspicion you have spoken them in delirium." Middlesea Holtish wasn't exactly the same as Holtish proper, but you could get it easy enough. She spoke to us in our version of the language, else it would have been more like, "I hear to some of all of the words those spook wards the captain." You get it. Point is, she was a canny old cunny, and she knew what she was about. She was a fat dam too, dressed in good Gallardian velvet. Her golden chain of office featured dragons chasing stars, with diamonds for stars, real stars presumably being just beyond the reach of Middlesea's deep coffers. We have before us a series of ifs, and you may think of those ifs as axles upon which great wheels may turn. She said turn in a way that was both delicious and threatening, drawn it like a knife coming out of a roast. If goblins attacked you on the island, as you may have mistakenly said, it means they have violated the treaty. This would be a matter of the most grave import. It will be necessary for you to prove that the crew attacked you and imprisoned you and ate of kinned flesh. You will be required to testify before at least 3 sovereigns of Manreach and convince them that your story is true. You shall need to convince them despite their great interest in keeping the peace, and you will need to stay alive on the roads between the kingdoms, hoping no actors in Manreach or beyond find your stories so inconvenient as to move them to higher blades in the night against you. It should be noted that 2 expeditions have set out this year hoping to prove goblin aggression on northern seas. One made it as far as Brace, where a bridge collapsed into a river, drowning the lot. The other disappeared in Gallardia enough months ago that we despair of finding them. She stopped there to let that sink in and to give her underneck a moment to stop wobbling. She took a sip of mead. She was drinking mead. We got beer. I prefer beer, but bugger her, she didn't know that. If you did manage to give testimony in 3 courts, the goblin ambassadors may manage to prove that the goblins were merely exploring the island and that you struck at them first. They were, Malk started to say, but the harbour mistress spoke over him, using the muscles in her belly the way actors and town mouse do to get louder without shouting. "Please do not say anything that I do not wish to hear, and which you would not wish me to hear. May I continue?" Malk nodded. "Some crowned heads of Manreach will be eager to maintain peaceful accommodation with our foe, however fragile, so the odds of them accepting the goblins' version of events are not small. In that case you will be denounced as traitors to the peace and publicly hanged right back here in Middlesea under my hand. Or worse, since you count a Spanth among your number, turned over to the Espanthian army that recently passed near, who will torture you to death as bearers of false witness in matters touching war." She met our eyes, each of us in turn. "If you did manage to survive the perils of the road and to convince reluctant monarchs of your story's truth, the League would have no choice but to accuse the Horde of breaking the treaty. If the Horde kings denounced their lost crew as independent actors and traitors to the peace, the matter should be closed. Goblins do not admit fault, however, and their language contains even fewer expressions of apology than Espanthian. The truth is that they know we destroy their northern ships as they destroy our southern ones. The goblin horde would be insulted that we did not simply burn their ship and let it sink with no evidence of its existence, something they would consider just and fair, something the captain of the fourth woman was on the point of doing until you good citizens of Manreach were espied, something she perhaps should have done anyway. The result of public accusation instead of discreet disposal may very well be a resumption of the wars, which I think 2 of you may have been too young to enjoy, but about which the other 2 might be able to instruct you." At this she crossed her hands on the table, so we could plainly see the left one had 2 fingers gone, heavy gold rings on the other one. "There is also the matter of the ship itself," she went on. Even if she used exactly our words, there was no hiding her accent. If you've met a middler, you'll be able to hear them stretching those words out as if trying to load extra vowels into each sound. "Matter of the ship itself. If you mean to claim the goblins attacked you and that you killed them in self-defense, the ship will be seized by the Crown as evidence." "And if otherwise?" I said. She smiled for the first time. "If, for example, you rowed your little boat out to find the goblins already dead, their ship adrift, and you were apprehended while sailing it to as a gift to the Crowns of Middle Sea, you would receive some small token of our gratitude, a few gold duchesses each, perhaps a whole quarter trounce. Unless, of course, one of you were nobility," she said, laughing. "Then you'd be entitled to 10% of the goblin ship's value. But," she trailed off, waving her mamie hand dismissively while she sipped at her mead. "So, which is it? Trials, death, and maybe a war, or a week in featherbeds?" She looked at the spanth now, with hot baths besides. Before Mal could start the fucking war, I said, "We rowed the boat out and found the poor darlings dead. We wept and wept for the loss of their sweet little lives, then determined to bring the ship into your fair harbour." "Excellent," the harbour mistress said, motioning a near steward to bring more beer for us and mead for her, as well as an ink pen and several papers. "There'll be oath writs to sign, assuming you're literate. If not, make whatever mark you may. We'll all have a cool beer and keep the peace. And you'll each have, yes, I think His Majesty would approve of my generosity here, you'll each have a quarter trounce of Middle Sea gold, and our king's thanks for being reasonable gents and dames." I signed. Norrigal snorted and signed. Malk shook his head and signed. Galva did not sign, but looked at the harbour mistress as if deciding something. "No," Galva said at last. "No what?" the harbour mistress said wearily. Galva pushed her cup away. "I will not have beer, I will have wine, good wine." The harbour mistress stared at her, then sighed and nodded at her steward, who brought the mead bottle for her. "And I will not have a quarter trounce for the goblin sheep to pass to your hand." "I do not know where you think you are, my Espanthian friend, but this is not an auction house, and I have already told you how much the king offers." "Yes, you have, and you will keep your word." "Indeed," she said, "a quarter trounce and not a shave more." "No," Galva said, and stood up. The halberd bearers by the door stepped near now. They had already taken our weapons to hold, but Galva, though skinny, weary, and injured, was clearly a serious dame. She reached slowly into her pouch, the one she carried on a strap beneath her arm, and pulled out a golden seal in a leather case, the seal of Espanthia. "I am the first daughter of the Duke of Braga," Galva said in Holdish. "You may keep your feather bed, but I will have a bath, and I will have 10% of the value of the goblin ship to further my envoy to Ustrim." What little conversation remained was conducted in Espanthian. 39. The Moon Wife. "Well, your ladyship, I wish I'd known I was travelling in the company of Espanthian fucking nobility. "Were you planning on telling me you were highborn?" I said to Galva back at the inn. Galva had just had her bath, and I swear the woman looked an inch taller since she'd let slip she'd a duke for a father, and a famous duke at that, one known outside his country. Even I knew Rodrigo Braga lost half his fortune on dead horses, but still had more wealth than any but the king's family. Braga had the finest pasture lands in Espantia, which means the finest in Manreach, and they'd been mounted knights going back 500 years. The Braga crest, as you may know, is a horse rearing over a skeleton. Ironic. And how sad for the Duke to lose his horses and all his sons, and to see his daughter and heir in love with death. Fit for a troubadour to sing about on a warm Saturday in the month of Flora, with a maiden's head in her lap. That the guild had attached me to her now took on new meaning. Galva was after the supposedly mad Infanta, the Spanth princess who'd been married off to the King of Ustrim. Galva had said she was going to rescue a princess, and being a liar myself, I assumed it a lie, but now it seemed a certainty. What was the guild's interest in Mireia, who had led Ustrim to outlaw the guild? Kill her? That made sense, but the guild was greedy and a queen was a valuable thing. Kill the birder and ransom Mireia? That rang true. But you never knew with those fuckers. My head was reeling. "Why should I have told you who I was?" Galva said. "I'd have picked my nose less often and pissed farther off in the trees." "No, you would have jested about my family and forced me to hurt you. That my brothers have died and left me heir to my father's title is not meat for your japes, but you would have japed all the same. You cannot help yourself. Your mouth is like an old man's bladder." "That's just mean. There's no reason for you to be mean." She grunted and poured wine for herself. "It's the middle of the afternoon. You're going to die the yellow death from that," I said, pointing at her cup. "My death will be red, like my wine, or so I pray. Now tell me what you really know about that Chodadu cat." "Other than that he's good luck," I said. "Do not be evasive." "What do you want me to say?" "I want you to tell me the reason he is trying to open my side back." "Do you have any cheese in there? He loves cheese." "There's no Chodadu cheese in my pack. What does he want?" "He wants something." "Probably love. He will find no love in my pouches." "Maybe he thinks your heart fell in there. You look so harshly at him. Why don't you give his ears a scratch and make friends?" She made a disgusted sound and left the room, leaving me alone with Bully Boy. Malk was prowling seaside taverns looking for another ship or a fight, or both. Nargal had gone to the magic quarter to see how she might replace what she'd lost from her cases. I looked at Bully Boy. "What the hell were you doing rooting through her gear? You want her to wring your neck." Bully rowed like a simple cat, his face pointing 3/4 of the way toward me. "Are you even in there?" I said. "Ho, killer, are you there?" The cat just sat. I didn't know if Sesta was out of him or just sleeping, if she did sleep. I didn't know much about harbouring, but I was pretty confident she was gone, out roaming the city of Edth, filling the great hollow of her belly. So I picked Bully up by the nape and put him in my lap, and scratched his ears, making him close his blind eyes and purr so hard, in and out, he might have been a busted bellows. "This is just for you, then," I said. "This is just between us." Edth was a beautiful city. 300-year-old canals of greenish water cut through streets of white-grey brick, while terraced stone pyramids planted with frost roses, tulips, juniper, bear's breath, plum vine, and goldenberry stood at crossroads. The Queen's trees defined the borders of the neighbourhoods, witched to regrow picked fruit overnight. Any Edther could take a pear or apple at will, but taking two would earn a clout from the Queen's cudgels, who enforced the law here as chains dams did in Holt. Edth's strong pale lager and honey-sweet cider were shipped to Brace and Holt and carted as far south as Beltia. To sell an Untherman beer was an expression for pulling off a real coup, and that's exactly what Edth did. It was said Untherkind would only drink the beers of Unther and Edth and declare the rest not fit to piss in. Edthers drank onther beer as well, and Gallard and Espanthian wine, as well as Bracish mead and cider, Istrian grappa, and whisky from Norald and Galtia. Every sailor gladdened to learn their ship would dock at Edthport, for Edth had more and lovelier taverns than churches. These taverns also had the best names: the Sotted Bear, Her Lover's Poem, the Hook and Goad, Your Father's Belt, the Quartered Sun, the Feathered Scold. This last was named for the Middlesea Queen who upbraided Parliament, saying donkeys were made to pull, not sit and bray. 5 of those old men had her seized and covered her with glue and feathers, saying hens were for laying eggs, not singing. She became the lover of a great general, got the knights on her side, and disbanded Parliament. She told the geezer she'd outmanoeuvred that hens and donkeys had gone to war and that hens had won. The Hen and Donkey Tavern is on Water Street. She then had the 5 who had feathered her lashed to a cart and made them pull her around Edth for all to see. The 5 men bridled is on Castle Street, and that's where I met Norrigal for supper. I was thinking, she said, looking at me over her cider cup and her plate of plumbed quail and her rosemary bread, her eyes merrier than I'd ever seen them, that you might fit for a time. Fit what? I said. Me. I'd never been a blusher, but I'm fairly sure I coloured. I pulled a rabbit's leg out of my stew and sucked the gravy off, trying for all the world to look like I was thinking only of gravy. We might make a moon vow together with all that means, but only if ye agree to certain conditions. She tore her roast bird's tiny wing and stripped the flesh off it with her teeth, sucking the bone in a way that somehow seemed more natural than lewd, though of course it meant what it meant. Her lover for a month. Her husband of a sort for a month. This was old Galtish business, Harrow's business, older than Holt, older than the White Road and the Knock. It sang to my blood, and not just because I was young and full of want for her. I'm listening, I said, smiling my best half-smile at her. I'll bet you are, you fond man. First, rub a bit of this on your cheek, that cheek, she said, pointing at my tattoo, and handing me a 5-sided bottle of some coppery unguent. Ask me what it is and I'll take it back. I nodded. I rubbed a bit in, and it was warm. I was hoping it wouldn't take the thing off. If I were spotted in some place or other without my penalty mark and me debt not timely, I'd be in for trouble. The guild might make it a fist rather than an open hand. They might have one of my thumbs. But I trusted her. Fothanan protect me, I trusted Norrigal Nagelbraith. You know about magical tattoos, then? More than a little. Can you make them? I can. That's proper strong magic. You never told me you could do that. I stole a bite of blue carrot and onion out of my stew. And when did you ask? Now, do you want to hear my conditions, or shall I find some other fella? The new moon's tonight, you know. I did know, but not for spellcraft. Knowing how dark a night was going to be was a thief's business. I touched an ear. I'm listening. First, you'll do as I say to keep my belly flat. I'm not from Aiken bairns to raise. I serve my craft and my kind, and I'll not do that so well with my nap in a pup's mouth. This besides the world being no fit place to live. I remembered my fancy on the whale ship of breeding with her, and released it. She watched me do that before she moved on. Second, you'll not tell me your secrets, nor I yours, none that you don't want to share. We're making a month together, not a life, and even life-wives have locked a door or two in their hearts. Agreed, said I, mindful and grateful for the way she hadn't pressed me on the matter of the cat. Last and most, she said, you'll not change your manner with me. You've never been less than a friend to me, and you'll not start when I share your bed, or I'll regret it. If a man looks upon me, even a fair man, you'll know he's got at least a month to wait, and probably forever. And I'll know the same of you with the Gerleens. Agreed. Oh, and there's one more thing. What? I don't do that one bit. I looked around to be double sure we weren't listened to and dropped my voice. And what bit's that? You know. Sure, and I don't. There's lots of bits. Some don't do some bits, and others think nothing of it. But those second bits the first ones do might shock the second ones who prefer to do the first bits. Right, I forgot what an expert you are. But I know you know the bit I mean, you cark. Killing crotch fleas with lamp oil, I whispered. She put her hand over her mouth and giggled at that, and it was her turn to colour. Well, she said, looking at me over her mug again, will you have me? Will you stand under the blind moon with me tonight and say some binding words? Before I could answer, my Marge and I noticed a shape coming up on my right, a weaving, drunken sort of shape. "Barkeep," he said. Ah, shite, here it came. And a drunkie too. The drunk ones were the worst, not only because half the time they'd miss and cuff your ear, but because it was twice as galling being cuffed about by someone you could thrash without trying. My luck felt chill. This wouldn't be good. I ate my rabbit fast. "Barkeep," he said again, and this time the barkeep looked. "Anyone claim the mark on this one?" I chewed and chewed. "He's minding his business, Johash," she said. "Why don't you mind yours? It's not like you need another." Those at the bar laughed good-naturedly. Have I mentioned that I like Middlesea? Maybe being ringed in by large or dangerous neighbours makes a nation smarter and kinder. They're smarter and kinder there. Except for this twat Johash, I mean. 19 years old if a day, big as life and dumb as bricks. Well, I claim him. Bite, chew, 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 chew. He staggered close now, swallow. "Will you stand up, or do you want it sitting?" he said, as if he were offering to shine my boots for me. I noticed his barely grown-in moustache was damp, and I was disgusted. "Just get it over with," I said, mortified that my talk with Narrigal had to be cheapened by this shite. I thought about taking another bite of stew and spitting it on his face when he struck, but the guild wouldn't have that. Made them look bad. I just had to take it. I knew it was a risk coming to a tavern. But still, a cullion like this paddling me. He upped his sleeve with some ceremony. He'd nodded at Narrigal, a gentleman to the last. She winked at him. I couldn't guess why at the time. He swung his meaty hand at me, and it hit me, and it stung and wrung me ear. A big, heavy stack of kumach, that Johash. But he wasn't done hitting. The same hand that hit me now swung up, and Johash slapped himself across the cheek harder than he'd hit me. I barked a laugh before I could stop myself. "Oh!" he said, too drunk to know what was happening. He backhanded himself now for good measure, and said, "Ow!" more quietly than the blow deserved. I looked at Norrigal. She shrugged. "Ha!" a girleen near him said, amused by the spectacle. The hand of Johash immediately reached out and slapped that lass, though Johash hadn't even been looking at her. That woman's friend put an arm on Johash's shoulder, saying, "See here now." So the hand of Johash fetched her a mighty slap too, wrenching Johash around. I think it hurt his shoulder because he went, "Ow!" again. Now the first woman punched Johash. Johash kicked at her. The hand of Johash slapped another woman. That woman elbowed Johash hard like a soldier, and he staggered. And pretty soon Johash was on his knees, getting a shite beaten and kicked out of him. Narrigal took my chin in her hand and wheeled my face back around to make me look at her. "You never answered my question," she said. "Yes, of course it's yes." "Good. First I'll have you wear this," she said, hanging a cord around my neck. From that cord dangled a pretty, pearly grey half of a stone that had been cleaved in twain. It was small, just about the size of a half a plum pit. She put the other half around her own neck. "What is this?" I asked. "A cloven stone." It was a delight to behold. It had been split right where a brown flaw winked like a tiny eye. Her half had a speck of the flaw in it too. Feels like it's got magic in it. Oh, it does. What's it do? Lets me call you, are you me? She didn't get to show me how yet, though. Now a man yelled, "Johash is witched! That one there witched him!" He pointed at Norrigal. Hard gazes fell on us. "That's right, I witched him," Norrigal said, standing. "I am the handmaid of Gwendryn Agalbraith of Galt, Queen of the Snowless Wood, called Deadlegs, the witch of the Downward Tower. I enjoy her protection, as this man enjoys mine." That paused the crowd, but irked the barkeep. "She's away in Holt," she said, coming from around the bar with a truncheon. "And this is my tavern. Out with you." She pointed the truncheon. I grabbed what was left of my stew. "Leave the bowl." I turned it up to my mouth and slurped what gravy I could, taking what remained of the rabbit leg in my hand. It had cost me 2 pretty middle-sea maids, finer than the marks they minted in Holt, and I wasn't losing my whole supper just because Carkin Joe Hash wanted a Carkin-free lager. Narrigal turned with some dignity and walked slowly for the door. I set the stew bowl down, wiped my face with my sleeve, and went with her, but didn't turn my back, as I rightly suspected the crowd was against us. Several of them came, but not to do us injury, just to toss us out the faster. We were roughly grabbed and jostled, myself more roughly, for they fancied themselves gentlefolk and were scared of Narrigal besides. And we soon found ourselves face down in the mudded wheel ruts outside, the 5 men bridled, the rabbit leg in the mud as well, an alley dog now making bold to snatch it and run back. "Better him than the potwash boy," I said, laughing, and she laughed too. We sat up like children making mud cakes and laced our fingers together, looking up into the black, cloudless sky, looking toward the grey-black disk that was the blinded moon. She took my face in her hand, and I took hers in mine, as was the custom. "Kinch Na Shannack, as the new moon is your witness, will you take me as your moon wife, and do me 1 month's good in bed and out of it?" "I will, Norgal Nagalbraith. Will you do the same by me?" "You know I will." And we sat in the mud and kissed, dirty, cold and careless, her tasting the beer and rabbit of my mouth, and me tasting plum and cider on hers. This until an ox cart rumbled up and we stood to walk together. She ran ahead of me, then turned to face me, putting the cloven stone in her mouth. "What's it a whistle?" I asked. "Just wed," she said, meaning just wait. One of the marks of loving somebody must be that you can understand them with their mouth full. "Wait for what?" I said. "It's good warm up. Gotta warm up." She kept walking backward, looking at me. In just a moment, my stone lifted like an iron slug toward a magnet, floating up on its cord, which tugged gently at the back of my neck. "Stay still," she commanded. I did so. She now ran around to my right, and the stone followed her. She made a circuit of me, and so did the stone. She spat it out of her mouth then. An instant later the stone began to drift down, slowly, in pulses, like a man's pillock after a tumble, which wasn't far from my mind between her kisses and watching her mouth that stone. "Will it do that if you put it anywhere else?" She smiled open-mouthed, said, "Anywhere that'll warm it up." We all but ran to the public baths. 40. The Baths of Edth. Narrigal, Narrigal, sweet bitter Narrigal, Narrigal the frail and mighty, smelling of cloven beeswax, cider, and the quick animal scent of a doe. I conjure you to appear for me again as you were in Edth, if only for this too brief train of words. I conjure the white, perfect spar of your arm, the one I saw from far below when you leaned from the witch's tower and etched your name where I will never be smooth again. I call you and your dark honey hair into the sunlight of memory to stand on your 2 good legs. I enjoin you to sing, and if you will not sing, only speak. Speak to me as you did in the baths of Edth, doubled in echo, with the drip, drip, dropping of water to bejewel your voice. Tell me in my ear which of your perishable, wifely duties you mean to bestow, and demand what husband gift of me you will, for in this moment you are mine again as you were mine in Edth, your skin a coin that shone by moonlight and beneath candles, a coin mine to spend but never save. What hunger I stoppered in you, and what thirst I slaked, another might have done so well, but Harros tangled up our roads together in a braid, so your eyes and hands and laughter fell on me. I will remember until I grin in the soil how you crowned me, and how you beggared me, and I will call none your better, The stone baths in Edth were a wonder of architecture and engineering, the destination of pilgrims from all of Manreach. Hot springs fed them, so they never needed stoking. The waters poured into huge stone pools carved with benches here and niches there, mosaics of trees and fish, and a hippogriff cleverly inlaid on the walls. On the roof, the most artfully wrought stained glass skylight outside Gaillardia, and the size of a long ship besides, showed Sath, the sun, in amber, with blue sky around him and leaves and branches for a frame. The rock walls were alive with figures 10 feet tall, lovers entwined, their backs and haunches, their pleasured and pleasing faces coming smooth out of the rough rock as if unfinished. On the pool's floor, visible through the clean, greenish water, a mosaic of old Mithranor himself, his twin fish tails bent beneath him, his right hand whipping a storm and the left one dandling a nymph. The pools were public, and man and woman, young and old, bathed there without shame. Priestesses of Mithranor keeping 200 oil lamps lit, skylights letting shafts of sun spear down through steam. For those who wished less public discourse, a trough led the waters past horned and hermed caryatids of old harrows and into a honeycomb of private limestone cells they say half the bastards in Edth got their start in. Bathers usually wore nothing but a pouch around the neck for coins. Lutists for hire wandered the baths, strumming slowly for lovers in nooks as readily as singing known ballads in the common pools. For a copper shave, handmaids would strow the waters with wildflowers. Vendors sold chilt mead or lammas grape or cider or hazelnuts or little bags of cooked snails. A knot of Sarnian women, naked but for their torques, sat packed as close as grapes on the vine with no weapons near to hand. Bankers with the great houses of Hellernock, the financial capital of Manreach, sat nude next to oyster wives and goat herds. Knights shared benches with card sharps and chandlers. The waters were a leveller. The waters were safe. Norgal had just left me alone in the baths, this after our fourth bout of love-making under a small waterfall almost too hot to bear, when I let my feet hang in the warm deeps of the largest pool. My skin was covered in scratches and love bites. Norgal was expert in biting just when the pleasure was greatest, so the pain only followed after. The hot water salved it all, and pulled the ache out of the rarely used muscles I'd strained or tensed at love play. I thought nothing of the middle-aged man who frog swam toward me, his froggy mouth opening and closing froggily as he made his way to me slowly, so slowly, his every double kick pushing his chin an inch or two closer and sending weak little waves before him. When at last he flopped from the deep water onto the tiled bench next to me, he said, "They keep it good and hot here, don't they?" Normally, I wouldn't have minded such a platitude, but it was lethal to the afterglow, so I favoured him with a sort of grunt that acknowledged having heard a comment but gave no encouragement to another, and yet another came. I heard they had a murder here this year. Now I had to pay attention to him, damn him. Murder talk from strangers is best not ignored. What, in the baths? Aye, in this pool. Were you the killer then? No, not I, he said. You're quite sure? I am. So why are you telling me? I said. Just by way of being friendly. Telling me where they make the best fish stew, that's friendly. Warning me off a tavern where they water down the wine, that's friendly. Blurting out an anecdote about murder while I'm remembering a moment of earthly bliss, that's not friendly at all. I'd call that macabre at best and threatening at worst. Well, how was I supposed to know what you were thinking about? You weren't. I might have been sleeping for all you knew, but up you swam anyway to blarp at me with a trumpet of your mouth. I just thought you'd like to know. Well, I wouldn't, and I didn't, so whatever's next, don't. I thought you'd like to know. For fuck's sake, man. I closed my eyes, hoping he'd go away. That you're to keep following the Spanth. I opened my eyes again because the voice was different. It wasn't the froggy man's voice anymore. It was the voice of the assassin in the cat, Sesta. I looked, and there she was, tattooed and lethal, her eyes flat and dead after Norgal's eyes so gay and full of pleasure. Her tattooed black lower lip almost in a pout, her solid arms black as pig iron out before her as she clutched the stone edge of the pool. Well, why wouldn't I follow her? Because you're a married fucking man now, aren't you? Just for a month too many. What business is that of the guilds? I asked, though I already knew. Emotional entanglements were greatly suspect. The guild had been known to kill objects of too great affection when said objects threatened to distract guild assets or began to turn their loyalty. The Takers Guild was none too fond of the great independent magicers like Deadlegs and Knockbur, Fulvir, and the others who wouldn't bend the knee to the Magicers Guild, which everyone knew was cousin to the Takers. She let the silence do her work. Just make sure you don't get any ideas about romantic flight. You go where the spanth goes, full stop, and you stay sharp, little Kinch, and remember your place. We believe the spanth is in search of the Infanta Murea, the niece of his Spanthia's king. We had her in hand, but we've lost her, and we believe the Espanthian birder may be able to find her. You are a tick on that spanth's arse, and the moment you fall off, you risk to get stepped on. So the cat is a flea on the tick, and you a turd in the flea. She huffed a half laugh before she could stop herself. Clever? Before you get too clever, look at this. She pointed at a tattoo near her breast, just left of the clack. A tattoo of a heart with Keshite writing near it that said heart, drum, and a word that meant both call and report. Keep looking at it. After a moment, I could see that it was beating, and that it glowed in a very subtle way despite the blackness of the ink. What's it do? I said. It keeps you alive, 'cause it means I'm alive. If I die and this winks out, a matching tattoo in Pigdene winks out. When it does, they'll send a spoil sport after you and yours. I know I've told you before, I just wanted to show you this so you knew it was real. We need you to know you're ours. Think on that before you go renewing your heathen Galtish moon vow, should you both live the month out. I hated her then. I hated the guild. I wished I'd gone to the Goblin Wars even if I died or lost my hands. You're jealous, I said. Of what? Out of nowhere I said, happiness. And the word stopped her short. Though she recovered quickly enough, I'd hit the quick. What do you know about it, prank? What you call happiness is just the breeze you feel falling off a cliff. I'm here to catch you. This is the guild's business now. You've endangered that girl with your love oaths, and I'd hoped you'd know better. I told you what I'd do if you threatened her. Right, kill the cat when I'm in him, wring his neck with the iron, and so on. Do you think I won't? I think you've stopped thinking. I think the ground has crumbled under your feet, and you've been too distracted to notice. If you harm her, plug your hole, and listen, Kinch Na Shannack. Saying my real name got me to shut up. Kinch from the river, line of Feline. She continued, Your family house in Plathagloris sits at the bottom of a hill not far from the banks of the shining river. When your mother works the butter churn, she looks at the water and she sings. The song she sings most often is one about a girl who drowns and then comes back as a frog to sing under her lover's window. Do you know the words? I tried to burn holes in her with my eyes, but it didn't work. Yes, I thought you did. Anyway, every 9th day she walks 2 hours to the next town over to visit your sister and their children. Your niece has developed a stutter. You wouldn't know that, but I do. Think about that before you deceive yourself. I opened my mouth, then closed it. I know, you're furious, but we shouldn't quarrel being two loyal servants of the guild. Shall we kiss and make up? She pouted her tattooed lower lip at me, which I was sure was full of poison. I'd sooner fuck a badger, I said. So noted. I know just where I can find you one, she said, and smiled. And her smile morphed as her flesh sagged, and her hair retreated from her head and turned greyish, and she turned back into the froggy man, and Frog swam away, enjoying how powerless I was to do anything but watch her leave. 41. The Quartered Sun. The next day, the four of us from the Swepka met in the Quartered Sun, a tavern known for Gillardy and wine. Of course, this was Galva's idea, and she had set herself up in a corner chair with a fresh burgundy shirt on her, making her look young and vital, even comely, against the peeling sage-green paint on the bricks behind her, as she dove hips deep into a carafe of rubyish Gallard Lammas grape. She probably could have gotten the black wine she preferred at the quarrelsome Spans, but I believe it would have hurt her pride to go there. Once the three of us had joined her and filled our cups, we weren't long in knocking them together. "To death," Galva said in a toast. "To fallen comrades," said Malk. "To that right Colleen Garmelin," said Norrigal about the poor old Pigdenish harpooner the goblins had eaten on their hellish ship. "May his cup always be full," Malk offered. "But only with beer," I said, before I could stop myself, getting a look from the soldier and the sailor and a swallowed snort from Norrigal. But then Malk and Galva also smiled despite themselves. "Chill Needu," Galva said, then raised her cup to me, drained it, and filled it again. "I have brought you here to formally invite the three of you to continue with me on my path," she said. "I will leave to cross Mulrova into Ustrim, where I will see to the safety of Queen Mireia, the Infanta of Hispantia. Ustrim has fallen to the giants and its king is dead, but the queen is believed to be alive and in hiding." This declaration wrenched me back to the steaming hold of the goblin ship when, with Malk bleeding all over me and me thinking we'd be stew for the biters, Norrigal had told me such a story. What Galva sought to do was a thing almost unthinkable outside fables, to put a witch queen on the throne of Hispantia. Such a frank invitation meant we must have earned her trust, and an Hispantian's trust was priceless coin. "But I go first to meet the army of my country," she continued, "which is marching to aid Ustrim in its fight against the giants. One of Hispantia camped with his army will join me. This is my instructor of sword who taught me for 3 years, and whom I am very eager to see." "If the army's heading for Ustrim, why should we?" I asked. "To conquer a kingdom, 1,000 is not enough. To free a prisoner, 10 is too many," Galva said. "The army goes to fight the giants, to push them back to their mountains. We will find the Infanta and set her on her way home. Our journey will be hard, for we will march with long steps and rest little. The sinking of the ship delayed us many days, and we must tarry here no longer. We leave in the morning, and we do not stay 2 nights in any place again, and all those who aid me in this endeavour shall have rich rewards, and the thanks of the sovereign of Hispantia." "You didn't say Caliph," I said, winking at her. "Lower your voice," Norrigal told me. "An oversight," Galva said, smiling a little, waving her hand in dismissal. "The crown of Hispantia is generous, and the return of the Infanta to her rightful place will serve the good of Hispantia and all of Manreach." "If there's money to be earned, I am in," Malk said. While we served on the ship, I hadn't noticed Malk's mercenary side. The work was so bloody and greasy there was no point in wearing fine things. But since he'd gotten his share of the goblin ship money, he had availed himself of the best Ed had to offer. His jerkin of leather sewn with bronze rings would turn a knife and most swords. He'd gotten himself a long sword as well, Istrian steel if I were not mistaken, head and shoulders better than the battered cutlass that served him on the Swepka. He looked like a man to be reckoned with, and he'd even found a Galtish hammered gold torque to put around his neck as if he were a prince's son and not just a Plathagluris soldier's brat. His hair cut, his stubble shaved, Malk had doubtless turned the heads of half the daughters of Eth on his way to the Quartered Sun. Another thing, while Norrigal and I played at moon marriage, Malk and Galva had taken up again the close friendship they'd cut short over whether I was to be murdered or not. I wondered had they gone shopping together like 2 gossips gone to market, Galva showing off her fine burgundy shirt to her skeins mate, Malk saying, "Which Turk do you think shows off my jawline to better advantage?" I chuckled. "What?" Galva said. "Nothing," I said. "I was just admiring your shirt." "Why are you always laughing?" Galva said. You laugh when you should be silent, you speak when you should listen. And this shirt was made by an Hispanian tailor of great renown. It is not for mocking. My God demands it of me. You still want me to help you find the Infanta?" She blinked twice, presumably blinking away the word she'd rather said. "Yes." "Good. This border rendezvous, is it anywhere near Grevitsa?" "Why do you speak of Grevitsa?" "It's a Moravian city." "I know this. Why do you say it?" "No reason. I hear they have good lace." "Lace? In Grevitsa? What are you wanting with lace?" "I thought you might want a bit of lace, for your fine shirt." She reached across the table and fetched me a slap, but that just made me laugh harder. "I deserved it," I said, getting up, still laughing. "You just sit there. I'll fetch your next carafe of wine for you. It's on the guild." 42. The Goddess of Second Chances. That night I left Bully in a room and took Norgal to the oldest part of Edth, near the harbour and the low, round fortress they call the Moorman's Tower. We dangled our feet over the sea wall, listening to the creaks and gentle thuds of the ships, the gurgle of the water, the cries of night birds. A huge statue of Casa, goddess of mercy, and Mithranor's wife, stood with one open hand cupped toward the sea in supplication, the other on her breast. It was to her all prayers for lost sailors were directed. She stayed faithful to Mithranor no matter how many nymphs and daughters of man he put bastards in, and her only price was that sometimes, just sometimes, he was to show mercy and be kind. If she had to trick him, it wasn't beneath her. "Would you drown your own flesh?" Casa would say, taking hold of his whip hand as he was on the verge of capsizing some stricken vessel. "What trick is this?" he would ask, "for my flesh is divine and cannot drown." To which she would answer, "Do you not remember the black-haired maiden who loved you on this shore not 30 years agone? Her issue went beneath the sails, and on this very ship cleaves to his life." Mithranor would say, "Which is he then? Show me him, and I will pluck him off and drown the rest." To which the clever Casa would reply, "Why, he is the most handsome, the most like you." And while Mithranor scanned the boat and tried to determine which sailor most resembled him, Casa would calm the wind and still the sea. And Mithranor, unable to see himself more reflected in one sailor's face than another, yet seeing something of himself in everyone, would let the vessel go. That's how the myth goes, at least, but you know how the gods are when you need 'em. To look close at the statue of Casa, you'd see her pretty feet are pocked, where grieving wives, sons and mothers have gouged her with hammer, pick, or rock, for not saving their most dear ones. Her feet were stained as well, where some had cut a thumb to bleed on her in protest. It is to be noted they attack the goddess of second chances because she's a safe outlet for their grief. Casa will never take revenge. Mithranor's statue, just on the other side of the fortress, that's a different matter. Everyone's afraid of that bastard. His twin tail fins had not a mark on them, even though he's the one with the whip. He's the ship killer. People don't really believe he'll send a giant wave to drown the city if his statue is desecrated, but better safe than sorry. Sweet Casa gets the chisel and the weepy bleeders, while Mithranor does as he pleases. You see, you really can learn something from the gods. I looked about and saw nobody near enough to hear us. "Casa," I thought as hard as I could, "don't let Norgal stab me or curse me or blind me with a powder when I say what I must. If she needs to hit me, I understand, but let it not be in the parts, or the throat, or with a rock larger than would easily fit in her hand." "There's an assassin in my cat," I said. "What?" she said. "You heard me, and not just an assassin adept." "What's that, the worst possible kind of assassin, then?" "Yeah. She's got about 100 magic tattoos. One of 'em's got her heartbeat in it so the guild'll know if she dies. Her name's Sesta. She's fairly horrible. Wasn't sure if I should tell you her name, but she knows yours, so it only seems fair. Especially since I doubt that's a real name, just her killer's name, 'cause that's how old she was when she killed someone, the first time I mean. Sesta means 6 in Istrian, so I guess she's from Istria, though she's not got much accent, but they train them out of that." Norgal fetched me a cuff on the crown fairly hard, but just one. Then she licked her hand and smoothed what must have been a proud flag of hair she'd snapped standing. "Wasn't so bad. Thanks, Casa. You're a plum." "You babble like an old woman when you're nervous, do you know that?" "Yeah, but I learned to control it, except around you. You're a right wanker. Do you hate me? What's to hate about you? We all serve our masters. The situation, though, that's to be hated. They've really got your carrot in the goat's mouth, haven't they?" I've never heard that expression. I invented it. I sighed and looked at deep Belly Bay, where the lanterns from the huge, round Merman's Tower's walls reflected in the water. "Even if I could, I'm disinclined to kill the cat," I said. "Your soft heart's going to be your undoing. Sometimes you've got to cut a throat." I remembered the Buehlman in the forest and shuddered. There was one throat I'd cut and no pleasant business. "I know, but killing the cat's not an option, is it?" I said. "It wouldn't be prudent. The life rune she showed you, that's strong magic, not flashy, but sure. So the cat can't die. No. And that assassin will find me no matter how I try to throw her off, besides reporting me to the guild." "I know that. You got something, haven't you?" She stood then, and stood me up with her. She got behind me and put my arm in the same pose as Casa, held out to the sea. She put my hand on my own breast, and in that posture she held me from behind and whispered in my ear, "Light a candle to sweet Casa tonight. The notion she put in my head may yet show you great mercy." To make a good magical tattoo, you need to have an understanding of flesh in general, but also the flesh of the one you're going to mark. There are many types of these tattoos. The assassin Sesta was covered in skin runes and glyphs, each a sort of stored spell or ward. She was a walking grimoire. She had much of the power of a magicier, but the power was borrowed from others. All she had to learn to do was use it, not make it, which left her free to train her body into the fearsome thing it was. My tattoo, a penalty mark, disappears in all but firelight. That's how it's easy. The one who put it on me had been a lover of mine, which made it go fast. One tattoo the guild was famous for was a telling mouth. Some mouths bore messages and would disappear when those messages had been discharged. Some translated languages, though these were hard to make and notoriously mischievous. It was said one had intentionally started a war. The most coveted sort, however, was a tattler. One of these mouths, paired with an eye and an ear, would report all you did and said, and with whom you spent your time. Of course, the key words were carefully guarded, but a good wizard could coax a telling mouth to speak, so the guild never put them on its own. As these things work out, many a jealous old dodderer had herself ruined when her penny groom turned out to be a spy, witting or unwitting, and the same tattoo that reassured her of his fidelity sang her banking secrets away, or disclosed enough about her to get her blackmailed or twinned by a mimic. Of all our traits, the gods most hate jealousy because it makes us like them. The hardest tattoos to make were sleepers, and that's what Galva bore. The corvid that leapt from her chest when she needed it existed in a sort of sleep time, never aging, but drawing a certain amount of life from its bearer. Calling it forth hurt her, reabsorbing it hurt her. If it were injured, she could heal it by putting it back, though she would suffer some of its pain, which was what nearly undid her, absorbing some of the crushed bird's hurt on the goblin ship. I didn't know a very great deal about the art, but I knew enough to be impressed that Norrigal had nearly mastered it. For all her occasional bungles, she was already a damned impressive magicier at a young age. Little doubt she'd be a match for Deadlegs if she lived so long. We stole upon the cat while he seemed to be sleeping, though it was hard to tell because the little bastard slept wide-eyed. Norrigal had taken a circle of leather and written charms on it. She sunk a drawstring in it to make a hood and fixed iron on it to bind. It was mine to approach the cat using the hood, but not to bring the hood out until I was ready to act. We came home near the night's exact middle. Malk and Galva were laughing drunkenly in the next room. The cat was perched under a table in the room I shared with Norrigal, seeming to keep vigil. If it were just the cat, he couldn't see a damned thing, but how was I to know? The assassin adept had to be in him for our plan to work. Best to test him. Norrigal lay down on the bed, feigned exhaustion, while I approached the cat. "Hey-ho, bully," I said, and took out a fine, plump, middle-sea snail I'd saved him, letting him smell it. He rowed his interest in it, and I used it to lead him from under the table. Tossing it against the far wall would have guaranteed his back was to me, but if the bitch were looking out his eyes, it would have seemed too suspicious. I had to do something a little suspicious. Right, the middle of the room it was. The snail landed with a fat plop. Bully bobbed his head snake-like, sniffing, then started for it, feeling his way along with each step. A change came over him as I watched him, and he stopped. He looked over at me. There was the sign I was looking for. The assassin adept was moving him. Had I turned away from his gaze and pretended to occupy myself with something else, that would have looked too suspicious. But if I watched him placidly, perhaps lost in thought, that was just a little suspicious, and so I did. Norrigal lay as if on the verge of passing out. Bully looked back at the snail and, instead of feeling his blind way there, slunk quickly to fetch it, then went under the bed. I listened for hacking, but heard none. The assassin wasn't alarmed. She was letting him eat his prize. We knew from the way the sailors had nabbed Bully and tossed him over on the swept cabaret that he could be moved against swiftly. So now Norrigal, who had seemed halfway to sleep, sprang alert and alive and grabbed wee Bully by the tail. Friends and lovers, this was a fight. I'll not describe the fury of clawing and biting that followed, except to say that the better half of it was Norrigal's. In the end, she flailed poor Bully on the bed like she was trying to break him, getting her hips to it and all, and she managed to stun him and the evil thing he was hosting enough for me to get the hood on. The sleep drugs she had crumbled up in the nose of it soon did their work, and Bully snored in his leather and iron hood while Norrigal bled and breathed hard. Her hair was a fright. "Do you think he broke his back?" I said, picking up one of Bully's paws. "Do you think I care?" "I thought we agreed not to hurt him," I said. She wiped a bit of blood off her scratched cheek and said, "We'll play a little game now. I'll pretend you didn't say that, and you pretend you're grateful you haven't a new knot on your head." The door opened now, and Galva rushed in with her shield down and her spadine cocked over it. "Cacho da rias bainelchi!" Her Holtish always suffered when she was drunk or agitated, and just now she was both. "What fuckery goes on here?" "Nothing," I said. She looked at the hooded cat, then looked at Norrigal bleeding and panting. She saw her horrent elf locks. The witch saw what she was looking at, spit in her hand and smoothed down her hair. Galva shook her head and left, meeting Malk in the hallway. Malk asked what was going on. "They commit some act with the cat in a mask. It is not my concern. I am going to bed." The sound of a tattoo needle tapping is a particular sound, one that you won't forget, especially when you have to look at the reminder each day. The cat went on my arm, my left arm, between the elbow and the armpit. I could hide him as I pleased and look at him when I needed. If anything went wrong, and a lot could go wrong, better it was on a limb I could lose than close to my heart or other necessaries. Not that I relished the thought of spending my remaining days a beggar, which was what a one-armed thief could expect. But where there's life, there's pain. Or hope. I'm terrible at keeping my sayings in order. Norrigal tapped that cat onto me in the space of about half a day, sweating over me the while despite the cold air. She mixed the ink with ash made from burned fur and clipped claws, along with other things she'd got in the magic cutter. A bit of caterpillar ichor. I don't really know if it's called ichor. She called it goo, but that hardly sounds thaumaturgic, does it? Kraken's ink for power, iron filings for binding. She spoke her spells in the language of the old Galts, a bit different from what we speak at home, but the best possible idiom for change magic. When she started in with the ink and the tapping on her thorn, the magic feeling in the air got strong, and I saw a wondrous thing. It looked as though she'd caught a thread from the cat, who lay sleeping near me, and hooked that onto the thorn. And as she made the image, the real cat unravelled like wool. I watched it happen. She didn't outline the tattoo of the cat and fill in. She drew it entire, starting at his tail and ending at the tip of his nose. And when she was halfway through, half a cat lay on the table near, still snoring his hood. When he was down to just ahead, off came the hood, but she left sleep herbs crumbled near his wee nose. He was breathing. I could see and feel his illustrated chest rising and falling on my biceps, and yet the air came and went from the head on the table where his whiskers moved, and his eyes, closed at last, twitched under his lids. A fantastical business, magic. It's easy enough to see how it drives some mad. Norrigal explained it all to me when the cat was gone to ink. You've not killed the killer. Whatever's in the cat exists now just as it did, only stilled and silent. Your living heart should power that rune of hers and make her seem alive to those who watch. Have a care, though. You may rouse the sleeper if you speak the cat's true name, or the killer's. I don't know either. Then let's hope they're not so simple you say them accidental. How else might the spell come loose? A witch could peel it off you and rouse it. A lightning storm could rouse it, no one knows why, except that lightning comes from the hands of the gods direct, and they're with us when it sparks. If you die, it could die with you, or it could spring from you living, no one knows which. Careful of your dreams. The Spant sleeps easy with her bird because it's not got a human mind in it and because it loves her. You've a hostile intelligence within you, and it may try to worm its way into your mind. Dreams would be the best way because we're the least guarded then. If you sense yourself having a nightmare about the tattoo coming after you, especially if you bleed, wake yourself up, because it might be tearing itself off you to spill that killing bitch into your bed. But for now, they shouldn't have the first clue where she went. You've hid the killer twice, once in the cat and the cat in you. She's as good as disappeared. When you're ready to kill her, you can, but no mistake. You'll need to kill her one day or the next. She's in your blood and you in hers. If she gets out of you, she'll be able to find you wherever you go, just by dreaming. That night, I lay in my cold bed considering my options. I still had the guild to answer to, and the first of vintners was coming fast. Trying to make Rava by the first of vintners 2 bright moons hence. New moon had been the night before. Just shy of 2 weeks left in the month, 17 days. Not enough time to get so far, I thought. How late would I be? A week? 2? The word try was encouraging, with its suggestion the guild understood unforeseen events, like a kraken taking a whaler. But how much grace would they afford me with their assassin gone silent? How often did she normally communicate with them if she did? And what day would trigger my own unseen, unheard, but soon felt punishment? The bastard of it was that I had no way to know. Every day past the first of the month was dice rolled with ever-worsening odds and all that I loved on the table. Trapping their assassin in my flesh would, for the moment, save my Norrigal getting killed, for I was sure that was Cesta's intention. If I left Galva, Malk and Norrigal to their plan and went my own way, another Gildren would likely catch their trail and follow. The most obvious thing the guild was after in sending me with Galva was getting their assassin near Queen Mireia, probably to kill her, but possibly to catch her. I had foiled this, though it would take them a while to figure it out. My best chance was to help Galva do what she planned, for Norrigal was bound by dead legs to help the Spanth. Then I would take such money as I could to aid my flight. I couldn't lie to myself, I was utterly bollocks. One way or the other, the guild would find out what I did and make an example of me, unless I disappeared. If they knew I betrayed them, my family would come to grief. But if I were simply gone, and the assassin with me, any number of misfortunes might have befallen us, and they wouldn't waste time harming my kin when I might not have been at fault. As for my chances to disappear, they increased with every step I took west. The Taker's power was greatest in the east, Espanthia, Gilardia, and Holt. They were still formidable in the central nations of Middlesea, Istria, Sadunther, and Unther. But Mulrova, Wostra, and Beltia in the west were mere outposts. Brace, between Holt and Middlesea in the north, was another possibility, as it was nearly uninterrupted forest from end to end. The guild had no interest in taming the wild Bracish clans, and less in the trading of deerskins and lumber. What good was a thief in a kingdom of hunters, woodsmen, and war chiefs whose strange timber capital, Dor, was not so populous as the third largest city in Holt? Unless I wanted to take up long axe and bow and live in a fucking treehouse hung with antlers and the hacked-off arms of me enemies, I'd best keep west. It was known the kingdom of Ostrom, where we were now heading, had outlawed the guild and driven them underground. I would say exiled them, but there's no getting rid of the takers. They just go into hiding, and there's nobody better at that. But their presence would be much diminished in Ostrom, and a careful man, particularly one with a witchlet's help, could likely slip their notice. The problem with going west was that Ostrom was said to be full of giants and Mulrova, full of Mulrovans. Still, disappearing takes luck and money, and the more of one you have, the less of the other you need. My best chance was to continue with Galva away from civilization and toward possible wealth. Also, there was the very small matter of my being hopelessly enamoured with Norgal na Galbraith. All road signs, every last one, pointed west. 43. The Espanthian Army. We left Edth on donkeys we bought at great expense, 4 for us to ride, 1 for baggage, and a 6th for the mysterious Spanth Galva hoped for us to acquire when we met her army. Even with the beasts, it was a cold, miserable business getting to the western edge of Middlesea. We stayed on the white road laid by the Kesh, this in the last flat part of the country where oxen, asses, and, on the poorest farms, packs of muddy children strained at ploughs to plant the year's last roots and onions. When the land turned rocky, we were glad for the donkeys, who proved sure-footed if occasionally ill-tempered. I was bitten on the arm by my foul mount in a misunderstanding over a radish, and nobody would trade me donkeys. We soon found ourselves in the shorn hills through which the pewter-coloured Vornd River cut. The best meal of the journey was had in those hills, a merry little goat who was good enough to accept my arrow through both lungs near a patch of wild mint. The worst was a bunch of green apples that puckered our mouths up miserable but didn't afflict us with the squats, God's bless their Cassine mercy. We all stored some of these away for later. On the 6th day out of Edth, we saw smoke and banners near the river, just near the Beaten Man, a rocky tor said to have been cursed. It looked cursed. It looked exactly like its name, all hunched shoulders and spilled rocks like an abstraction of tears. Galva brightened when she saw the smoke, then brightened further when she saw the banners bore the bull of Espanthia, not the cornered 8-point star of Holt. Tents in scarlet and silver littered the banks, tents of gold at the hilltop, where the largest banner flew. It was very near dusk, and the light of the failing sun was pretty on the river, though not so pretty as the smell of garlic and olive oil coming from the cook fires of the Espanthian army. A party of scouts sprinted down from the hilltop to meet us, 2 lads and a lass with black hair and disapproving eyebrows very much like Galva's, bull nutters at their belts and shields at their backs. One look at Galva's seal and they bowed proper, the challenge in their approach traded for camaraderie as they led us toward the tent of the commander. Someone was playing an Espanthian cornemuse, the pipes high and sweet, and a woman sang with it, though too softly to be heard even had I known her words, which I didn't. Glad faces loomed up for a look at Galva, and many a warm embrace slowed her, though she could not have insulted the waiting general by stopping. We 3 foreigners were suffered to come with her, at least to the guarded perimeter. After some negotiation, we ascended to the tent, its flap folded open to show a haven of candlelight alive with the smell of roast meat. A quartet of women who resembled Galva in passing, though far taller and broader through the chest and more stoutly armoured, assured the entrance, and 2 of them followed us in. We were not made to surrender our weapons. Espanthians were too proud for a practical measure like that. Galva was known, and we were her responsibility, however rough we looked after 9 days in the field. And so, with a brief announcement, I was led into a tent of cloth of gold, an opulent tent containing an opulent man, the Count Marivan de Codorej en Nadan, General of the 4th Wing, the head of 6,000 Spanth light infantry and 800 archers. My chief concern upon entering was how to discreetly get a stubborn bit of sheep shite off my boot, and I think I managed all right by sort of scraping it up against the other boot and tramping a bit on the grass. If anyone noticed, they were too polite to make it obvious. This wasn't my first time seeing a general, but it was my first of the Espanthian sort. The Count was a small-boned man with a withering gaze. He often shifted forward in his seat to deliver. He was old, too, of an age to have fought in the Knights' War. That was the first of the 3 Goblin Wars, the one we were so proud to have won, not knowing how much worse their second go at us would be. Anyway, this geezer will have been one of those still crying in his wine for the feel of a horse between his legs and looking down his nose at the younger bunch who'd damn near lost half the continent. I didn't know how many battles he'd won, but his tailor and armourer couldn't be faulted. A steel breastplate etched with lions rearing up to fight each other embraced a slate-grey velvet doublet with a high collar, his sleeves studded with buttons alternating copper and gold. Though he was cordial to us, he held his conversation with Galva in Espanthian so formal and rapid I only snared a half-dozen words. Giants, mountains, war, honour, quail, and wine. We ate quail and drank wine. Giants, war, and mountains were on their way. If Honour decided to attend our adventures, I only hoped I'd recognise her. She'd been pointed out to me a few times, but we'd never really gotten acquainted. The second tent I followed Galva to was spun of crude hemp, not silk or cloth of gold. Dinner here had not been quail, but mutton, and the smoke the opening flap released was not incense, but tabac, a foul but stimulating plant smoked in the south and east. There were no guards here but the lone occupant. Galva's swordmaster, or Kalar Saram, was a far more interesting person than the Count. I had the impression the Count and Galva, though bound to civility, were neutral to one another at best, Galva's father having been the man's rival for this or that post. Not so with the instructor at sword, who was a short, thick-middled tree trunk of 50, missing teeth and scarred like the last gourd in the market. She smoked her tabac not in a pipe but in a rolled stump that glowed hot at the end when she sucked on it. "Curme seu delgata," she said when she saw Galva. She hit her in the chops with a meaty hand and blew smoke out the side of her mouth. She looked at we 3 behind her and quickly took our measure. "Holteshi?" "Galtizi," I said, but something about the way I said it made her squint and switch to Holtish, mostly. "You 3 are skinny also. You starve with my Galva? Hey, vosu kravet nurit? You want food?" "We ate," I said. "Then smoke," she said, and stuck her wet stump of tabac in my mouth. I'd had it before. I didn't care for it, but I sucked on it and half retched but wouldn't let myself cough. "Good," she said. "You cough, you are weak testicles." "Have," Galva corrected. "Aye, us. You cough, you are half testicles. Now give me this back. It is not for finishing to you." I liked her. I wished I spoke Espanthian just so I wouldn't have to hear her Holtish, but I liked her. We spoke friendly for half an hour. Nadalla Seri Orbez, called Yorbez, the swordmaster, smoked and laughed and switched between Espanthian and Holtish, sometimes speaking a mix of the two. She shared around a ball-shaped flask of bracish liquor made from pears, though it was more burning than sweet, and she asked us about ourselves. She seemed to care about the answers. I saw nothing obvious to indicate she was a fighter, except perhaps a ropiness of the forearms and a way of moving that wasted no motion. At first glance, anyone who did not know that Galva called her master would take her for a sort of cook or innkeeper. A sword belt and sword hung from a hook on a wooden stand, and when she saw me looking at it, she said, "You know how to use that?" "I'm better with a knife," I said. "You have to be much better with the knife if your adversary have the sword." "I prefer peaceful negotiations." She laughed and slapped me good-naturedly in the jaw in such a way that actually hurt. "Us, this work with the goblin, this duck?" "I've spoken with one," I said. It go well? I lived. Because you stab him while you talk? Actually, I shot him with an arrow. I thought about this, then corrected. 2 arrows. Good. He's the best talk for them. She and Galva exchanged a few sentences in Espanthian, looking at me and the others in such a way I was sure they were deciding whether to ask us to excuse ourselves. In the end, she settled her eyes on Malk. Galva said to him, "Do not take offence at this, please, but she would like you to go outside and away for a short time." "Bugger me, then," he said jovially enough, and got to his feet. "I'll just find a tower's game to lose my new shirt hat." Out the tent flap he went, whistling so we could hear he was gone. The woman looked at me and at Nargle, then back at me. "Right," I said, and got to my feet. "No," Galva said, and I sat down. "Why?" I said. "I explained to her that you are married to the witch now. Only for a month." 3 weeks left, Nargle said. And she would tell him anyway. "Depends what it was," I said. "That's right," Nargle said. "I can keep a secret from the likes of him." "It's true," I said. "She doesn't tell me a damn thing. Should I go?" "Is true you are with the grabbers?" Yorbez asked. "Takers." "Yes, I see the hand on your face for the hitting." "I more often feel it." She took a moment to process this, then went, "Ha!" hitting me with her heavy hand heel again. I'd have to remember to joke with her less. "No," she said, "you stay. You stay for this. Soon we will go to Grevitsa to meet with another thief, also once with your grabbers. She have for us a map we need. After that," Galva said, "we will see a magicker in the Bittern Mountains. These magickers are with us, not with your guild, and with the Queen." And then they planned their treason against King Calith. I learned much I hadn't known about that mustachioed bastard. For example, nobody was allowed in his inner rooms with their own clothes or jewellery on. They were all given beautiful but light linen gowns or shirts to wear, and they were escorted by Gailus Dukut, or knife boys. These were orphan lads who were utterly loyal to the king in the way only 12-year-olds can be, trained from toddlerhood in the mysteries of knife fighting. When you went to see the king, one of these escorted you, walking in your blind spot, steering you by the belt. One look from Calith and quick as clapping you'd be hamstrung or kidneyed by the wee darling behind you. Galva said she'd heard of a rare Ashain brass worm kept in a labyrinth below the palace, and that's where the servants who failed in their duties would go, as Calith watched their scalding and eating from above. Calith was a darling of the guilds, and assassins were at his beckon as well as magickers. He had a 40-year-old mare these wizards kept alive at great expense, and he rode her out on state occasions, though she clearly suffered and barely held him. The last conspirators against him had been found out by means no one ever learned. It said their bones were liquefied, and they were sealed undying in glass amphorae he visits from time to time, reading poetry to. By the time I heard an evening's worth about Calith, I was practically an Espanthian rebel without benefit of being fucking Espanthian. I thought about Mireia growing up with this villain for an uncle, talking to monkeys and yelling at the sky to stay alive. Some home life. After this sort of talk, of course I dreamed dark dreams. 34. A bone in the throat. I was home. My mother had just served a roast hen and a pottage of peas and barley, the top shiny with drippings from the bird. It was a luxury eating a bird. We smeared the stew on our trenchers and took small bits of the chicken, there being 8 of us. My father first, mother next, 3 brothers, me, 2 sisters, and the 1 orphan boy we'd taken in who'd run away after only a year. Gales, his name was. My da was moving slow from his bad joints, drinking beer so fast he'd have to go out and piss loudly against the wall before the meal was over, and before long at all he'd get to telling us how this was his house and we'd best show him some respect. The little orphan lad was showing us his food while my mother rebuked him for it. She had curly hair, my mother, and it never behaved. She'd try to tie it up out of her face, and a strand would always come untucked, and she'd blow at it while my little sister went on about how the goat devilled her, or were clouds made of wool, or she didn't ever want a husband unless it was a boy with blonde hair because she fancied blonde hair. Then my sister stopped jabbering and said to me, very serious, "You'll watch the bones now, Kinch. Mother said this hen's bad for bones." I said, "The hell you say? All hens are boned alike. It's the beauty of 'em. You can go anywhere in the world and open up a hen and they've put bones in the same place just like home." "Mother said this one's boned particular." "Boned particular," I said back to let her know how that sounded coming out of her, and I swallowed a bite of the wing. What do you know, but I felt a tickle in my throat now, a sharp tickle, and I wanted to say, "God's damn it, I'll have a bone in my throat." But that's the chief embarrassment of choking. There's no talking. I coughed, though, which means I wasn't choking proper. I coughed horrible and painful and bloody, and now everyone was staring at me except Da, who kept eating because screw you, he works in the silver mine all day, so someone else can deal with the ungrateful blood cougher. Now it felt as though the bone was actually poking through my throat, so I bugged my eyes and clutched at it, my throat, I mean, so the bone stuck my hand. My sister, Siobhan, said, "You see, Mother, I told him about this hen." "Boned particular," she agreed, and blew a lock of hair out of her eyes. "He doesn't listen." Then I realised it wasn't a bone poking me at all, but a knife. A knife point was stabbing out of my throat, and I tried to remember the hand can't, for my throat's being cut open from the inside out, but I'd honestly never had to use that before. "You'll be in the shite for making a mess now," Siobhan said, and I tried to tell her how she shouldn't swear, especially at the table, but all I could do was wheeze blood all over the chicken. "What?" my dead, deaf stepbrother shouted. He was wearing the Reeves shirt he'd stolen. Now a voice from my throat said, "Take me to the looking brass." So up I went to the sheet of polished brass on the wall near Mother's clothes trunk and had a look at myself. I looked all right except for a pint or so of blood all over my shirt and a cut in my throat and a knife poking out of the cut and a pair of eyes behind it. Now a mouth appeared in the cut in my throat and spoke out of it. "See here," she said, because of course it was the assassin adept. "You're going to let me out of you, or I'll cut my way out and kill those cunnies at the table." "You'll kill my moon wife if I free you," I said, and I almost said something about how we were supposed to go and find Mireia so she could be queen of Espanthia and fuck the guild over, then remembered that would be bad. "You were going to say something," she said. "No," I said. "You sure?" "Yes." "Where were we?" "You said you'd kill my family." "Right," she said. "Would you rather I kill the witchlet or your family?" And I said, "You'll do neither," which angered her, and she cut me open, throat to navel, like a fish. She put a booted foot through my stomach like she was going to step out of me onto the floor, and I remember being angry that normally she went everywhere barefoot and nude but for her tattoos, but she had worn big heavy boots today just for the pleasure of stepping all over my guts. The pain was breathtaking, and I coughed and choked and sputtered and woke up sputtering, hot blood in my mouth. Only it wasn't blood, just awful bile from the pear liquor of your bez. Malk groaned his annoyance at having been awakened and hit me with a boot. I didn't want to see a boot at all, as you'll imagine. So I gathered up my leather jerkin, which I'd been sleeping on, and headed out from the strange tent into the night to look west at the stars over Malrova, which seemed no better or worse than the stars behind me over Middlesea. The plan was to leave in the morning and ride our donkeys hard toward the land of pretty lies. 45. Blood to milk. If I had any worry that one of your Bez's age might hold us up, they were put to rest watching the industry with which she conducted her morning exercise just before dawn. First, she ran to the top of the hill and back to get her blood up. Then she tied a rope between two trees and did a sort of dance around and under it, ducking, then striking up with a sword and shield, ducking, then striking up. Made me tired just to watch. Then she and Galva sparred with several students, including Malk, using wooden swords, and that was a brutal business. Malk did all right for himself against most, but he was easily outclassed by both Galva and her mistress. I wonder if he got a chill to think back on the duel he'd nearly fought with Galva. It was pretty clear from the sparring that it wouldn't have gone well for him. I confess, I hadn't thought much of your best to look at, but when it comes to fighting, it isn't always the most fit-looking geezer that wins. Yorbez was only fast when she had to be, and then it was blinding. When she fought Malk and the younger Spance, she ducked, reversed directions, cracked knees, got behind her adversary, all while never seeming terribly bothered. You couldn't put your finger on why each exchange ended with the other eating wood. It looked like luck, but of course it wasn't. She just seemed to casually fall into place where she was supposed to be and feed the other one a sword or a heel or an elbow. Her tough wooden bullnutter whacked one girl in the chest so hard she gritted her teeth and dropped her sword, which earned her a crack across the back of the knee that dropped her to the ground. Yorbez, hot from the fight, stripped off her shirt. I was standing near Galva at the time and couldn't stop myself from saying, "Why are you and Yorbez both missing your tits?" Galva flicked me an eaglish side eye, then went back to watching the sparring field. Malk was stepping up for another round with Yorbez. We took the cut of Dalgatha. "You mean—" She nodded and chopped over each of her own pectorals to illustrate. "By the crooked pricks of goblins all, I thought you were injured in the war or the like." Galva shook her head. "I took the cut when I was 20, before I marched to Galardia. The skinny woman loves a dam who prefers blood to milk." As if to illustrate how very loved by Dalgatha she was, Yorbez kicked Malk's leg out from under him and landed heavily on his chest with a squat, grinning and tickling his neck with the wooden point of the bull nutter. She let Malk up and motioned for Galva, saying something in Espanthian that made the rest laugh. All but Malk, that is, who brushed himself off and limped over to me, saying, "You want to give the old bird a go?" "Fuck if I will," I said. "Fuck if I should have. It's got to be magic." "I didn't see any magic," I said. "It's the only explanation." He said, "Is it?" I said. "I saw her run up and down a hill for breakfast while you were lying in, sorting out whether to pick your arse or scratch your nuts." "Magic," he said, and spat, and limped off. He missed a hell of a show. Galva and Yorbez fought so pretty with their deer-like Kalar-Balat leaps, whip turns, skip lunges, and the lightning-fast leg sweeps that dropped soldiers of every nation on their arse. I'm not even sure who won. We broke camp soon after and crossed the border into Moldova. 46. City of Lace. In the country, we met priests of dark gods, bounty hunters, rabbit skinners, Angorani tribesmen who'd made their wild hair tall with dried mud, root farmers, lake fishers, cidermen who drank too much of their work, and 2 jovial woodcutters who cast covetous eyes on our donkeys. I can't speak for the others, but a tour of rural Moldova left me ready for a bed and a hot meal in a city. Shame that city was fucking Grevitsa. The plan was to meet with a thief there who'd sell us a map of Ostrom's giant sacked capital, Hrava. But not just any map. This one was supposed to chart the city's maze of sewers. And with Hrava invested by giants, knowing how to skitter under the streets could be the difference between life and that other thing. If it were accurate, this map would be worth our weight in gold. Maybe even worth going to this rotten little hole of a town. Grevitsa sat on an island in the Spine River, with 5 bridges across one side and 2 across the other. The island was such a good natural fortress it was said to be 2,000 years old. It's a good thing most people only live to be about 60, because who'd want to spend 2,000 years with those twats? The whole town was the colour of cheerful mud, sort of grey-brown, shot through with bits of red or the odd flower pot. The most carefully made and delicate lace in man-reach lay displayed like the webs of divine spiders in shops that fronted on streets, patrolled by garbage-eating pigs who'd nip at you if you came too close. The pigs had earrings or brands to indicate their ownership, and if you carved a slice of bacon off one, you'd answer to the swineherd, most of them tough ex-soldiers who'd received pigs as part of their 20-year retirement. Remember, Mulrova stayed clear of the goblin wars, so if these men knew less of killing goblins than Spance or Gallards did, they had fought enough feudal actions against one another in the meantime that they were no strangers to killing kind. Mulrova was also known for amber, exquisite, faceted teardrops of which hung from the throats of ladies, while unworked hunks of it made belts for laundresses and tavern maids. The real arsehole of Grevitsa, though, was the fact that biters lived there, as in the vile, sharp-toothed, hook-armed, man-butchering, horse-killing, high-nut horrors that made the last 40 years hell for all kind everywhere were allowed to buy property here. The Goblin Quarter stood near the harbour. Its boundaries were marked with chains and warning signs in 3 languages. Neither the King's Law nor the hordes would save those who left their own quarter. Such goblins as killed men behind their boundary faced only horde law. Such goblins as wandered into the streets of Manreach did so at their peril. And yet risk weighs itself against profit. And there was profit to be made in dealing with the enemy. Good profit indeed. We found an inn, stabled our donkeys, and got to business. The thief we had come to meet was an expatriate spanth who now lived with goblins in their quarter, an expert in their rasping high speech. She met us in a Mulrovan tavern called Barana Mojach, which meant, as near as I can tell, the man-faced ram, because such was the image on the sign that swung over the iron-studded door, which had a smaller, goblin-sized door set within it. The windows were grated with iron, and skulls, both goblin and kind, hung on the wall behind the bar, below a rusty Mulrovan long axe. Busted skulls. Words weren't really needed, but if you insist, all transgressors beaten equally seemed to be the moral. One thing I couldn't help noticing in the tavern was the abundance of men. And not just whelps of 22 or less. These were shipwrights, soldiers, smiths, all out drinking and dicing with beer-sogged beards, making the walls rumble with their low voices and their bellicose laughter. These were not veterans, not of the Goblin Wars at least. Mulrova had sent no levies to the 2nd or 3rd musters, so those levies had not been bitten, poisoned, stabbed, tusked by boars, cloven in 2 by blind Gauls, their stripped bones left in the dirt of Gallardia and Espanthia, or sewn into goblin banners. I did not stand out with my 23 years and my full complement of fingers. I was in a whole country of slippers. Mulrovans were a bunch of selfish carks, just like me. The Espanthian thief told us her name was Chedadra, or Ched, which meant something like rough fucker. Rough fucker had cheekbones that could cut glass, a war axe on her belt, horse's teeth sewn into her dreadlocked hair, and a badly painted false eye. She was also missing the tip of her nose, which meant some spanth or other had caught her stealing. Fucker's street Espanthian was so clipped and rapid that Galva seemed barely able to follow it, let alone myself. But she gave Ched a fair bag of silver, which she weighed approvingly, and a piece of hexagonal amber with an antlion in it. This the thief pressed against her cheek and neck with such gratitude I thought Galva might be in for a rough fuck, and she seemed to think so too, from the way she crossed her legs toward the door and scooted her chair back. Rather than a lesson in how illiterate killers show their Sarnian love for raven knights, what Galva got for us was, as promised, a map of Ostrom's capital, Hrava, which indeed included the sewers, as well as a bonus, the name of a non-guild thief who might help us when we got there, if said thief had not yet been found and pulped by giants. Urmehen, the upright man, or king of thieves. I let my attention drift out the grated window of the man-faced ram and toward the goblin quarter. Night was coming on, and the biters lit no lanterns, for they needed none to see, but I could still make out their warped, irregular buildings. I espied 1 or 2 of the nasties going about their business, moving in their arrhythmic but strangely graceful way. It gave you a headache to look at. I understood that half of Goblin Town was likely underground, for they were fond of tunnels, and I could only imagine how bewildering those must have been. I was torn between a thief's curiosity to see them and a very human desire not to go where I'm like to be eaten. Little wonder that Ched was mad. Whether her madness made her tolerant of life with a horde, or whether it came to her as a result of it, was anybody's guess. But nobody sane chooses to live with creatures who spend half their time thinking about how delicious your thigh meat would be, served raw with a bowl of poisoned mushrooms. I looked away from the confusion of Goblin Town, and my eyes lighted on the barman, a big fellow with a greasy lace collar. His face looked recently smelted, and his hand had been tattooed black. He had lived among the biters too, then, with them in their horde lands. He looked at me, and I nodded. He just kept looking, and I thought about winking at him, but disappointed the god of mischief by turning my gaze away. Mischief wasn't chief god here. Here they worshipped murder, and murder wore fine lace. With the other business concluded, Ched surprised the lot of us by offering to sell us a magical ring. Galva waved her off at first, but Ched insisted that the other spanth translate for us. What to do? Norrigal and I asked in unison. Ched spoke, then Galva said, "She says it fires lightning, just one bolt, but deadly." I looked closely at it. White gold with a sort of iron trench down the middle, probably sky iron from a fell stone. Runes in it from the Gunnish lands promising Woltan's vengeance. "Why get rid of it?" Norrigal said. "A thing like that could save your life if it works." But Norrigal was looking at it the same way I was. Neither one of us had any question that it did something. It prickled the hairs on both our necks. "She says she needs money more than to have her life saved. She is in debt to a goblin priest. One lightning strike won't protect her from that." The price she asked seemed low for magic on that order. Norrigal and I looked at each other. I was thinking maybe rough fucker was not sensitive to magic and wasn't sure it worked. But she wouldn't want us to know she didn't know, so she asked the highest price she thought she could actually get at a negotiation in a tavern, which was still a bargain for what it probably was. "How'd you get it?" Norrigal said, but I grabbed Galva's arm and shook my head at her before she translated. "That's not something you ask a thief." Norrigal handed over a gold queening and 2 silver knights in Middlesea coin, which was the same as Holt used. Rough fucker tasted the money, then made it disappear. She handed the ring to Norrigal, who found it too large for any finger but her thumb, so that's where she wore it. We left the bar, happy with the way the evening had gone so far, Norrigal admiring the magical ring from time to time on the sly. I was admiring Norrigal from time to time on the sly. Galva kept her eyes open, her hand never too far from her wicked sword. Yorbez smoked her tabac stub. Malk was walking in a way particular to young bravos, but perfected nowhere so well as in the Galtish lands of Holt. There's a way a black-tongued tough sometimes walks, each step a small kick, so that the torso sways just a little. The word swagger nearly embraces that walk, but misses an element of boredom, mischief, a hope for something out of the ordinary to please happen whatever the cost. It's like a small, dark, physical prayer. Such prayers rarely go unanswered. 47. The Pull. We skirted the chain dividing the Goblin Quarter from Grevitsa proper, not because we wanted to be so near the biters, but because that was the easiest way to find our guest house near the bakery again. But we weren't home smelling mutton pasties yet. We were still following the chain by the Goblin Quarter with a different smell entirely in our noses. If you haven't smelled goblins, I can't tell you what it's like, because it's like nothing else from our world. We'll just say you might gag the first half dozen times, and you'll never forget it. One of the things to know about Malk is that he looks like he fought in the Goblin Wars. It's not just his fingers and his age. It's in his eyes and in the way he moves. People can tell, and so can goblins. As we skirted the chain, the smell of the biters doubtless stirring memories for him and Galva. A goblin began walking along with us, on its side of the chain, keeping pace with us. It was a larger one, more than 4 feet tall. its grey-brown hide scarred and puckered as if by fire. It seemed at first to be minding its own business, or rather, like it wanted us to think so. A Mulrovan called something to us from his window, motioned at us, clearly a warning to move away. Seemed like a good idea to me. "Maybe we should get farther away from the chain," I said. "Why, 'cause of him?" Malk said. "Fuck him." He walked a little closer. So did the biter. "Get away from that thing, you idiot," Nargle said. "Nobody's telling you where to walk," Malk said. "You're right," said she, and crossed the muck in the middle of the street to walk in the drier bit on the other side. I wanted to cross with her, only slightly less than I wanted not to seem like I had her ring in my nose, so I kept walking near Malk, but I said to Galva, "You think this is a good idea?" She shook her head, but kept walking on the chain side of the street. I noticed that other shapes were stirring on the goblin side, some 2 or 3 of them now keeping pace, but a bit further off. Now it spoke. It didn't look at us, but said, "Mulrovini." Were we Mulrovan? When we didn't answer, it said, "Unteri." Were we from Unther? "I'm from Go Fuck Yourself, Biter. Where are you from?" It said, "Hold. You halt, man, Blondie." "Don't talk to it," Nargle said. "Galtia, what's it to you?" "I know you. From war." "This is enough," Yorbez said, tugging at Malk's elbow, but he shook her off. She shrugged and crossed to walk near Nargle. Several Mulrovans had gathered on our side and were speaking to us, clearly calling us away. But there was one laughing and pointing us toward the chain. I wanted to cross the street, but knew damned well Malk wouldn't. "What are they saying?" I asked him. "Warning me I'm going to get in a pull." "What's a pull? And would you please get on the less stupid side of the road over here with me, please?" "Fuck that biter if he thinks I'm crossing the road on his account," he said, and glared at the goblin, which still wasn't looking at him. If it had pockets, its hands would have been in them. Such was the air of nonchalance it was trying to cultivate. "Yes," it rasped. "You, friend. I eat you, friend, Blondie." It showed him its teeth. Malk reached for his sword now, but 2 of the shapes on the goblin side stepped forward with their wicked little crossbows. Several more showed they had knives. They appeared quickly. Galva pulled her spadine. Yorbez was crossing the street back toward us now, but the goblin by the chain seemed unconcerned. "No weapon," it said. "No bite. You want, you pull." Still without looking at us, it raised its arm over the chain. Malk let go his sword. "Don't do it, you idiot," Norgil said, though she knew good and well he would. "Pull, coward. I kill you like friend," the thing said. "I think you scream. Friend scream. Pull, pull." Now Malk grabbed its arm. It grabbed Malk's forearm with its other arm, sinking the hook-like talon on the left forearm in. Malk yelled and pulled it off its feet like a father yanking up a naughty child. He got it over the chain, but then it tangled up its feet in the chain, anchoring it. Now 3 or 4 goblins run up fast, they were so fast, grabbing the legs of their compatriot. They heaved and pulled it back half its body length. Malk lost his balance and headed for the chain. We all grabbed him just as the chain caught him in the thighs and started pulling him back, but more goblins came. Now 5, now 6 were yanking on their friend, and he wasn't letting go of Malk's arm for all the mushrooms in Urimad. Norrigal piled on, as well as some Mulrovan who smelled of fish and had scales on his apron. Mulrovans were coming from their houses and from the many taverns on the street. Women appeared in windows, banging pots with wooden spoons, and the alarm was taken up on other blocks. Some smaller Grevitsani held bows at the ready, making me wish I hadn't left mine in my room, but none shot. I later learned it was death by hanging to fire a missile into Goblin Town unprovoked, or to strike first with a weapon over the chain, or at any biter who had some part of his body on the other side of it. It was all very formal. This happened several times a year. Not everybody was good-hearted enough to warn foreigners about it. Grevitsani like a good pull. It was far more entertaining than their other favourite sport, batting a dead, frozen dog around with a stick. Malk was starting to suffer now. Only the one goblin was allowed to touch him, and it couldn't bite, but the stress on his back and shoulders was building. The Grevitsani did their best to share the talk around by pulling on his belt, his hair, getting under him and grabbing him by the waist. He was horizontal now, and so was the biter. The goblins had been faster, piling on, and were winning. Malk's head and shoulders were over, and the one who had him by the arms grinned sharp teeth at him, even opened its mouth to waggle its rude, armoured little tongue at him. The Coldfoot guard grunted and sweated. Grevitsani had poured on now, bigger, stronger folk, taking the place of the less powerful, like me. I was roughly pried off him by a bald, beardy fellow with black teeth and upper arms the size of my thighs. I did as others did and grabbed his belt, even as someone grabbed mine. Galva still had Malk by one boot. Norrigal and Yorbez had been pushed off entirely. Malk had a nosebleed. His hands on the thing's arms had gone white. It was yelling in its own language at its fellas because now it was halfway over the chain. They were losing. If we could get the goblin wholly past the chain, we could do with it as we pleased, and nothing would please this lot more than pulling this biter's head off. A cheer went up from our side as the creature's knees passed the chain. That's when things went sour. Another goblin, a very long-armed one, slid under the chain so only its feet were on the other side, and it grabbed the arm of the boy under Malk, sinking its hook in. The boy yelled and let go of Malk, and a wave went through the goblin horde as some of them left off pulling Malk's goblin and started tugging the second one. This was now a two-front fight, and that was terrible news for Malk. All the mighty Mulrovans who had been yanking him from his doom now left off him and grabbed the beefy lad being pulled under the chain, some of them saying his name. I rushed for Malk's receding legs, but was blocked by others rushing to save their own. I saw Norrigal reaching for a vial of something or other, but a woman who had been beaten on her pot with a spoon now hit Norrigal with that pot and knocked her down, yelling at her in Mulrovan and pointing at the chain. Apparently, magic was illegal in these matters as well. Malk yelled as his knees crossed the chain. Galva had hold of Malk's ankle, but now a goblin unhusked Malk's foot from his boot. As Malk slipped away, a big Mulrovan man grabbed Galva by the waist and pulled her back. She screamed and flailed him with the empty boot until he was forced to let her go. Closer to me, the Grevitsani pullers had managed to yank their boy back without his pants, which had torn completely off him. The goblin who had grabbed him was now clear of the chain. His fellows left him to his fate, and all joined in on Malk. Galva chucked the boot at the man who had grabbed her, drew her sword now, and plunged for the chain, but she was tackled and disarmed by more massive Grevitsani, who held her until it was clearly too late. To their credit, they gave her the sword back. To hers, she didn't kill the lot of them with it. When she swore at them in Espanthian, they just swore back in Mulrovan and went laughing to help dismember the hapless goblin. What the men did to the goblin was no better than what the goblins did to Malk. In fact, it was worse. Malk they valued as meat. The goblin was less than shite to men. I gathered up Norrigal, whose head was bleeding, and Yorbez led Galva off as she sheathed the sword that had been no use to her and said a prayer of praise to her skinny woman. Galva was smiling. This angered me at first until I remembered that she was really a believer. She believed life was a kind of virginity to be defended until the wedding day, then joyfully given over. Our friend Malk had been married now, and he and Algatha were celebrating as intimately and pleasantly as any young bride and groom. That, or, if the Galts were right, he was being piped off by Samner, Lord of the Gloaming, to run in the cold forest, as free from right and wrong as any deer. That, or he was just gone. It looked to me like he was gone. I glanced back one more time at the scene of the fight, which was rapidly emptying. One thing you won't know about big fights unless you've seen one is what a great litter they leave on the ground. 2 young girls were sharing a torch, looking for the wink of silver or copper in the street, and gleaning such other items as people dropped or had torn from them. I saw one fella covered in goblin blood reel the snake of his belt up from the street's turned earth and wrap it round his muddied, bloodied pants. The meaty lad who'd been saved was now headed off to tavern with what looked like his uncles messing his hair and laughing that he'd pissed himself. I hated Grevitsa, and I hated goblins worse, and I hated the rashness of men that let wars and waste cull us so. I'd have liked to report that Malk died bravely saving Galva's Infanta, but no. On the 33rd day of Lammas, 1233 years marked since the knock, Malk na Shannack died in a stupid bit of blood sport in a muddy Mulrovan alley, and none but us mourned him because a goblin's death was more entertaining than a stranger's life. Selfish Grevitsa, ugly for all your lace and amber, stupid, witless, dear Malk. He had but 30 years behind him, and 30 more might have been purchased for the price of crossing the street. As far as I knew, his mother was still living. She'd had him at 14. If I ever got back to Plathagloris, sure and I'd see her. Would I even tell her I'd met up with him again, knowing the story led here? No. He'd died on the wreck of the Swebke, which I'd heard about but not seen. That's what I'd tell her. Better her boy drowned than got fed to biters 7 years after the wars. A sorry, God's awful business either way. It wasn't until we got back to our lodgings I realised I was holding Malk's boot. I didn't remember picking it up. We left Grevitsa the next day. 48. The Bitterns. We took a sail raft from Grevitsa to Rastava, and it was a good thing Galva had a fat purse from the sale of the goblin ship in Edth, because we had to hire the whole boat to get the donkeys on. It saved us time, though, and both Galva and I had cause to hurry. It only took us 2 days and a night to get to the capital of Mulrova, which sat where the Spine River met the Gunnish Sea. Rastava. We pulled up to her docks on the 36th and last of Lammas. I was supposed to be in Hrava tomorrow, but the way the Falskerleen at the hangar's house had said it, it sounded more like a goal than a command. With luck, the takers wouldn't be after my blood just yet. As with all capitals, there was no other city just like Rastava, but those who prefer cities will find it more familiar than any small village back home. The official colour of Rastivan nobility was blue, so all the houses up the hill were painted some shade of it, the newer ones darker, but most of them proudly faded to a handsome robin's egg hue. The skies were so full of slate-grey clouds, and the high houses such a brilliant pale blue, I remember thinking the city looked upside down. Under the 3 hills of Rastava, the elegance of the people thereon diminishing with altitude, the lesser city riled with noise and colour. In lower Rastava, we met card sharps and courtesans, embittered clowns and bear-baiters. We had pointed out to us 2 of the king's rumoured 100 bastard sons, these 2 apparently older than the king, and though it was death to speak of the unnatural magic that preserved him, we heard no less than 4 theories on the subject. We spent the afternoon replenishing our stocks of food and repairing our gear and clothes. That evening, Yorbez brought home a boy whore with a handsome false smile and kicked Galva out, so the 3 of us played dice while trying to ignore the sounds of him in the next room. At first light the next morning, I saw the harlot washing makeup from his face at the yard's pump well. He was just a bit younger than me. He turned his weary face my way as I stalked to the jakes, and though it wasn't candlelight, I could only just make out the shape of a rose tattooed on his cheek. Poor fucker had once thought himself a thief, but now the guild had whored him. He was doing his armpits as I crossed back to my room. I flipped him a copper shave, and he snatched it from the air without meeting my eyes. We left that day, the first of vintners, heading for a small line of mountains called the Bitterns. These would be the last real mountains before the Thralls. The narrow kingdom of Ostrom would lie between, thick with pine forests and golden with unkillable wheat that fed Mulrova and Middlesea when their crops faltered. now, of course, overrun with giants. The air was growing colder as the second month of fall came on, and faint traces of snow could be seen in the rock pleats, promising freezing nights and carefully husbanded fires. Once, as we were marching along, I thought about those big uns I saw in the witness coin, how broad they were as well as tall. My feet got heavier, and I had to concentrate to make myself keep walking west. It's like my feet were smarter than my mind, telling it, "Look, Carker, you're telling us to go toward violent man-shaped things the size of a house, not away from them, and we don't want any." The others in the party weren't slowing down or cold sweating in their leathers. They hadn't seen them, had they? I missed Malk now. He was the best travelled of the bunch, being a sailor, and I could have talked to him. So I imagined him next to me, walking his bored cockerel walk toward the frontier. I asked him in my mind, "Hey, Coldfoot, you ever see a giant?" And he said, "Every time I unbutton my pants." And we had a laugh. Well, I had a laugh. And Yorbez looked at me like I was queer in the head, but I felt better. "Thanks, fucking Malk. Thanks for the good humour. You're welcome, fucking Kinch. Watch out for giants." And imaginary Malk thrust his imaginary pelvis at me twice, and I laughed again all by myself, looking at nothing. Yorbez shook her head at me and lit a tabac stub. Norrigal and I had kept off love-making for no good reason. It's not like it profited Malk's bones wherever in the mud of Goblin Town they lay, but that first night of Vintners, a loon day and a full moon as the first always is, we stayed in an old brick horse barn mad with ivy, just starting to blush red. She came to me wearing a pair of stag's antlers woven into a garland of ivy and goldenrod. She was playing the part of Marael, daughter of Haros and Caelilenna, the bright moon. Marael was said to roam the woods at the full moon, a human woman of great beauty but horned like her father. You had to be careful of Lunday night, or you might meet Marael's half-sister, Solgra, Caelilenna's first daughter, whom she'd conceived with the wolf-headed god of war. Solgra was just as pretty as her sister, and she'd sometimes wear false antlers to fool mortals. After the act of love, she'd turn wolf and kill you. You only knew it was her because she never lost her wolf's tail. So she would try to hide it in her skirts or wouldn't turn her back to you. The first thing Norrigal did was strip off and show me her backside, which was a very pleasing thing to look on, and would have been even if it bore a wolf's tail, which it didn't. So I took her like a stag would take a doe, and tried to make Haros proud. She howled low like a wolf as I got close, and her voice was so husky and fertile that did me. I spent before I meant to, and where I oughtn't have, and said, "Sorry," as I fell away from her. She ate my mouth with hers and said, "It's natural to try to make life after a death. Anyway, I've herbs for that, so you'll not be punished this once." "You're 2 more weeks my wife," I said. She nodded, her horns silvered by the moonlight. 18 sweet days and sweeter nights. What then? I said. "Then?" she said. "How should I know? Ask me then, you silly fond thing." As the moon waned and we drew near the Bittern Mountains, Galva announced we had 1 more stop to make before we crossed over into Ostrom and made for its ruined capital. "This bird I keep here," she said, gesturing at the spot on her chest where the tattoo was hidden beneath her chain mail. "Her kind were made by magicers." The Spanth looked even more solemn than usual as she said this, which I hadn't thought possible. "In the war there were 2, Dalgatha and Bellu. They were magnificent. They tore the biters like fish. They saved my life many times, but Bellu is dead now, and his tattoo over my heart is his grave." Her hand rested over her left breast now. "His name means handsome, and he was. The light made his black feathers a blue so beautiful my heart aches to think of him. The maker of these 2 I carry was a magicer of rare skill, and something even more rare. He pays no fealty to crown or guild." "You know this maker?" I said, suspecting this was the point she was building toward. It was unlike her to speak of her birds, or the war, or worst for a Spanth, her fucking feelings. "I knew him in Ispantia," she said. This stilled me. A rare and great magicker from Mulrova who had lived and worked in Espanthia. Galva was talking about Fulvir. Fulvir the Dissolver. Fulvir Lightning Binder. Fulvir who could make the dead talk. Hold on a moment. Fulvir. You know fucking Fulvir. That's who we're meeting in the Bitterns. Who do you think inked Dalgatha into my skin? Who else made it so I could heal her in my skin even if she nearly died? Not only was Galva a duke's daughter, she bore a sleeper tattoo inked by a magicker as powerful as Deadlegs, whose warmth to Galva now made even more sense. My skin tingled with excitement. He was a bone mixer like the great Galt Knockbur, his one-time partner who fell out with him over the ethics of mixing the bones of kin with those of beasts. Knockbur had done it, as evidenced by Hornhead, but came to conclude it offended the gods and swore off the practice. Fulvir, it was said, was none so delicate. Another name for Fulvir was Father of Abominations. Espanthian mothers threatened their children with him, that he would come to them and change their heads to ravens' heads, or their feet to roosters' feet. He was said to have a magical library unmatched in man-reach, coveted by witches from Gulte to Pigdenay. Galva had resolved that we should meet this infamous magicker, and I resolved that I would steal a book from him. The Bittern Mountains weren't so large as the Thralls further west, but what they lacked in height and depth they more than made up for in treachery. The donkeys were having a time of it, and so were we. Narrigal in particular kept nodding off on her mount, which could be deadly on narrow mountain paths. To help keep her in the saddle, she chewed a plant called Fastleaf that gave her energy but made her over-passionate about mundane things, and she talked a great deal, which normally wasn't her way. This small path over the mountains, while far harder than the main road farther south, and impassable to anything with wheels, was actually supposed to be a more direct route to Ustrom. In other words, gods preserve us all, a shortcut. It also had the advantage of taking us by Fulvir's bone garden. The afternoon we drew near the wizard's keep. I entertained myself trying to imagine what sort of spell books the old codger would be hoarding in his mountain fastness. Books on flight, metamorphosis, necromancy, probably the lot. While I indulged my fancies, Norrigal hopped up on the Fastleaf, described how she once shrunk herself so she could ride a wolf. And he wasn't having any, so I had to use a bit of calming powder, which I mixed with my own spit and lamb's blood. You really shouldn't go anywhere without a bit of lamb's blood. It's in every spell, at least every spell out of Galtia, and you can get good silver water, which will keep the blood quick in its vial without spoiling its properties. I highly recommend it. Where was I? Right, the wolf, an old fellow with white in his muzzle, and I slicked the powder and blood on my hand and held it out for him to lick, and you could just see he was thinking about biting the hand right off me, but he must have decided I was his friend, so lick he did, and then he was rolling on his back, and I gave him a rub, but I was already turning wee, so my hand fairly disappeared in all that chest fur, and— Here I interrupted. If I rolled on my back, would you give me a rub? You've had rubs enough. Another one and you'll go tame and be no use to me. Where was I? Right! So I gave his belly a rub, and when he got up, it was one leg over. The story carried on. I resisted the temptation to make a lewd comment about one leg over and just listened. It's fascinating to hear about a girl 4 feet tall riding hither and thither on a wolf, though when she chewed that plant it was nearly too fast to follow. A fog had settled in, and it was getting strangely dark with sunset at least 2 hours away. I found myself following Norrigal's voice, feeling strangely at peace despite her harsh surroundings and her breathless fast-leaf speech, and staring off to the sides of the path, where weeds or yellow grass grew, as if I thought I might find coins there. Before long, I did find a coin, and when I got off my donkey, snatched it up and wiped the dirt off, I couldn't believe my luck, because it was my favourite coin of all, a Gallardian owlet. How about that? I said, and held it up toward Norrigal's voice, which was still weaving her tale. And we were at a sort of brook which looked too large for him to leap, but leap it he did, and that wolf smell of his all gamey and musky in my nose, and I got such a case of the giggles that I was afraid I'd fall off him, but dug my fingers even tighter in the fur at his neck, and he didn't mind, but rather seemed encouraged and went faster yet, which I hadn't thought possible. I had fallen away from the party, though not by much, and could still see their shadows in the murk. "Hey, Nargle," I said, and hurried toward her with my coin held up in one hand, leading the donkey by the bridle with the other. I tried to follow her monologue, but I couldn't seem to close distance. That's when it occurred to me that I was being magicked. Was she doing it? I didn't think so. When you get to know someone well, their magic has its own feel and even smell. Nargle's magic was warm and smelled like good fresh mud and honeycomb and maybe pup's fur. This other magic was animal, yes, but old and dry and hard. "Nargle," I said, and pulled the donkey toward her shadow in the thick fog, but even as I moved toward it, it seemed to trot casually away from me at exactly the same distance, talking all the while. I left my donkey and leapt at it now, and finally managed to close with the thing that had somehow taken her place. 49. The Golem. Where Nargle had been riding, I now saw a sort of figure, smooth but crude, like something a sculptor might roll out of clay with his fingers, only this was kind-sized, just about my height exactly. It turned toward me now. Instead of eyes, it had two indentations like a thumb would make, and I thought I could even see the whorls of thumbprints in them. Its mouth was a round, small hole like a navel. The hole opened and closed, and Nargle's voice came out of it. Then we were in a thorn bramble, and the wolf was tangled, so I got off, and did I ever bleed myself peeling thorns out of his hide? It slapped the coin out of my hand, which I found quite unfriendly, but things got worse quickly. It grabbed my arms now with its simple hands like clay gauntlets, and they were strong despite their mushy give. "Hey," I said, and kicked it in the chest. A push kick to get it off me, but my boot slid off, and the thing closed with me. Before I knew what to do, it had bowled me up against the rock wall by the side of the path, and now it was putting its potter's clay hand up over my nose and mouth to stop me breathing. I tried to turn my face away, and did the first 2 times, but finally it managed to plug me up, and I felt my eyes bugging. I saw that the donkey had caught up to us, and it hee-hawed at the struggle, though it was impossible to say who it was rooting for. The clay thing moved its navel mouth hole up to my eye and kept talking at me in Nargle's voice. And it took the rabbit in its mouth and bit, and there I was on the forest floor with it sharing its kill raw, the blood on me cheeks just the same as on its muzzle, and I realised we weren't so different, but now I wasn't wee any more, and I knew the ride was over, and still I determined to ride a wolf again. I snaked my hands between its arms and braced my left knuckles under its left arm, slapping up hard with my right hand. A person would have broken their hold at that, fallen off to their own right with ribs exposed for an elbow or a knife. But this thing, the arm came off of it with a wet clay sound, but at least it let go and I got a breath in me. "Galva!" I yelled. "Nargle, we're under attack!" Where were they? Had this lumpy bugger harmed my witchlet? It picked its arm up and put it back on, still talking. "You have to ride a wolf sometime, Kinch. You simply have to promise me you will." "Would you please shut up?" I said, then called again for my moonwife and the birder. "You're not fucking Nargle," I said, and kicked its leg, meaning to trip it, but the leg came off. Of course. Why wouldn't it? It had its arm back on now and hopped, so it hooked me round the neck and spun me so my head banged into the rocks, and I saw those little lights you see when you bang your skull, a good one. It fell with me and rolled over on me, so my face was pressed in its soft clay chest, and that was bad. I pushed myself up a bit, but it hugged the back of my head, and thrash as I might, I couldn't get it off me to breathe. Since its arms were busy with my head, I got my knife out and started stabbing it deep, probing. Sometimes an automaton will have a sheep's or a deer's heart in it to make it go, though I'd never seen a clay one before and didn't know how it worked. Its body seemed naught but thick, heavy clay. I was about to die, and I got that mad strength a drowning man gets. Instead of thrashing wild, I grabbed its head with one hand and with the other cut its clay neck right through a roots tendril that served it for a spine until the head came off. I learned enough about magic later to know it probably had a mandrake in its head, as mandrakes make great brains or hearts for animated figures. So with that severed, its arms lost most of their strength. I pushed it off and took big, ragged breaths. The homunculus was weakly feeling around for its noggin, hoping to make itself whole again. I couldn't have that, so I said, "No, you don't," and gave the clay head a kick, spinning it on the ground. From the thing's navel mouth, Norgal's voice screeched, "Ooh, that's dirty! You're a dirty fighter, Kinch." "Right you are," I said, and punted the head off the path so I heard it go, "Eeeeee," and thumped down the stony mountainside. I wanted no more mischief from the creature, so I kicked its detached leg over too. It fought weakly to try to keep me from cutting its arms off, but it wasn't much good without the head. And yet, even as it tangled my arms up and tried to hinder me, I saw that the impression my face had made in the middle of its chest now bulged out from concave to convex, so I was looking at a sort of death mask of my own face in its chest. The clay Kinch face now spoke, and in my own voice too. That's fine," it said as I cut an arm off it, the hand grabbing on my sleeve, making it hard for me to pry off. I chucked the arm off the road and reached for the other one, which had tried to keep away from me while my voice kept coming out of my clay face in its middle. "That's fine," it said to me, its voice now thickening, taking on a foreigner's burr. "But you'll not have any of my books." "What's that?" I said to me. And now the face in the clay changed. It wasn't me anymore. It became an older man's face, with deep lines bracketing the mouth and the tilted-up eyes you see in fair, gunnish men and darker Mulrovans. It spoke again, only this time its voice wasn't mine, but a rich, melodic baritone voice with a thick Mulrovan accent. "I said, you impish little Galt, that you will not have any of my books. I heard you thinking you would steal from me, and you won't do that, will you?" "No," I said, "no." "Good," it said, but its eyes in its chest lit like two coals, and smoked. "I don't believe you." It stood up on its one leg and balanced itself by extending its one arm, and, wobbling, it said, "Are you afraid, boy? Galtish boy?" I almost said yes, but before I could, it barked the word "No!" with great violence. "Do not insult me with the truth," it said. I said, "Fuck you then, I'm not afraid." "Are you tired?" it said, and I inventoried my aching, leaden muscles and said, "No, I could run the day long." "Good. Are you hungry?" it said. And I realized I actually wasn't hungry, so agitated from the fight was I, so I said, "Yes, because we were in Mulrova and you lie, don't you?" So it grinned a wolfy grin and opened its mouth and shot a great jet of what I thought was fire at me, for it was hot. But as it gushed into my face and up my nose, and I shut my eyes against it, a bit of it got in my mouth and I sputtered and coughed. It was soup. Hot soup, salty, peppered, some sort of fowl. Squab? Squab and black pepper soup. "Ah," I said, "I love this place." And it said, "Yes, and I am glad you're here." I coughed and choked, my eyes still shut hard against the hot stew, and I realized I was sitting down. Someone was handing me a cloth, and I wiped soup out of my eyes and off my face. People were talking. When I managed to get my eyes open, I was bewildered because I wasn't on a stony mountain path at all. I was seated at a table in a hall, and Galva was next to me, Norgal on my right, and Yorbez smoking her stump of tabac. "Did you hear a thing I said?" Norgal asked. "I was telling you a story and you fell asleep and dropped your face in the soup." Was it a story about riding a wolf?" I said. "What else?" I blew a snort of soup out of my nose and said, "I heard it." Then I remembered the cold chill I'd felt to think her gone and maybe murdered by a clay man, and I couldn't stop myself kissing her cheek, though in fact she turned at the last instant and I smooched her weirdly on the corner of her eye. "You fond knob," she said, and smilingly shoved me off. I became aware of an older man now, with a prominent forehead and lips that rested in a purse of disapproval between the parentheses of his deep wrinkles. He looked at me appraisingly. "Kinch Na Shannack, student of the Takers Guild, third year physical, second year magical, and Nurgle Na Gilbraith, handmaiden of the Downward Tower. Would the two of you like to see a library?" "Not in the least," I said, and got up to follow him. 50. Father of Lies. For the last few years, I'd been telling myself a marvellous fiction that, despite my laziness and love of being outside, one day I'd get around to bending my neck over arcane books and learning deep magic. That being a thief was just a temporary diversion from my true calling. That with the right teachers and training, I could one day be a formidable wizard. That's not how seeing Fulvir's library made me feel. What it made me feel was that I was an imposter, a decent thief perhaps, but a mediocre spell botcher who would be adequate on his best day and a dangerous liability on the others. Sure, I could break a fall, put a geezer to sleep, hold my breath underwater 3 times longer than you, but really, the people who wrote and cast spells from the books Fulvir had amassed made me look like a knee-pants, barefoot serf's bastard who chopped the heads off wheat with a stick and thought himself a knight. The library stood 2 stories up inside a house made entirely of white horse bones, mortared with dark mud, a house you'd never see from the road but had to wind through narrow passes to find in its clearing. In the clearing stood piles and piles of skeletons, half of them from beasts that no longer walked our world or never should have. The house proper wasn't shaped like any other house in Manreach, but had the look of a hornet's nest or an onion, and the library was top and centre. The wood for the shelves came from shipwrecks, unless that was a lie, which it probably was, but there was no need to exaggerate what they held. Fulvir had 170 books if he had one, and that would sound impressive enough if we were discussing ordinary books written out by Gallardian scribe slaves or Haltish scriveners. Magic books, however, that's another beast. He showed Nargle and me books on how to speak with bears, dogs and horses, how to call lightning up from the ground, how to bring the dead back to something like life and why you shouldn't. One book wouldn't open unless you bled on it and wouldn't close until you sang it a song, the song it asked for, and if you left it open, the next fella to come along would be able to read your thoughts in it. "Why are you showing us this?" I said. "Don't you know?" he said. "You are my son." I just blinked at him. He and Nargle shared a look then, like they were both in on some joke just outside my ken. "You heard me. When I go to the towns, which I used to do in my travels, I find bored wives and make sons in them. It is nothing." "Nothing? That's a long way from nothing. Anyway, you're lying. I shit in the pen. I throw it in a hole. I am not sentimental about the functions of my body, but, as you say, you are not my son because I was lying." What he said got me thinking, though. My dad was a stoop-necked miner who knew nothing of the arts of love, while my mother was a beautiful woman who went heavy to the wedding. "My ma was a beautiful woman," I said, letting that bit slip from mind to mouth. "She was. Hair like spun copper, curly hair. A tiny woman, but lovely." "And you passed through Galti in those days, so they say, making seagulls sing. Your mother was a good judge of their talents. The Isle of Ravens. That was my mother. Anyway, you said we. You used to travel with another magicer." "I was in those days foolish enough to walk my paths with a Galt. Now he is as mad as an Espenthian princess." "Knockbur," I said. His face lost its playful, mocking, smarter-than-me look. "That name is frequently spoken in this house. You are welcome to say it as much as you like." I had a moment then, thinking about the name Knockbur. I had thought it a funny name, perhaps even vulgar, But now it came to me that a burr wasn't just a spiny plant seed or a spur on metal, but also a way of talking, and that the word knock might mean the knock, the calamity that drowned the world. Calling that great old Galt Knockburr was as much as calling him the voice of doom. I looked away from Fulvir to an open book on a small table, a book discussing the magical properties of blood from different animals. Apparently, lion's blood was the only thing more coveted than lamb's blood for spell work, but, as you'd imagine, a bit harder to come by. You have understood every book you have turned your eyes to here, I think. Not at all, I said. And you, your Holtish is not excellent. I speak 61 languages, he said. How many do you speak? Do you count hand-canting? Of course. 2 perfectly, 3 decently. Perhaps I was wrong. A son of my body would speak at least 6 languages. What besides Holtish do you speak perfectly? Galtish, of course. Who taught you? My mother. Do you speak it? No, he said. I thought maybe my mother taught you too, at least in the reality of the lie you've chosen to tell me. I was not with her long enough to learn a joke. He said, laughing. You don't have to be rude about it. I already didn't speak Celtish before she didn't teach me to speak it. Well, you should learn it. It's beautiful. Do you think so? More than Mulroven. This is entertaining. Please continue. Mulroven sounds like a man getting kicked to death with hot broth in his mouth. It's a wet, spitting language for whore people with whore lips. Galtish is a poet's language. Yours is a difficult language. Too many ways to say things. Why should 2 people saying we be different from 3 people saying we? Spoken like someone who doesn't understand poetry. If I say, my children are children of the moon herself and we don't need you, we meaning the moon and I, implies she's my lover. Very different from we meaning me and my children. Norgal spoke up then. As your wife for another week, I should tell you you're embarrassing yourself. She started laughing like a pot about to boil over. What? How? You're speaking fucking Galtish right now, aren't you? And so is he. She was right. She was speaking Galtish too. When did we switch? She was laughing really hard now. When you asked him if he spoke it and he said no. I could actually feel my face turning red, and I'm not usually a blusher. You did well against the Claymen, he said. You're a good fighter, for your size. But I'll never be a wizard. No. No, for real, or Mulroven, no. Yes. Shite, I hate this place. So leave, he said, walking away. And take your temporary wife with the lightning ring on her thumb with you. Does that really mean stay another night? As you wish, he said. The door to the room we would sleep in that night swung open, and 2 books waited for us on the bed. On the left, where Norgal always sleeps, was a Galtish book called Charming Plants and Taming Poisons. On the right, a beginner's treatise on magical tattoos, in Galardian, which he knew good and well I could read. 51. Father of Abominations. Curiosity devils me in the darkest part of the night. Was the mad old codger my da? I had torn the idea round in my head now and was leaning toward not. It felt too like a story your gran would tell when you were small by the light of the hearth on a wintry night and all that. Not that my gran told stories. She lived alone in a leaning cottage, and toward the end of her life she swore at mice and chased them naked with a shoe in her hand. But most grans, I guess. A magicker for a father, and a right mighty one at that. Not likely for Kinch Na Shannack from Platha Glorus, prank of the guild and debtor. I was at least a bit more like my poor black-tongued dad than this rich pink-tongued monkey. But not enough like dear old dad to leave no room for doubt. That's the thing about babies, isn't it? They all look enough like any man to reassure him, but not so much like the right one as to damn him. Questions of skin or tongue pigment aside, that is. And how'd he know my ma's hair was curly? After I'd lost half the night's sleep tossing and turning over this business, I lit a candle and tried to read some of the magic tattoo book, but it made my cat tattoo itch and burn. I don't think the assassin liked me reading it, and anyway, I was too restless for sleep or letters. Narrigal slept like the dead, so deeply entombed in her blankets I couldn't see an inch of skin. I decided to have a look around this crafty old deceiver's domain. I had already seen a fair part of the house, so I chose to trespass in the many outbuildings behind. These were the same buildings Fulvir had warned us not to poke around in, but in Mulrova it was easy to mistake a prohibition for an invitation, or at least to claim you did. I scaled down the wall of horse bones and mortar, and nearly fell when I had the impression the house was about to pull itself out of the ground and rear like a horse. It did no such thing, but it was letting me know it could if it wanted to, so I got off it fast. I now understood the house could move, just pick itself up and leave. I also understood the bones that bricked the house were mortared together with blood, and not just horse's blood. I crept past the first outbuilding and, keeping quiet, keeping to the moon shadows, for there was still half a moon in the sky, I peeked into the yard behind, where I saw what looked like a huge black hedge. It seemed to move just a bit in the breeze, then part of the hedge broke off and started coming toward me. It wasn't a hedge at all, of course. It was a whole pack of war corvids, just like the one that slept in Ink and Galva's chest. The one killer bird who'd broken off from the rest came nearer and nearer. Did it see me? How? I grabbed myself around the legs and tucked my face so there'd be nothing to see. I made not a sound, and I hoped I made not too much of a scent. I watched with just the squinted corner of my eye as the great black murderous thing strutted by me on its taloned legs, shivering a wing as it passed, either by chance or as if to say, "I know you're there, but you've got permission," which I dearly hoped wasn't the case. It's no mischief at all sneaking around when you're welcome. It went by me, then broke into a run as it plucked something up from the ground. A mouse? I think it was a mouse, but I'll never know, for the corvid ate it down in one gulp, then croaked its pleasure. Well, I thought, I'm either harder to spot or less delicious than whatever that was. The others croaked back at it, and it loped across the yard and rejoined them in their standing half-sleep, the lot of them turning slowly like a wheel in the wind. I snuck around now to the front of the building I had been crouching behind and found its one door. The place had a roof of turtle shells, walls of ochre-coloured brick, and no windows to speak of. Over the door of fire-hardened oak I made out the word Bolisi, which was the Mulrovan word for gods. It was the same word hanging over the All-God house in Grevitsa, may its name be cursed forever. So my Mulrovan false father had a church in his yard, did he? I tried the door, and of course it was locked. I tried a simple unlocking cantrip, and of course it didn't work. Magic was strong here. I had one spell I'd been taught during my last month of study, and it was the strongest lock magery I knew. I crouch-walked the ground slowly, so slowly the wheel of corvids wouldn't be alerted, until I came near several trees, and soon found a dried twig in the grass. I took this and returned, saying certain words over it. I stuck the twig near the lock, said more words over it, then felt it turn into a key in my hand. I slotted this key and turned it slowly, so slowly, feeling the tumblers give. The door crept open with a slow push, and I slipped into the darkness within, closing it behind me and relocking the door. I may die for my curiosity, but at least I'd die knowing what sort of church a man like Fulvir kept. Surely that would be mischief enough for Fafanin. "Well, why don't you ask him?" a voice in my own head seemed to say. "Well, what does that mean?" I thought back at the voice. My eyes took a moment to adjust to the full darkness, and as I did, I made out the sounds of breathing and sleep. I was in a jail of sorts where iron bars separated me from about a dozen close cells. Words hung over the cells. Malmrana, Savaav, Bolr. These were the names of Mulrovan gods, I was fairly sure, but I had little knowledge of them. Bolr was the Mulrovan word for bear, and that was their god of courage. I peered in the cave and saw a dark form sleeping. I could hear it snore, but could make nothing out. Sava'av appeared to be some sort of large bird, not so large as a corvid, but bigger than an eagle, and the feathers on the wing it wrapped itself in seemed blue, but could have been grey or brown as well. My eyes were keen in the darkness. I had trained and magicked them to be so, but this place was dark. I could tell nothing at all about Malmarana, save it was hidden behind a pile of rocks and sticks. Logs crossed its cell, and the bars were closer together than the others. The name above the next cell caught my eye. Fothanan, my own god, the god of mischief. What did it say about me that the word sacrilege only now occurred to me, with my own chosen deity parodied in flesh? I thought perhaps I should leave without looking in that cell, and I dearly wish I had. But how could I? I'm a man who'll always choose to know. I crept over where I could get a better look. I saw what looked like a large fox sleeping, the way foxes do, all balled up like a fur hat with its pretty red tail over its nose. Every time I'd ever seen a fox came back to me at once, all their beauty and cleverness, how they play and bound over each other. I was always going to fall for Fothanan, even had he not been one of the deities sanctioned by the Takers Guild. I had loved him since I first met an old tinker who worshipped him and told me the story of the naughty fox, the sleepy drunk, and the love-struck goat. I was reduced to a state of childlike awe, and I forgot I was a thief. For just that moment, I was a little boy again, and I was seeing the demigod I would devote my life to, and not in the tongue-in-cheek way Fothanan himself insists on. I was struck with wonder. Fothanan, I said. The fox's head came up, and its nose twitched. It looked right at me. My heart skipped a beat. My godling stood up, and I was awed. The head of a fox sat squarely on the shoulders of a 5 or 6-year-old boy. He had little leather pants with a hole cut in them so his bushy tail could peek out. Fothanan, I said again, utterly bewildered. I knew in my mind it was a mixling, but he was just as the legend described. He yipped like a fox now, then dropped to all fours and ran in a circle. The other gods were coming awake. I spared a look at Buehlman, and saw that the smallish bear or largish cub I had seen was peeking over its shoulder, but that it had a man's face, an old man with caterpillarish eyebrows and a confused look. I heard movement at Malmarana's cell, and saw a serpent walk out on about a dozen pair of arms, flicking its tongue at me through the bars. Fothanan yipped, Sava'av stirred, and began to beat its wings, and I had no desire to see what they might hold aloft. Brate nibyar, Buehlman said. What? I said to it. It picked up a tin plate in its teeth and shambled toward its bars, dropping the plate near a slot in the ground, now pushing the plate with its nose. Brate nibyar, it shouted, its eyes mad, and wouldn't you be mad if you were a small bear with a geezer's face in a mad wizard's menagerie? All the noise had, of course, roused the corvids, and I heard them croaking loud, menacing croaks just out the door, which was the only way in or out of this carcery. I was well in the shite, but one thing they teach you at the guild is never give up. I was just crouching there in the loud darkness, trying to figure out what not giving up might look like in this awful situation, when I heard Norgal say, "You're a fucking idiot." Now she had me painfully by the hair at my temples and stood me up and shook me dog-like, this from behind, where I couldn't actually see her. The corvids stopped their squawking, and I heard the tumblers in the door turn. The clay man I'd fought on the way up the mountain pass walked in the doorway, holding before him a lamp that looked for all the world like a burning frog in a jar. He saw me and fast walked over, the corvids behind him. He turned away from me and bent over, walking backward at me, and I saw Fulvir's face on his arse. The face puckered its lips at me like it was going to whistle, then started blowing fire at me. I tried to run away but was caught fast by my hair. Now, Norgal's fist, or whoever's fists, were wound into my hair at the temples, turned me around upside down as if in a dance so I could look behind me at her, but she wasn't there. Invisible. That was a good trick. And I was on fire. Then quite suddenly I was in bed and Nargle actually was there, and she let go of my hair and started spanking my arse. She seemed angry. "Oh, thank the gods it was a dream," I said. "The devils it was," she said, and I smelled smoke and realised she wasn't just spanking my arse, she was putting it out. The wizard's clay man really had blown fire out of its bunger all over me in a jail full of mixlings made to blaspheme the gods. "You made me use my last dream walk, and that's no cheap spell. I hope it was worth it." The way she said "I hope it was worth it" made it perfectly clear that it wasn't. "You really do love me, don't you?" I said. "I think so, yeah, but ask me when I'm not tempted to cut your throat." I saw out the window that first light was glowing in the sky. Morning already. How long had I been wandering? Nargle slapped me in the face now, hard. I suppose because I wasn't paying attention after she'd left her body to fetch me back and then put my burning arse out with her bare hands. Fair play. "Sorry," I said. She slapped me again, though less hard, to make sure I got the message. Then she hugged me and held me to her. "You confuse me dearly," she said. Then we both nearly jumped out of our skins as a hard knock fell on the door. 52. Bread and Butter. We had been invited down for breakfast, this by a steward with too much tongue in his mouth, slightly sharp teeth, and a tendency to pant when hot or tired. He seemed to be second in command here, for I saw him ordering about the hugely muscled man-bulls caught after Hornhead's pattern. We came down to find Galva and Yorbez already stuffing themselves with eggs, the yolks of which looked larger than they should have. When he saw us, Fulvir, from his post at the head of the table, motioned at 2 empty seats and bade us sat. A warm smell came from the kitchen, which was the iron heart of the bone and wood house, and a portly Mulrovan woman followed it out. "Braten je bjar," she said, setting down a wood block stacked high with sliced bread and a stone pot of butter beside it. I felt bad eating anything from the hand of a man who tangled up kind and beast and kept the results in cages. As soon as I thought this, Fulvir looked at me and said, "Why don't you have some bread and butter?" I tried to say something back to him. I didn't even know what, but I found I couldn't speak. My hand reached for the bread and I held it, trembling. The portly woman saw this and buttered it for me. My hand, quite on its own, brought the bread to my mouth, which opened, and I bit, chewed, and swallowed. I was outraged, but not so outraged I didn't notice it was damn delicious. "When you eat your bread, think vilket," he said in Hultish, so Al could understand, even though it was a Mulrovan saying. It meant that for the grain to stay safe, mice had to die. It meant don't be a child. It meant that without his and Knockbur's experiments we'd have had no corvids, and without corvids, goblins might have pushed us all the way to the Gunnish Sea. I ate the next bite without being forced to, or at least I think I did. "You slept well, I trust," Fulvir said. The Espanthians nodded. Nargle shrugged. I said, "Like a baby," and we all know how well babies sleep. "Good," he said. "There is much to do and little time to do it. I have no intelligence that a giant army has moved well out of Hrava across the plains of Ostrom, and the chance they will pass by here has grown from minimal to probable. I will be moving south today, but not without leaving you with certain gifts to help you on your important mission." He made a gesture, and the doors that led to the library opened. Now, as if they had been waiting behind the door, a trio of musicians came in and began to play. One man thumped a hip drum, one woman blew wetly into a fife, one man squeezed and puffed his cheeks red, wrestling a screeching wail from a Gallardian cornemuse. They weren't very good musicians. We all watched the door they entered from to see what the gift would be, but when they finished their tune they bowed and said their names. "Bij," said the drummer. "Naj," said the woman with the fife. I noticed now her large nose. "Gorbel," said the piper, who sneezed all over himself, sorting out his snotty beard and moustache with a pocket rag. Galva seemed to be looking for something else too. Were you expecting a horse and carriage? Take these 3 with you, and mind they don't die. They will try to die." "That's hardly fair," said Beige, with a nasal quality to his voice and an accent I couldn't place. "Aye," said Naj, even more nasally. "All we've done is try to live." "And we've done a good job of it," said Gorbal, who blinked a great deal. Beige beat a triplet on his drum to punctuate Gorbal's words. Their names sounded Mulrovan, but their accents remained a mystery. They didn't look particularly fit, and in this horseless world, that meant slowing us down. Were we really going to have to take these bastards with us? "You really will. You will really take these bastards with you, and you will be sad if you do not," Fulvir said, and that was no lie, and that settled it. After the gift to the musicians, we were ignored. Fulvir had a great deal to see to in preparing this household for a move. The doggish steward oversaw the efforts of the trio of man-bulls, and they buckled this and fastened that and dragged a great deal of furniture outside. The portly woman took all of the plates out of the cupboard and set them by the road. Fulvir didn't even see us off. I had wanted to see if I could worm something else about Galtia out of him just to further plumb the chances he was me father, but I knew it would be futile. First, he probably wasn't any more my kin than a cornstalk. One of the greatest devices in confidence games taught at the low school is to make a mark think they're more than they are. Many a fool has spent silver for a honey-tongued deceiver bearing news of true fathers and unlikely inheritances. Even if I were a bastard, my blood was far surer some local blandy who was half comely for a month in his 25th year and never again, some once lucky fisherman or dung carter who winked just right or turned a pretty dancing leg for my ma when she'd a slow burn of cider under her skin at a gather dance. Second, Fulvir was sane enough to decide what to share and what to keep, and mad enough to turn any question on its head. Father or no, he owed me nothing, not even a goodbye, and however likely we might have all been to die at goblin hands without his murder birds in man-reach, I felt I owed him even less. Especially when I saw further evidence of what corvids could do. When we approached the tree our donkeys had been tied to, we came upon a scene of terrible carnage. 3 of the corvids I had seen last night were disemboweling a donkey, the one I called Annie, the one Norgal rode. I hadn't named mine, I didn't like mine, but there was sweet Annie, dead as summer, with huge black birds greedily swallowing gobbets of meat and croaking in between. Donkey legs and other parts lay scattered on the ground. "No, no, oh fuck no," Norgal said, and sobbed once. "Dalgatha Maya, Gilnaidus corvistus soldados merdo," Galva hissed. Somewhere in the distance a donkey screamed. "Fucking things," I said, and knocked an arrow. "No," Galva said, pushing my bow down with the closest thing to fear I had yet seen in her eyes. We backed away. We left on foot. Just as we neared the breach in the rock wall that led away from Fulvir's clearing, the house unmoored itself from the ground and tottered on 4 tree-sized roots that had been hidden in the rocky soil beneath it. Raining dirt in a cape, the hive-shaped house pitched and swayed in the air and then started walking back the way we had come, balancing improbably on parts of the path that seemed too thin for it. We turned and kept our ways. We passed the clay man, inert in the mud, dead, as dead now as he ever was alive, some small trace of blood running out of him and blending with the rivulets of rainwater that returned whatever soul was in him to the earth. The last evidence of Fulvir's dominion here was the saddest, even if it was a deity. Bolra, Mulrovan god of courage, gave us the farewell Fulvir hadn't felt bothered about. The small bear with a man's face shambled near us and watched us go. I was sure he was simple, that his man's face had no more than a bear's mind behind it, that he could do no better than scoot a plate and ask for bread and butter. But just before I looked away from him, he waved. I waved back. I saw that his eyes were red and knew his cheeks were wet from more than just the light rain that fell as we departed. He knew he'd been abandoned. Fulvir had turned Bolra out of his cage like he was just another unwanted table to leave in the rain. It occurred to me to kill the mixling for mercy's sake, but if Fulvir judged him capable of seeing after himself in this wilderness, who was I to deprive him of that chance? We all want to live, don't we? I would never know what became of Savaav or Malmorana, nor whether Fulvir in his great generosity took little Fothanan along, or simply had one of the man-bulls strangle him. Just as I was thinking that I couldn't hate the manipulative old prick anymore, saviour of man-reach or no, the musicians played a wretched, tuneless little song, and I did. I hated him more. "Stop playing before I cut your hands off," Galva said, and they stopped. Even if we were heading straight for an army of giants and our days were thinly numbered, I knew I was following the right woman. 53. The Oxbone Walls. One day later, we came to the walls that bordered and protected Mulrova, called the Oxbone Walls for the whiteness of their stone, standing out against the darkness of the mountains they bridged. It was a sight to draw gasps, so gasp I did. The stones were massive, hinting at some feat of magic, engineering by the builders of Old Kesh. It was hard to picture Mulrovans managing this. We were closer to giants than ever, so close I imagined a briny smell on the wind that could only be their sweat, or maybe it was iron in my nose, and that was their blood. Our blood, I thought. It'll be our blood on the rocks past those comely walls. Don't forget your shite. One of those things steps on you, it'll squeeze your shite out one end and your supper out the other, imaginary Malk said in my head. What are you, 12 years old, with all your talk of giants in your pants and shite at me arse? I asked him. No, you are, he said. This is all your own invention. I'm fucking dead, aren't I? You poor cark of a bastard orphan. I laughed all by myself, looking into the middle distance. We bribed our way through a small bronze gate guarded by a trio of joyless twats with bronze knives and cured sealskins, each of them hung with jewels they'd no doubt extorted from refugees heading east. One of the men was black-handed and had scars on his lips that looked as though his mouth had once been sewn shut. The walls were so thick the gate was more a tunnel, dark as death, and when we got through, our breaths smoking out before us in the cold, we saw that the mountains we had just passed were only the first and largest of a great many before us, all pressing close to one another, lean and hard, and snow-cloaked, promising choked roads and rockfall. Each of us swore in our several ways, then marched on, the brass gate grating closed behind us. Several times, while crossing the Bittern Mountains, we were forced to abandon the road to let pass streams of refugees, every one of them thanking their dearest gods they'd escaped the land we were striding boldly toward. The people of Ostrom were fierce fighters, the blonde-haired, grey-eyed seed of the Gunnish raiders who sailed to Hrava and down the rivers of Ostrom in the years of Ash, just after the knock brought earthquakes and city-killing waves to topple Old Kesh. If the Gunnish learned to use the plough, they never forgot where they hung their swords and went right on worshipping Voltan, Tur, and Hrel, the martial gods of their sea-raiding ancestors. To see beaten caravans of them shuffling toward the scant hospitality of Mulrova was a sad thing indeed. None of us had enough of their language to trade news with most of them, but one group was led by a clan chief with a Holtish wife. Galva asked her if there was fresh word from Hrava, the capital. The city's broken. Kind have abandoned it and it's too small for them, the wife said. They say it's just bones and weeds. The people have gone up to the hills or down the sewers. The giants pushed down into the valley and began to break the farms and eat their oxen. They mean to lay all our buildings flat and chase us all over the bitterns. You're a spanty, ain't ye? Galva nodded hard once the way they do. Then you'll want word of the Queen. It is said she lives, but I've not spoken to any who've seen her with her own eyes since Hrava fell. I hope she lives. I saw her once. She's better than King Hagley. She cut her eyes at the square-headed, square-bearded man frowning at her left. The king was a fool, and I can say that because my lord and protector here hasn't bothered to learn my tongue. He knows words like brave, though, she said, drawing that word out and smiling warmly at him, earning a proud smile back, and strong. He likes that one too. He poked his chin up a little, but he was running like the rest of them when the giant kicked the house down. Have you seen one of them yet? Galva shook her head. Right, that's why you're going toward them instead of away. You'll be following us soon, or you'll be dead. Got any beer? No, Galva said. Too bad. We'd have traded for it. If you've any whiskey, don't say. He's got a nasty temper with whiskey in him, but whines like a dry hinge when the beer's gone. Ah, well, good luck. It was at her signal that the refugees started moving, but Narrigal put her hand up. Wait. You said you saw the Queen? Aye, Queen Mireia, before all this, of course. Why do you say she's better than her husband? The king couldn't be bothered with people in the country. Just wanted to keep to the capital and be fond on. She loved the land, even if it wasn't hers. She came to our town in the month of Ashers and made an offering of pigeons to Every, the rain maiden, that dry summer 3 years back. Every must have liked the pigeons. She borrowed water from her mother, Helve, in the lake, and the rain came before the Queen's procession was even out of sight. They aren't my gods, and they weren't. But now I cut pigeons for Avery too. Rain years were rich, dry years were poor. We were rich, then poor. Poor now. Guess I should have been kneeling before Tor, since killing giants is what we need, and no one seems very good at it. Do you lot expect you're good at it? Galva opened her mouth as if to speak, but didn't. Narrigal said, Your love for your queen does you honour. The square-bearded man grumbled something at his wife, and she hissed back at him in Gunnish. No, he'd want beer, she said. It was good to speak Holtish with you. Luck fill your larders. And yours, Narrigal said. They went out of sight. We weren't out of the mountains yet, but we were in Ustrom now. One thing you'll remember about Ustrom if you ever go is the light. It's more golden somehow, and not just because we were into Vintner's month. The trees were starting to splash yellow. Not all of them. Mostly one sort I'd never seen before, whose leaves seemed to rattle and flicker in the wind. Not birch, but like birch. Its bark was easy to strip and came off white like expensive paper or not-so-new linen. It was while we were coming down from the last of the bitterns, camping near a stand of these trees, that Yorbez nearly killed one of the musicians. It was the 7th night of Vintners, and I was on watch, doing the best I could to keep myself awake by getting up and walking every once and again, flapping my arms or running in place to stir the blood. It had seemed altogether likely that it would snow before we quit the mountains, cold as it was, but the nights had stayed clear. The stars here were extraordinary in their brightness, and I was amusing myself trying to sort out the constellations. I had already traced the horns of the bull and spotted the axe and lamb, but those were easy. I was just finding the thigh of the summer maiden, who wouldn't be coming much above the mountain before she dipped back down for her winter of coupling with the happy man, whose arms were up in good cheer, or, as some cynics said, surrender. Get your chodado hand from my pack, Burkow, Yorbez said, and I looked to see her roll to her feet and unsheathe her bullnutter. I ran toward them, ashamed to have been caught stargazing, but it was all over before I got there. She moved so fast that I didn't see the blade until I stopped. Beige yipped and danced in pain, his hands moving up to his nose. He took them away to gawk at the dab of blood that spotted one palm. I saw that the very tip of his nose was gone. He put his hand back up and painted a second dab on his palm. That is right, she said to me. That is right for thief, so all may see his thieving when he comes. He steals from me bread. Beige made no attempt to deny it, just moaned a pitiful, sorry moan. Naj and Gorbel came up now and put themselves between him and the angry Spanth, who seemed set to gut the drummer if he so much as looked up at her, which he wisely did not. The other 2 musicians were careful to move slowly and keep their hands in view. That true? I said. Did you steal from one of your journey mates? Galva had gone to stand near Yorbez, her Kalar Saram, and Narrigal walked up behind me. How quickly we divide ourselves by nation, whatever nation the musicians were from. I still had no inkling about their accent, and never heard them talk else but Holtish. Naj spoke for Beige while he went, oh. He probably did steal, but it's not his fault. She left her pack open at the top so she could see the bread, and he can't help himself when he sees bread. None of us can. We love bread. Who doesn't? I said, remembering the bear man saying Bratanya Biar and wondering if he was yet dead or in a cage. I'm so sorry, Beige said through the shirt tail he had up to staunch his bleeding nose. His white, skinny belly shone in the starlight. When the shirt came briefly down so he could find a fresh spot to stain, I noticed crumbs in his sparse beard. He looked dirty, but that beard belonged on a lad just 14. Well, will you do it again? I said. He nodded pitifully. Yes, unless she closes her pack, he said, crying the last bit. Naj and Gorbel folded their arms protectively around him. Galva deferred to Yorbez in this matter. The older sword master looked back at Beige, and I thought sure she was about to stick him liver deep, but she flicked a drop of blood off her spadine in contempt, then wiped and sheathed it. I had nothing to say. It wasn't like I never stole anything. Fox to you, she said, pointing at the sobbing drummer. This time I only close my back. The next day, when we stopped near a stream that cut across the foothills just west of the Bitterns, 4 of us walked a bit away from the 3 newcomers who were arguably musicians. They had played a couple of times, and it had been so awful. We threatened them with stoning on the first occasion and decapitation on the second. We still had not the first idea why we were to tolerate them. Whether or not to continue this policy was a matter of some contention, and it seemed the more one profited from the use of magic, the more tolerant that person felt toward the trio. I think the old man was playing us a joke. These are useless, and he know it. He'd laugh at us to take them. He'd save him the rope to hang them, Yorbez had said. Galva was of the same mind. I do not see what they do for us besides eating our food and slowing us down. Naragal crossed her arms and said, If any of you are sensitive to magic, you'll know these bunch raise the hairs on your arms. There's something to 'em. I think we leave them back or harm them at our peril, and I'm against it. I say we keep them. Besides which, I said, their playing drives the scavengers away. Even Galva laughed at that, and so they stayed, for the moment. 54. The Dogs of Hrava. A dirge for Hrava, city of long winters. Sailors lament the rocks in your treacherous bay, the kind-killing eels in your brackish lake. Bad poets rhyme about your lepers dying in saffron robes on Bald Island, so named because they cut all the wood for fires, or because they shave the lepers' heads. The poets won't agree. Here's a health to your memory, Hrava, ringed with mountains half around, your tower of 2 colours leaning after the earthquake 30 years gone. Proud Hrava, with your king's palace of timber called the Hall of Shields because your warriors were your strongest walls, or so you bragged, but then they fell. Pilgrims from the Gunnish Islands farther north that spawned your strong blonde heirs came to leave their father's finger bones in the ossuaries of your temple of Tur. And there stood stony Tur in statue form, as if guarding the temple door with his golden moustache and wooden tree-tall spear, his beaten copper helm gone green, and the spiral tattoo on his stone chest inlaid gold. Tur, slayer of giants, 50 feet tall on a 10-foot pedestal of volcanic rock. I even remember a song about you, westernmost capital of Manreach.
Hrava hath a summer sweet, 40 days on lamblin's feet, a fall so bitter, bare and cold, you swear the gloamin's taken hold. When the winter icefall brings, for firewood you'll sell your rings, so when the spring at last returns, you've nothing left to eat nor burn. Hrava, Hrava, stone and wood, little else to do man good. Save for iron, flesh and bone, Hrava, Hrava, wood and stone.
When the giants had come to Hrava this year, they'd found a proud, rich city just starting to go soft in the middle, like an old warrior now too fond of beer and bench, a once feared sword hanging up with its first cobwebs on it. They'd found a beautiful city cut with canals and tall new houses with slate roofs and gardens of strange winter plants. That was not what I found on this 10th day of vintners, a week and a day later than my guild told me to get here. I found a graveyard of rubble and thrown boulders. I found a playground of free thieves. I found so much blood between cobblestones that 30 rains might not wash it all away. I would soon find the statue of the giant killing god toppled and lying on his face in 3 huge pieces, the gold and copper stripped off him like jewelry off a victim. The city of Hrava had been well and truly murdered. The rest of the party stayed in the foothills close to the dead city while I went in to see what I could find out. Galva entrusted me with the map of Hrava Rothfuss had provided. It was the first time I'd had a good look at it. She just handed me the map and nodded at the ruins. Turned her back before I could say anything. Not that there was anything to say. I was a thief, and thieves scout as well as steal, don't they? I hadn't Nargle's power or the Aspanthian's swords, but I had luck and training. This was my moment. And if I could find that wayward witch queen, it might just win me enough to have my own leaning house on a windy Galtish bluff, with no one to answer to but me, and naught to do but read old stories and count my filthy silver. Besides, I wanted to impress not only Nargle, but that Spanth birder too. It struck me funny that I should care so much what Galva thought, but so I did. I don't know if it was the noble birth or the Aspanthian blood, but the last daughter of Braga had a way of making you feel like you were just one stupidly brave deed away from finally earning her respect. Maybe walking into a city that had been crushed by giants was more stupid than brave, but there was nothing for it but to point my toes and swing my legs. I walked by the cold, calm lake with my strung bow around me and a dozen arrows in my quiver, my long dagger oiled and my feet up on the boughs, ready to move. The sun was on the water like coins, which made me think of my own Platha Gluris or Shining River back home. Water looks more or less the same everywhere, or everywhere I've been. Poets enough had spilled ink about the green shallows and the sea of tigers, or the turquoise bays off Istria and Beltia, and maybe oceans were another class. But it seemed to me that a river was a river and a lake was a lake. This one was just really far north and really far west. What the fuck was I doing here anyway? Oh, that's right. Betraying my guild for love of a woman, friendship with a Spanth, and hatred of the takers. Onward! Soon I heard the chunks and haws of a tongue I've never heard before, and I hid myself quick. Crouching low, I saw one party of looters, squat, dusty brown-haired hard boys and sharp girls, draped in finery and bristling with spears and hatchets, pulling a cart laden with spoils. They were on the road, and I was well away from it, keeping to the high grass already yellowing with the start of vintner's month. I squatted like a mother quail and waited for the larcenous bunch to pass. I didn't feel like trying to fight or flee the 6 of them to keep them from adding my few possessions to their trove. I had to wonder how long they'd be able to keep it. Larger, tougher groups of looters and highwaymen prowled the roads around the broken capital. Unless they were allied with one of these, their merrymaking would be brief. I passed what had once been a sort of town square, its proud, tall, blue firs mostly snapped and fallen, dozens of kind-sized boulders strewn about, mixed in with the rabble of a fountain that once honoured Avery, the Gunnish goddess of rain. Her beautiful white arm, I think now not unlike Nargle's when first I saw it at the downward tower, seemed to beckon to me since she'd found no help from Voltan, the sky father that arm had once lifted toward. I found a canal stained with blood on both sides, pocked where great rocks or massive axe heads had smashed cobblestones. The fallen city wall behind it told me that a second stand had been made here at the canal, that it was probably just too wide for a giant to leap. It was too wide for a normal kin to leap, or even me without a cantrip behind me. One street advertising glovers and tanners had fared better than the rest in that most of the buildings were still standing, but their insides had been gutted. It looked like each window and door had coughed or vomited rubble into the street. At first I saw people only at a distance, shadowy figures in 2 or 3s who were as eager to avoid me as I was to avoid them, though I would need to talk to someone before long if I were going to be able to find this non-guild thief Urmehen that Rothfucker said might help us. Stray dogs started following me near the wrecked temple of Tur. At first it was just one or two, then another half-dozen joined and they stalked nearer. "This is all I need," I said. I readied my bow. I really didn't want to shoot a dog. I walked through the trash in the street until I came to the 3 pieces of the fallen statue of Tur, the rather less than successful deity charged with keeping giants in line. The dogs, skinny and sick and desperate, started to ring around me, the leader edging forward with his head down, his lieutenant stalking close behind. If I shot him, they'd probably scamper, but I thought I'd see what good dodging 'em might do. I used Tur's stone belt and scabbard as footholds and scurried up to stand on the top of Tur's arse, which I now saw had been defaced by men as well as giants. A vandal of some artistic talent had used pitch or black paint to draw a number of phalluses all in a circle, pointing where the humbled god's bunger would be. Fair play, too. He'd had only one job, hadn't he? People putting their father's finger bones in a great stone chest to pray for protection from giants had a right to be disappointed when an army of giants wrecked their capital. The giants had done their share, too. Someone must have let on to the big uns what Tur's line of work was, because a coil of poo only a giant could have manufactured adorned poor Tur's helmetless head. When and if I got down from here, I was going to have to find something to write with and add Turd with an arrow pointing at the offended matter. The thought made me chuckle. The lead dog paced back and forth in frustration at finding me out of reach and huffed 2 low barks. I barked back at him. I don't know what I said, but it might have involved his mother because he began to growl. "Ah, don't take it hard," I said, leaping the 6 feet or so between Tur's arse and his back and shoulders. "I'm sure your sisters have fleas up their squinnies too." He barked again. I barked back. This conversation might have continued until well after dark had not the children arrived. From one of the shadowy side streets that spilled into this square like the spokes of a wheel, I heard a whistle. The dogs looked up. Now a small mob of children came, somewhat less skinny and desperate than the dogs, and they started yelling and pelting the dogs with the rubble from the street. The little bastards could throw, too. Soon the dogs, after a few half-hearted lunges at the new pack, decided to find better odds and trotted in a dignified retreat down one of the other spokes of the street wheel. The scene was so amusing I momentarily forgot I was more than just a spectator. What I should have done was sprint down one of the other streets before I got myself surrounded, but by the time I thought that, they were too close. They came up to where I perched and held their hands up to me, saying the gunnish words for money and food. I showed them a copper shave and they said, "Yea, yea." So I threw a half-dozen coins down at him, but the kids who got those just hid them away and kept saying, "Igeldi, esnuk." I thought about threatening them with an arrow, but I would have felt nearly as bad about shooting a child as I would have about shooting a dog. Also, the thought of the score or so of them raining busted brickwork at me was manifestly unpromising. Inspiration came to me and I shouted, "Urmehen," which stopped them. I turned it into a question. "Urmehen?" I said, and pointed down different streets. They started speaking to each other. A ginger with a black eye and a wicked short spear seemed to be in charge. He said something, 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 "Urmehen," which I assumed to be, "What do you want with Urmehen?" or "What will you give me if I bring you to Urmehen?" So I held up a silver owlet and said, "Yea," which sounded enough like a Norholter's yea that I assumed it must mean yes. The leader started climbing up toward me, but I don't know what would have happened when he got there, because a horn sounded. A really big, nut-shrinking horn that rattled my teeth in my head. The smaller children ran, but the ginger's close henchman stayed near him, and though he now climbed no farther, he held his hand out insistently. The horn sounded again, and I felt it in my sternum. Something big was moving down one street, making big steps. The ginger and I both looked wide-eyed into the darkness of that street, and he looked my way again and shoved his empty palm at me. He was just that little bit more greedy than scared, which I understood completely. His lads clutched at his sleeves, but he wasn't going anywhere until I paid him the toll for safely exiting the square. Ballsy little sprumlet anyway. I threw him the owlet. He took it and ran, behind the others. When the horn sounded again, I thought about shooting him through the thigh and scooping up the coin when he dropped it. I was pretty sure his boys wouldn't turn about to help him with a giant almost here, if one of them even noticed he'd dropped off, but I didn't shoot. I almost liked him. I was glad for my generosity later, mostly. Now, though, I got down and ducked behind Tur's arse, watching to see what was coming from the alley. The streets leading to Tur's Temple Square, brilliantly called Temple Square if the signs were to be believed, were merchants' alleys, their crowded buildings leaning in so the apartments over shops nearly kissed windows over the streets they plumbed in shadow. Down a street called Martyr's Way, I saw one dusty shadow, 15 feet high of an inch, duck to avoid the bottom of a balcony. He wasn't the first one to enter the square. First came Kind, 6 of them, their necks collared, breaking into sunlight so it shone on their pale northern skin. Next, the giant's fist holding the ropes attached to the collars, steering them as a hunter's hand might guide a pack of leashed hounds. Next, the giant himself. It was the first one I had seen in real life, not counting the blurry images in the witness coin. Fothanan put a jape on my lips, I mouthed, feeling panic rise up in me. 2 more giants walked behind the first, one holding a horn that came off some beast whose dimensions defied belief. A hillocks, as I believed, native to the giant lands past the thralls. The giants wore greaves made from bones and leather to protect their shins, and kneeling skirts hung with strips of bronze. Great leather girdles 2 inches thick and likewise tiled with bone rose almost to their teats, arching in the centre to shield the breadbasket. They wore no shirts or mail coats. The leaders' pierced teats hung with bronze rings like door knockers on rich houses, and staring eyes tattooed over those teats. Fuzzy blued tattoos covered their muscly arms, and their hair hung in matted locks. I would later learn this marked them as a lower caste, that the upper sorts had hillocks bone combs, and these before me weren't allowed to touch combs. Terrified though I was, enough of my reason remained to note that these giant folk had armoured themselves where the weapons of Kind could easily reach. I couldn't imagine trying to drive a spear or sword through those greaves or past that girdle. I would later see the great wicker shields they used against arrows, shields woven by human slaves, but this lot weren't arrayed for battle. They were out for sport. Worse, they were drunk. How like dogs they healed their leashed kind. Of course, this was how they looted. They were too large to go into the buildings that still stood, so these they sent inside to find gold or silver or other kind. Hell, I'd done it again. I'd stared too long. I broke and ran. The giant saw and barked a hoarse syllable after me. It sounded like "go," but I spoke no giant, or thought I didn't. He let 2 of the kin slip their leash. The very drunk giant with a horn blew it again, and the other laughed. I got to an alley, then turned with my bow. The running men saw me drawn on them, but ran at me with half-closed eyes anyway, scared of what I would do to them, more scared of what was behind them. I shot the first one, in the groin, and he fell, tripping up the second. The giants loosed 2 more to chase me, yelling now to rattle teeth, I suppose in anger that I had slain one of their trained pets. The alley I'd chosen was, I now realised, the same the children had taken. Had that only been a moment before, it felt like half a day. It was too narrow for the giants, too littered for kin to easily run down. I ducked and hopped and slid, holding my bow with one hand, a ready arrow in my fingers. The fresh kind hounds had made the alley. They were fast, picked no doubt for running. One yelled at me, and I thought he said "stop" in Galtish, but that was scarcely likely. I said, "Sorry about this, mate," and shot him through the eye. I came out onto a street whose buildings had mostly collapsed, offering not as much cover as I'd have liked. I saw a sort of crack in the street, then saw it close. The sewers! I ran for that, stopping to stab the kindhound that tried to tackle me. I did it sneaky, hiding Palter in front of me so he couldn't see, then sort of slipping hard left, driving the blade down and right just at gut level. It's a very popular guild move, one of the first things they teach you at Low School, because it works. He grunted, but the knife stuck in him. He balled himself around the knife and slid to a stop on his side, no longer concerned with me or his giant masters, one of whom was stomping drunkenly around the corner, slobberingly blowing his hillock's horn. Bollocks if I was going into the sewers of a strange city without that dagger. I poked him in the eye with my thumb, and when he moved his bloody hands to defend his face, I ripped Palthra free from him and sheathed her wet. Yeah, I know, I'm a bastard. Let's see how nice you are with your best knife hilt deep in a fucker and 3 giants and their slavies coming to kill you. I grabbed the iron ring and heaved the stone sewer lid, only just strong enough to move it. The giant was less than 40 yards away now, the kinslave closer. I dropped into the hole, holding up my bow, not knowing how far I was falling or onto what. Only 10 feet or so. As it turned, I hit dry, foul-smelling stone, a sort of landing with steps below I could only just make out. I took the first 10 steps, then hit another landing. I looked up at the rectangle of sky above me and saw 3 slavies look down and point. They only did that an instant before they were yanked brutally away, and a huge head and shoulders blacked out the sun near completely. I looked back down and couldn't see where the next step started, so I shot an arrow where the sun used to be and heard a giant yawp. The rectangle of sunlight magically reappeared. I hurried down the steps just as the dead hound man was hurled at me, one of his legs clipping my shoulder, almost knocking me off my feet, but I'm nimble, thank Fothanan. My descent into hell was unimpeded. 55. The Upright Man. The sewers beneath Harava weren't the worst sewers I'd ever seen. I'd sooner eat a dead man's foot than go underground again in Pigdenay, as we had to more than once at the low school. But Harava, cold, as Pigdenay was normally cold, which is good for sewers if you have to be in them or above them. But Pigdenay was built 500 years before. Apart from having all that time to collect filth and fall into ruin, the art of building shite tunnels was much improved by the time the wild Gunnish thanes decided they too wanted a city here in the mountains between the river and the lake. These sewers were fairly wide and, thanks to the sudden depopulation of the city, not so full of shite. Not new shite, anyway, which is something. Not that I was thinking about pitching a tent and having my letters sent here, but it wasn't so bad as what I'm saying. And as such, it was a very popular place. While a good many Hravi died when the giants came, and even more fled to the wilderness, I soon realised that 1/10 of the city was now below ground. And who could blame them? Giants were serious business. How the hells were the armies of kin supposed to stand up to those things? Pikes 15 feet long would help, but I'll bet a hail of 20-pound rocks would bust a phalanx pretty fast. 10,000 longbows shooting poisoned arrows might serve, but if kin could make a shield wall, the giants could as well. And how long could archers keep their feet planted and their boots unwatered with a wall of 10-foot shields driving toward them? Those things could move too, with plenty of muscle under what fat they had, and if their strides looked lumbering, it was all a matter of scale. Just a few strides and they were across a field. I better understood Galva and her goblin-troubled sleep. I would be dreaming of the goblins we had faced on the island, but more so now I would hear thundering steps, a hunting horn, see kin leashed like dogs running after me, and after them, their masters with their long, long shadows. Harava had become a whole city of long shadows. Within 100 steps of the entrance, I found myself passing ordinary folks getting by as best they could without sun or fresh air. Here was a new mother suckling her babe on a pallet of scrap wood, while 2 broken-looking, beardy men sagged against their spears. Here were 20 sad bastards hunched around a smoky tallow lamp, while one read a Gunnish saga about another giant war, one that men had won to drive them over the thralls 700 years before. The firelit glimpses of their faces said they regarded what they heard as mere fables. The giants they had lately encountered were worse than anything in those books. I passed a few groups who'd strung furs or sailcloth to screen their couplings and their dungings from their neighbours, but most lived in the open. And few did more than turn a sideways eye at me as I passed to assure themselves I was benign. At a juncture of several tunnels, I came to a large stone room that served as a sort of agora. Dim orange light flickered from a very few wild torches and carefully guarded candles. People had spread cloths and even set up rickety tables in the dry middle part, selling buckles and scraps of leather, wood for burning, a few boats of soiled cloth. A chandler dam with a ready axe and a very skinny leashed dog displayed a few dozen beeswax candles you'd need silver to take away. The most popular table, one with a large crowd around it, belonged to a group of hunters who had just returned with a few ducks, a doe, a handful of fat rabbits, a box of straw and eggs. These women had the look of thanes, the tough Gunnish nobles who were to their folk as knights were in Hald. You'd have to have good swords and a reputation to make it through a starving city with fresh game. I saw that those around their table had on dirty velvets and fine worked leather rather than filthy hemp and wool. People started yelling prices, biting against one another. A small scuffle broke out but was quickly beaten down, and soon I saw the glint of real gold going into these hunters' hands for a duck. I saw a sword worthy of fable, 200 years old if an hour, scrawled with runes and humming faintly with magic, go to the hunters, as a crying man with a horde of children at his feet and several women behind him took the dough. Within a quarter hour, the last egg was gone for the price of a night in a fine inn. The thanes had drunk off a skin of what smelled like fruit mash liquor, and they were off again to dodge biggins and try to fell another priceless deer. I saw arrows for sale in a bucket, different sizes, some no doubt perfect for my bow, and I was about to ask the birthmarked Fletcher's lad how much when I felt a hand on my sleeve. I turned, stepping back, in case the stranger's free hand held a dirk, and backed straight into another body, the hands attached to which grabbed my belt. I covered my knife so they'd not have it out of its sheath, and then I saw them. The ginger lad and a dusky boy who'd been with him by the fallen statue at Tours. He showed me an open hand to say, calmly, we're not here to fight, and I relaxed my hand on the knife, though didn't move it far. I shot a look at the belt grabber, and he let go. But two more urchins had moved up behind him. I looked at the ginger. He said, Urmihin, and nodded down one tunnel, which yawned like a mouth of sheer black. Urmihin, yea, I said. I consulted my luck heading down the tunnel with the boys, and it was swimming near normal. I was not heading for immediate tragedy in any case, or if I were, I had even odds to escape it. Urmihin was my first experience with an upright man, an underworld boss not field to the guild. In that regard, he was a sort of relic, a museum piece to show what crime looked like before the guild put a hanger's house in every city, and a problem to run it, and 3 worries under the problem, and any number of pranks, fawns, fetches, a small army of scarecrows, and perhaps a famine to do their bidding, not to mention the assassins. But all of that was gone when King Hagley kicked them out a decade ago, his new Espanthian bride Mireia at his side. How had he gotten away with it? How had no assassin adept poisoned or gutted them? That was a question for another day. Now I strode into a sort of mossy hallway that had been turned into a tavern and brewery. A sign in Gunnish read, The Worming Vault. Witch moss, a rare phosphorescent lichen that mostly only grows in the caves of the far north, had been cultivated here and ran in mad streaks like glowing embers along the walls. In a far corner, I saw lads and lasses stoking a fire under a yeasty vat. I saw a bunch of planks laid across the heads of broken statues serving as a bar. Precious candles flickered in their hollow eyes and mouths. Proper whale oil lamps burned steady behind the bar, where the formerly wealthy drank real beer poured by a tough-looking, swinish fella of 20 with an unbecoming chin-strap beard. Not that there's any other kind of chin-strap beard. You wear a beard like that, you're basically saying, I have no hope of getting laid, but you won't like what happens if you punch me. Lamps also glowed behind a sort of throne made from barrels, upon which a 30-ish man in striped southern cat furs sat, having his bare feet rubbed by a girleen of 12 or so using an expensive-smelling oil. At a small table to his left, I saw an impressive pile of coins, a bottle of Gallardian wine, a few books, and if I didn't miss my guess, a Towers deck. 2 strong-looking adolescents in full chain armour stood near him with war crossbows and short spears at hand. The kids, escorting me, entered and knelt and jerked at my sleeve so that I knelt too. "Tu es Gallard?" the man on the makeshift throne asked. "No, Monsieur le parle un peu," I replied. Took me for a Gallard. Made sense, though, since his lad peeled an owlet off me. He shooed the foot-rob girl away and leaned closer. "You a halter?" he said in the sing-song Gunnish accent, but he really just wanted me to open my mouth again. "Technically," I said, and had barely gotten it out before he saw my black tongue wagging and hissed in wonder. "A Galt!" I said, "That as I am. You are very far from home. That's the truth." He rubbed his chin and smiled gleefully. "I never fuck a Galt before." That staggered me, but I tried not to show it. "Well," I said, "unless my whore cousin's been following me all this way, I don't guess you soon will. Unless you like your meat cold," I said, running a thumb across my neck and closing my eyes in pantomime of a throat-cutting. He took a moment to understand what I said, then laughed hard, showing good teeth. A few lick-spittle types standing near laughed with him, though I doubt they had the slightest idea what I said. "I am thinking I like you," he said. "Good hand with a bow, very good. Killed 2 yet in hunting, maybe 3, yea?" "3, I said, but one was with a knife." "Even better," he said, glancing at Paltra in her rosed sheath. "I can see the blade," he said. I pulled her most of the way out, enough to show half her belly and let him covet the ash metal pattern. "Good knife," he said. "Magic?" "No," I allowed, "but you might think so to watch me use it." He liked that. "Ha! Yea, good fighter. Maybe not such a good thief. You owe this guild some monies," he said, pointing at my cheek. Was I about to get slapped? Buggered? Both? Anyway, toss him. I was a fairly good thief. "I'm a good thief," I said. "Fairly." "Maybe," he said. "Maybe me too. So what are you wanting of me that you ask for me at Temple Square? Yanlif says you gave to him a good coin to see me." Could this be discussed in private? No, everyone here is loyal. "Fine," I said. "I heard the king is dead. Everyone is knowing this. He crossed your guild start the war with the giants, sending men dressed like Ustri." He saw my mouth fall open. "Ah, this you did not know. Many from outside Rava do not know, but it is so. King Hogli sent away the guild, this is known. They could not kill him, so is it surprised that they sent to him angry giants? Your guild is like this, they played to win." "Why couldn't they kill King Hagli?" "Because he is protected by the queen." "How so?" "She is like the queen in Towers," he said, gesturing to the deck beside him. "She is finding the traitors, most of them." "But how?" He smiled, shook his head at me like I was a slow learner. Maybe I was. "I was speaking of the king, Hagli. He led his picked soldiers at the canal, and there he fell, like in a saga, but with one sad ending for him. For us, it is not so bad. We have a monopoly on beer. Some brewers were trying to make beer down here. We make them show us how, then take this place from them. Anybody else who makes beer, they get the big fire. Is best money in town, but hunting, better than looting now the houses are all stole from. And the queen, where is she? This nobody is knowing. Nobody who wants to say." He smiled impishly. "What'll it cost me to learn?" He looked at the pile of gold on the table near him. "I have more gold than I can spend here." My eyes caught to his table. "You have magic," he said. Now I looked at a ring on his finger, white gold, that practically hummed with some powerful spell beaten into it. "I can do a little, but I have no weapons or rings." "Pity." "I can get you a ring that shoots lightning." "How much lightning?" "1 bolt." "Pfft. Well, what do you want?" "I am already saying it." "When?" "Earlier," he said, drawing it out, his eyes winking with mischief. "Oh, shite. I thought you were making a joke." "Yes, and also no. Please know that I am a man of my word. Yanlif is taking your coin for a meeting now. You have one. I did not have to do this. You lay with me. I tell you in private what is come to the Espantic queen. Unless your cousin comes, then if she is pretty and have a black tongue, I fuck her instead. Is all the same to me." All of these you see have been my lover, except the bartender. He is ugly, but a good fighter. Maybe one day I drink enough to fuck him too. Hey, Kellen, yay? Kellen said yay, then slurped foam from a beer over his chin strap. He is not speaking Haltish, Urmihen said. Just my luck. The one man in Harava who can tell me what happened to Queen Mireille is too rich to bribe but will fuck anything that moves, and a special premium put on Galts. And you know, I thought about it. Fellas aren't my flavour, but everyone's made to fuck a teacher or two at the low school. They want you ready to do anything to get the score. Anything. And they don't want you squeamish about a cock up your arse if that's the only way. Just in case you were thinking about signing up for the glamorous life of a thief, I mean. He was waiting for an answer. I smiled coyly like I was thinking about it, thinking instead, Thothanan make me clever. In my mind, a fox-headed man appeared to me and replied, I will, but only if you bugger me. And he laughed and danced away, holding his tail in his teeth. That's my god. Urmihan was about to speak again, no doubt to express displeasure at my delay, when my eyes lit on his table and inspiration hit in a flash. My heart lit up warm with the foreknowledge of good luck. I smiled my most wicked smile at him. I have a proposition for you. Instead of trading, why don't we wager? Oh, he said, I'll play you towers for it. He sat like stone for a moment. Then he looked at his towers deck and back at me, saying, Ha! I knew I was liking you. You have a deal. But Virat, he said, look out. I am almost never losing at the towers. And that's the true story of how on the 10th day of Vintners I ended up betting my arse on a card game in a sewer under an army of murdering giants at the very top of the wicked world. 56. Towers. Towers is a vicious game. Some call it Thieves and Towers, some call it Traitors' Towers. You get 60 cards to a deck, made of archers, sappers and thieves, the servants, soldiers, queens and kings, and towers, of course, the masters. The most powerful cards are the Fates, one death, also called Plague, and one traitor. Some decks, called Murray decks after the Galardian city, also include a doctor to stay Death's hand, but purists don't like that. It seems unrealistic. Death always wins, doesn't it? You get those nicer Murray decks at court. In taverns, you'd better have a Lamner deck from Holt. The art's not as good. The thieves are just a hand. A fucking hand. But the play's more brutal. Fewer coins, more bees and archers. Bees and coins are the means cards. You need them to fuel your masters. I won't bore you with a whole set of rules, just know Towers is like a war right there on the table, and it sucks money out of purses faster than a two-squinny harlot. Starts more fights than religion and politics together, and it's addictive. We decided to play with matched pots. Whoever had the most at the end of one game wins. One game consisting of 3 tourney rounds, where you jockey for position, saving back cards for the final. Then the war round, which is no joke. Urmihen had a special table rolled out, a great tree's trunk that had somehow grown around the skeleton of a man. It had been cut just over the cavity with a man lying fetal, like a cut view of a giant's womb, and glassed over with thick greenish glass from Pigdenay, bubbles in it and all. We used a brass cup for the antipot, a copper bowl for the war chest. The distinctive sound of Towers, heard in taverns, brothels and monasteries from Espanthia to Hrava, is the double clink. When you bet on a tourney round, the same goes in the war chest. That's where the money gets made. Clink, clink. A shave to you, clink, clink. Going to bed, see you at the war. I'm in for 10, clink, clink, and 10 besides, clink, clink. A lucky or clever man could win or bluff his way through the tourneys and make as much money as whomever won the war. But if you won the tourneys, you likely had good cards to save back for that last round. This is what often got me chased out of taverns running for my life. My luck draws strong cards, though not always the obvious ones. Urmihen dealt first, smiling with his wildcat furs and his tousled ink-black hair, his arched libertine's eyebrows. Now that he was closer, I felt magic coming off a ring he had, a silvery ring in the shape of a cat wrapped around his finger, biting its own tail. It seemed to jar something in my memory, but I was too distracted by the game to make the connection. Here came my first 6 cards. I got a coin, 2 bees, 2 thieves, and a sapper. He won a decent little pot, and I let him run me because any folded cards are forfeit, so I didn't fold. He had 4 bees and 2 towers. I could have smashed a tower with a sapper and robbed off 2 of his bees, but he still would have 1 tower standing and me with no master to beat it and all my good cards spent. The coins and bees are perishable, they can't be banked back. But I kept those thieves and that shovel-wielding, tower-killing sapper. He kept the towers because he had bees to feed him. Servants don't need feeding. Think of it like the lower classes are good at surviving. Thieves steal their food, sappers grow gardens, archers hunt. Armies, castles and monarchs, machines for eating and spending, no good without gold and honey. The second tourney, I led with a soldier and sapper, through 1 more soldier, 1 tower, no means at all. As far as he knew, I was dry and had what's called a starveling hand, useless, as good as dead. He led with bees and soldiers, nothing impressive, but all fed and ready. He stayed in, so I knew he was saving a wallop. I hoped it wasn't the traitor, but I guessed I'd feel a luckless chill if he had one. My guts told me he had a queen. I threw the king down second to last and bet hard. He bet harder, hoping I had drawn the death card and meant to bluff. You see, if death visits your hand, your most powerful card got sick and died. You can't fold with a death card either, not until you play him. You let on that you've got it, your opponent will drain you dry. But if, just if, you manage to make them fold, you get to keep that death card for the war, and in the war, death is your friend. You can send him like an arrow to the heart of any card the other plays. And the best thing about that move is that they won't see it coming. Towers is a card counters game, but there's just enough chance in it you can't account for everything. So brass-balled Urmahan, scared of death after all, called me on it, bet hard, and when I clinked my reply, he flipped his queen. When I showed him the coin, which brought me king and 1 tower to life and won the hand for me, he stood up and paced away, issuing what must have been a chain of gunnish oaths fit to make old Woltan blush. He reined himself back in and sat, even offered me beer. He got to save his queen for the war. It was still anyone's game. It usually is, until the last card falls. The third tourney was his. He bet the moon, and I let him do it, because I got 2 archers and 2 sappers, and I had to play them to keep them. He ran me nearly out of money, then banked a king to balance mine, a second queen, and 1 more tower to make 3. He was going into the war round as rich as old Kesh, but my luck felt good. And now came the war round. But first, Urmahen wanted a break. A fiddler came in, an old woman with a long, skinny braid wound around her belt, and she played a sweet air. When she was done and I'd thrown her a copper shave, I asked to play her fiddle, a scratched, warm, old gunnish thing, and she handed it over. I said, "This song from my native Galtia is called I Lost My Arse at Towers and It Hurts to Ride My Horse, but I haven't any horse, so you can ride my ass." And those who spoke coltish laughed. Urmahen translated, and the rest laughed too. I played a jolly reel. This moved my host to bring out the hard stuff, and we drank the last of his vodka. I was starting to like the bastard. Down we sat again. How you sculpt your war deck is of the utmost importance in Towers. You get exactly 10 cards, you see, but you can't save coins or bees, so you have to hope to draw some. Go too heavy on masters, and you might not draw enough means to fuel them, especially if your enemy has thieves, which he knew good and well I did. He had a crushing advantage, but dared not use it all. So, as I figured out later, he sacrificed his soldiers, hoping to draw enough means to beat me. He drew well, as it turns out. I was making sacrifices too. I knew he had a king to tie my king, and I could never outmaster him, nor would my 1 tower serve. But I was rich in servants, so on my servants I laid every hope. I left my mighty king and tower out of the draw, going low, as they say, a very risky gambit. It was my deal which gave me an advantage. Gods know the cards didn't. I had all servants, and almost all the servants in the deck. 4 thieves, 3 sappers, and 3 archers. Great luck I had not drawn bees or coins, which would have been useless to me. The buggers started with 2 queens and a king, 2 towers, 2 bees, and a coin. As if that weren't imposing enough, he also drew both the traitor and death. He could have won with that hand had he known what I had, but there's the rub. Urmehen threw down his 2 bees to watch my thieves snatch both up. He played a queen I swiftly killed with an archer. He tried 2 towers, humping as my sappers pulled those towers down one after the other, but yet he hoped to wear me out. Out came another queen, who drew another archer of mine to kill her, but he threw the death card down to that archer's misfortune, saving the good lady. He now had a queen on the table, and myself naught but his 2 stolen bees. He played his king. I sent another archer, and reluctantly he used his mighty traitor to snatch that up for himself and hold in his hand. I'm sure he'd wanted to save the traitor for the king he'd seen me save. Now he played a coin to feed his queen, but here came a wicked thief of mine, which he promptly slew with his stolen archer. You can't kill a thief with a fucking archer, unless this was some weird gunnish rule, which I took it to be since nobody raised an eyebrow. I closed my mouth before I even opened it, as we say in Galtia, and took a deep breath. And then I smiled. He was going to lose anyway. He had a king and a queen on the table, and a coin to feed them both, but he was out of cards, wasn't he? And here came the last squinnying thief in the deck, my thief, me, to filch that coin, and him still out of cards. I played my 3rd sapper, a miner covered in shite and dirt, and with those bees he had buckets of honey he didn't even need, while Urmehen's king and queen starved to death in the field. Had he known I had all 4 thieves, he might have played death and the traitor against them and kept his coin, but he was saving his strength for a king of mine I'd shovelled under. The game was so exciting I nearly forgot I was nowhere safe at all, and at the mercy of the man I had just thrashed. I had almost hoped he'd show himself a graceful loser, but I knew that losers, graceful or otherwise, don't long last in command. He slid the copper bowl full of war winnings toward me, greater as it was than his winnings in the tourneys. With all his den's eyes on him and me sweating in the cold cave, he said, "And now we play again, double or nothing." As I looked about, with the eyes of the 60 vicious youths on him, some of them watching for a hint of weakness to exploit, I didn't even hold it against him. With feigned enthusiasm I said, "Fair play," and shuffled the deck. It would be my deal first. Of course I threw the second game. Urmehen slept in a natural cave off the sewers, a small cave, but holding barely any whiff of foulness unless I'd simply grown inured. It had a proper bed with a wooden frame, a straw-filled mattress and a bearskin. A bear's skull, daubed with witch moss, glowed in a glass cube. A bookshelf sagged in the middle, and a rack winked with odd weapons. A light blue silk tapestry depicted a rich, fat man in white robes decorated with gold crescent moons, holding a cage with a beautiful white bird in it, a Malrovan snow hen by the looks of it. Urmehen lived in seedy luxury. Once he had me past his bolted door, his spear guards outside, ready for orders. He invited me to sit on the bed. "Let's just have done with it," I said. "You know this isn't to my liking." "I'll tell you what's to your liking," he yelled, but then whispered close, "Shut up, Galt. I told you I'm a man of my word." He waited for a moment, watching me, then looked at the door. "Now make some little noise like I fuck you." I grunted. "Ugh." "Yes, this is good. I almost believe you. Again." I groaned and ended on a yelp. "Yes, a natural actor," he hissed. "You could make your living in an actor's wagon or carnival." He now grabbed the frame of the bed and rocked it once. "Oof!" I said. He waited a heartbeat, then he did it again. I exhaled a held breath. "Good. It is almost like we actually fucked together." He whispered it in my face with his beery, wadka-tart breath. "Don't get excited," I whispered. I saw then that a fox-foot pendant had fallen out of his shirt. "Fothanen," I said. "Yes, here we call him Refra, but it is the same. The chief of thieves. My actual god, not fucking Voltan, or worse, that laughing sack Tour who failed us. You saw perhaps the cocks I drew on him. Yes, good work, quite lifelike. He laughed once like a fox, yip, pleased with himself. Are you ready? He said. For what? I said. We held the queen down here. We held her for almost a moon. We kidnapped her after the king died, hoping to ransom her back to Hispantia. They are sending an army here to get her. If we can wait for the army, they pay us in gold, but it is hard. She is hard to keep down here, but I think it makes more mischief if I do not tell you why. Even your guild did not know I had her, even with their merchantman and their fat wizard, even with their killers on Bald Island. But at last the guild find out. Even I am not so strong to avoid death from them, their assassins, so I agree to sell her to them, to the full shadow. He is giving me money like I never seen before. He is giving me a ring that I fall like a cat. To jump from third story is nothing now. The ring of catfall. And when he had told me all he felt like telling me, he kissed me chastely on the forehead. He then shame-walked me out of his chambers like he'd cleaned my chimney good. But he hadn't. He was a man of his word. He didn't dare to. He probably thought I'd have killed him, so he didn't. Not even a little. And if you believe that, I envy you the life you've lived thus far. It wasn't until I was well away from my fellow fox follower's den that I spat his catfall ring into my hand and pouched it. 57. Behind the False Wall. Stars winked in the night sky above me. I squinted like a mole, hoping I wasn't pushing up the stone lid just near the heel of a biggin who'd step on me when I was half out. As I slid up into the street, my body actually tensed, anticipating being crushed. No giant's heel awaited me, though, and I slipped from the darkness of the sewer to the darkness of the house with no one to see but stars. This house was where the full shadow had taken the queen once he had her, Urmahan had told me. The thought of finding the full shadow inside it now scared me more than getting stepped on by a giant. A squashing would at least be quick. I had neither means nor will to fathom the cruelties that lay ahead for me if I were caught here. But my luck was high, and the house proved empty. It was a narrow, 3-story affair with arched doorways throughout, delicate off-white brickwork and nails where the rich tapestries the merchant used to trade in had hung. It was also now missing one wall and teetering like a good breeze would tumble it, clinging as if drunk to its neighbours, both of which were in somewhat better shape. A strange, smelly grease covered the wood on the main floor as well. I would find out later it was human fat. I searched the basement, which was unlocked. I smelled where sacks of Urimad tea had once stood, and telltale hairs from the pelts of southern beasts like the one adorning Urmahan's shoulders. But I soon found a hidden door behind a swinging panel of false stones. This door was locked, and carefully, but yielded to my lock-picking skills after a short while. I knew the door was likely to be trapped and relaxed a little after I tripped and divided the first iron needle with its drop of poison, probably Stillheart. The second needle almost got me. A series of cells waited behind the false wall and guild-locked door. A proper dungeon. Whoever or whatever had occupied these dank, frigid rooms was long gone, and good luck to them. The Queen Mireia, Infanta of Hispantia. There were 4 small cells and 1 larger one, complete with benches and iron rings to which chains or ropes might be secured. Faint blood stains marred them all. One closet held all manner of tongues and scalpels which made even me shudder, and I'm no dewflower. These were questioning rooms. My search turned up no further false doors, so I headed back up. It was on the main floor that I found a tunnel cleverly hidden in the hearth under the ash grate. I only figured this out because of the way the ash was spilt. It had been tipped to the back. I went slowly, using the fireplace poker to prod the steps down, expecting one of them to shoot poison spikes up, but they never did. I made my way along the tunnel, which, past the hearth's false entrance, was surprisingly wide, a real piece of engineering, using every sense I could. I prodded and poked with a poker. I felt for magic's prickle. I plumbed my luck, ready to freeze on my heels as soon as the chill of impending misfortune gripped my heart. I padded on without incident for perhaps 100 yards. That's when I saw the dead boy. He had been skewered from above by an iron spike that entered behind his collarbone and exited right of his bunger, poking a hole in the stone floor below. Probably a great stone weighed down the spike and had propelled it through a cylindrical chamber. Pity it missed his head. His agonized expression suggested it had taken him a moment or two to die. His mates had left him here. There was naught else to be done save trying to cut him loose, a job a butcher would have quailed to do. They'd left his good boots on him. Either they were too fond of him to loot him, too scared to stay, or wanted none of his bad luck. He hadn't done anything wrong, just failed to skirt left where the tunnel got wider and caught a tripwire. I said, "Samner pipe you somewhere better," and carried on. As I walked, I considered all that Buehlman had said, that the guild had provoked the giant while posing as Ustri, that they had orchestrated Ostrom's destruction as retribution for having been expelled from the kingdom. I knew my guild were brutal bastards with their fingers in every pie. That was half their appeal to an aspiring thief. But to set in motion a plot of that scale, I wouldn't have thought it, even of them. Buehlman had said also Queen Mireia was like the Queen in Towers, hunting out traitors. This had the ring of truth, as she and her husband had thwarted 3 attempts on their lives, a rare feat for someone the guild meant to see dead. I remembered the mummers playing Cadus with the Infanta Mireia's monkey prophesying to her, warning her of her rat of an uncle's plan to kill her father and usurp the throne. Was that how it was? Could Mireia use an animal's nose to sniff out lies and know the hearts of those before her? But there were no answers to be had in this tunnel. Over the next several miles, I found and avoided 3 more tripwires, 1 bear pit, and 1 false ladder up, which I believe would have decapitated me had I taken it, before I got to the true ladder and a face full of fresh, cold air and nearly blue sky. It was morning. I had surfaced in the Stairhard Hills. I saw tracks leading up a goat path. Someone had tethered a donkey here, and the party, including the full shadow and possibly their royal captive, had ascended into the hills here. It had been more than a day ago. I was tempted to go on before the tracks were gone completely, but I needed the others. Nargle was a better tracker, and anyway had that magic sniffer. This bunch was strong in magic. Lovely Nargle. The thought of seeing her face again pleased me, and I put the cloven stone in my mouth, hid behind a bush, and, lying on my side because it felt more comfortable than lying on my back, fell right to sleep. 58. Come the Giants. "You look like you had a difficult time," Galva said. "Shite," Nargle said. "You could have said he looked like shite because he does." And then, more intimately, she said only to me, "You do," and softly kissed my lower lip. "Tell us," Urbez said. "Tell us where is our Mireia." We followed the trail for hours, Nargle wearing her false nose, me checking for donkey tracks up gentle hills crowned with old cairns and down rocky passes. Past an old well with starish writing promising cold snowmelt water, but which turned out mucky and nearly dry. Past the huge image of an elephant carved into the white stone of a green hill, the style of that one looking Keshite, probably a tribute to the bygone glory of the mountain folk's ancestors. We came to a tor crowned with a sort of round wooden henge, probably a calendar. I climbed it for a bird's eye view, doing my best to dodge the abundance of sheep shite carpet in the place. I suppose sheep like a nice view too. The countryside was beautiful, with stands of yellow trees smattered about and blue firs and faraway lakes, poor Harava lying dead behind us. But as I looked east and south where the path continued, I saw no sign of the party we were chasing. Back on the path, I now took a good look at the pain-in-the-arse musicians and noticed that Gorbel had a pair of black eyes to go with Bija's shortened nose, so I could only guess that he had tried to pilfer someone's pack or had gotten up to other mischief. The musicians refrained from playing anything, which was a blessing. but by mutual accord the rest of us all started walking faster. Gorbel, Naj and Beige fell behind, struggling to keep up but receding. They were useless and helpless and sure to die without us. I almost felt bad. No, actually, I did feel bad. But Galva had her queen to catch, and you never knew if the quarter hour or half day they cost us might be the difference between Mireille's life and her death. They were almost out of sight behind us when we found the donkey, dead, its head smashed flat. 2 dead giants lay near, their faces blackened with having been dead a while, and a less than fresh dead man in a leopard's saffron robe was also lying flat as a frog in a wheel rut. "Shite," I said. Galva and Yorbez stood agape. They had likely never seen a real giant before, not in anything but old engravings, and the size of them is breathtaking that first time, and really every time after. I looked closer at the saffron-robed fella, cleaved and mashed as he was, one eye horrid with looking up at us from the mess of his head. In the north they put saffron robes on lepers to warn others of their coming. This man, though wrapped in dirty bandages, was no leper. Where some of his bandages had come off with the violence of his death, being ground into pulp with a bloody 50-pound bronze axe head stuck in the dirt near the road was my best guess. I saw that his skin was covered not in sores, but tattoos in various languages not unlike cestus. This was no sick man. It was an assassin adept, one of the guild's elite killers disguised to pass as a leper on the road. That was how they had hoped to get out of Ostrom, we surmised, crossing into Mulrova where the guild operated unhindered and going back underground with the queen. But where was she? The flies were thick here. All this had transpired a day or two ago. We didn't see the log flying at us until it was too late. The giant must have thrown it from 100 yards off, and to be fair, when I call it a log, to her it was really just a hunting stick. It was a good throw, too, a bullseye. It caught Norrigal low and ploughed her off her feet, snapping both legs. And if the gods are kind, one day I will forget how that sounded, though I haven't yet and don't expect to. We know too much about the gods to hope for their benevolence, do we not? Norrigal was on her back and thankfully insensible, though at the time I did not know she was not dead. The log, 6 feet long of an inch, and too wide for a big man to throttle with his hands, had skidded to a halt near a plume of settling dust, and I looked back the way it had come. 3 big uns, long-legged, the dwindling square acre between us, quivering the earth with their footfalls. "There! A cave!" Galva yelled, pointing at a sort of frowning slit-mouth in the rocky hill's face. It might or might not be tall enough for a man to slide through. It might or might not admit a giant, but it seemed a better gamble than the road. The man I'd been a month before would have huffed it up that hill and mourned Norrigal later. But that man had died with an oath under a dark sky. Quick as a snake, I bent and stripped the false nose from her, pinched the real one to try to wake her. She moaned, but didn't wake. There wasn't time to pick her up with care, and scooping her careless might be the death of her. "Not without Norrigal!" I shouted. In that instant, I saw Galva consider the possibility her queen was in that cave and weigh it against the dishonour of leaving a comrade to die in the road. She nodded and shook her horse staff into life, mounting the clockwork beast. I took my strong bow off my shoulder and readied an arrow. Yorbez huffed a breath to ready herself and drew her sword, about to put all those mornings running uphill to use. I can't believe I'm saying this, but we charged the fucking giants. 2 of the big uns were male, 1 female. The first fella had even bluer, fuzzier tattoos than the ones in Harava, his dark red dreadlocks roughly the same colour as my hair bouncing as he ran, his bronze axe glinting in the weak sun. The woman who threw the log because she had no weapon now in hand had the same almost to the teats girdle as the men, her exposed dugs flapping, her muscly arms as powerful looking as those of her fellows. The last giant had a wicked-looking flail with 3 heads, and a thought came to me I had no time to muse on at the moment, but which I later explored at length. We were goblins to them. We were little, fast, dirty fighting fuckers fit to beat with flails and clubs. only we didn't bite and were even smaller in comparison. When at last we came together, we would have likely died but for the sound of the cornemuse. The smaller cousin of Norholt bagpipes, the cornemuse is popular from Espanthia west to Moldova. Some people love the wail of the high, reedy pipes, and some people find them not unlike the strangling of a cat. I had been in the latter camp, but now I love them. They sound like mercy and good luck. They sound like the very voice of Casa, goddess of second chances, telling you your death is not today. The sound of a cornemuse came up now, the pipes keening with the air squeezed out of Gorball's underarm bag. The musicians, who had begun a stumble run toward us when they saw the giants coming down a far hill, were now close enough to be heard. The tattooed giant was swinging for me, but his axe slowed down. Not a lot, just enough, so the bronze blade cut air as I dodged just out of its nearly horizontal arc. I ducked between his legs, brushing my head on the bottom of his leather-stripped skirt and getting an unfortunate whiff of him. The female bellowed as Galva on her stone and wood horse similarly thwarted the giant's attempt to swat her with a paddle hand, then cut her arm with her bullnutter. Flail had tried for Yorbez, but he was moving slower too and only sprayed dirt. The older Spanth wasn't close enough to touch him yet. Bullnutters with their 2-foot blades aren't the ideal weapons for giants, but got behind him. We were all behind the giant now. We kept running, wanting to lead the battle away from where Norgal lay, then turned. The giants ran off the path and split to surround us, but their running looked wrong. Now the drummer, Beige, had started beating his hip drum, and I noticed something odd. His drum beats exactly matched the steps of the lead giant, and as his drum beats slowed, so slowed the giant's legs. Naj was playing her pipe at the same drowsing tempo. It was a careful, powerful bit of magic. They had started playing at the same beat the giants moved to find a chord with them, then slowed, and slowed the giants. "Ha!" I shouted, shooting an arrow that Flail just managed to catch with his leather bracer. I don't think that one even drew blood, but then I shot both of his eyes out. Galva and Yorbez run at him and finished him, cutting his legs above his boots until he fell to his knees. Yorbez then stabbed his neck while he grabbed Galva off her clockwork horse, which turned staff again as soon as the Spanth was off of it, and tried to fling her to her death. At full speed he would have vaulted Galva 3 stories in the air, but as it was, he just sort of pushed her off, then looked down to see his beard and belly soaking red. Axe was coming for me now, moving like he was under water, tears of frustration forming in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. I understood how he felt. One of the great truths of magic is that it is profoundly unfair. On the other hand, so is being 12 feet tall. I did for Axe now, tossing down my bow and drawing Paltra, using first his boot and then his girdle as steps up, then cutting with difficulty the mane of his neck and starting the fountain of his blood. As with the big un felled by the Spanths, that came out fast, the first spurt sending a great ruby gout of it against the powder blue Ostrom sky, no small part of the next spurt jetting on my arm and face. I was blinded myself and fell. So by the spell's logic, and every spell has logic, blood once out of the body wasn't bound by the magic. I hit the ground, sleeved blood out of my eyes, and only just rolled away in time not to be pressed forever into the earth by the weight of the slow-fallen bastard. And that's when the tree hit the musicians. The female biggin had uprooted a dead, leaning tree, and if she could not throw it for her lack of speed, she could push it out of her hands at them. Caught up in the music-making, I supposed no one of them wanted to be the first to flee and break the spell, so none of them fled, and the spell was broken anyway, as they were crushed. The sound brought it home, the screams of Gorbal and Beige, the surprised yelp of Naj, the terrifying crack of dead wood hitting flesh, earth and bone. The screaming of the injured musicians turned into peeping. Gorbal's and Beige's clothes now, flattened, empty, and a mouse ran out of Gorbal's sleeve. The mouse that had been beige was too badly injured to run away and went in a sad circle. Then he rolled on his back and died. The giant, fast again, kicked a spray of dirt and stones at Galva and Iorbes, who had started at her, forcing them to hunch and cover against the hail of debris. I grabbed my bow off the ground, shot arrows at her face, sticking one eye so she howled in rage and pain, and distracting her so that the Espanthians, charging her again, could cut her down while I rained arrows into her. She died just as a cloud passed over the sun. I saw the shadow rolling across the rocky earth, then saw the shadow's end and the sun's frontier returning. I may have been delirious, but I thought I spied the shape of a wolf in the trees now, slinking off. Not that I really believed the gods were physical realities, but at that moment I didn't believe they weren't. "Thank you, Sulgranan, god of war, for strengthening our arms against our foes," I said, "and I'll drink to you, Fothanan, when next I have drink, for the mischief these musicians made." Now if I could just figure out who to pray to about Nargle. 59. In the cave. The cave was dark, lit at first only by the light from outside, which spilled in from the entrance with us. I carried Nargle's shoulders. Galva had her broken legs bound in a shirt. My moon wife was awake now, unfortunately. She panted with pain, blowing a lock of hair in and out of her mouth, hurting too badly even to crack wise about how poorly I was carrying her. Iorbes took up the rear, watching to make sure nothing and no one followed us up from the rocky pass. I peeked back that way. One last dead giant lay quite near the cave's mouth. We hadn't seen him at first for a stand of bushes, but there he lay as we made for the cave, a swarm of flies worthy of the world's end around him. His blackened face seemed to be caught mid-sneeze, his hairy, tattooed arm pointed toward the entrance, his tree-like legs tangled behind him toward the pass. Whatever had killed him and his fellows might well be in this cave with us. Nargle had the best eyes for darkness, what with the cat's eye sigils on her lids, but she was a bit distracted at the moment. Galva and I laid her down on the flattest bit we could find. Iorbes came in now. A woman's voice, barely more than a whisper, fell from the darkness, slightly above us. "Varat," it said, "that ir jetten." Accented Gunnish. "Beware, there is a giant." My eyes were adjusting, helped by some patches of dying coals witch moss on the walls and floor. Yes, there was a giant, a female, lying against the far wall with tent cloth around her, and her massive, blood-encrusted hands closed around something she didn't seem to want to let go of. She looked ill. She looked banged up. Old blood embrowned her forearms and legs, what I could see of them. She was covered in tattoos I could not make out. She watched us with heavy-lidded eyes, her face moist with sweat despite the cold. How had she got here? The frown mouth of the cave was too narrow for the likes of her. Galva moved forward as if in a trance. She recognized that voice, even in another language, even on the farthest end of man-reach. "Infanta Mireia," Galva said, her voice cracking. "None," said the voice from above, now in Espanthian, very weak. "Reina Mireia." "No, Queen Mireia." "Holy naps, that's a big one," Nargle managed in Galtish, more awake now, having made out the giantess against the wall. The giantess spoke. "I am the smallest of my family." I understood her because although what she said wasn't precisely Galtish, it was damned close. And Galva's princess queen was somewhere in the cave. Too much was happening at once. The Spanth went toward the sound of Mireia's voice. "You do see that, don't you?" I said to her in Haltish, meaning the giant. I knew as I said it that she wouldn't care. I put my bow together, got an arrow ready. I only had 3 left. I hadn't any idea what good my arrow would do against the giant should she decide to start chucking rocks at us. Not that she looked like she had the strength to chuck anything. She was covered in nasty lacerations like her skin had split in places. "We won't hurt you," I said to the giant, not knowing if it was true. "Good," she said. "I am hurt enough." What was she holding? I realised I was still hearing flies even though we'd left the giant outside. As my eyes adjusted, I became aware of dead kin in the cave. One very fat one in fine sage-green robes stared at the ceiling, looked to have been dead a day. Two more dead lay toward the back, smashed so flat there'd be no separating them from their saffron robes. Galva was beginning to realise she couldn't climb the rocks up the shelf from which the voice of the Infanta came. They were steep, sharp, slick, and cruel. It would take a bird to get over them. The knight asked her a question in Espanthian, probably, "How'd you get up there?" "Voilei. I flew." "So fly down," she spanthed at her. "I can't," Mireia spanthed back. "Why?" "I'm not a bird anymore." "See, it did take a bird to get up there." Now she said, "Galva?" "Yes," she said, "us." "I knew it would be you," she said, and by the way she said it, I knew they'd been lovers. "I'm not especially keen." I just knew, and you would have too if you'd heard it. Galva had been the lover of the Infanta Mireia, the Queen of Ustrum. I looked again at the sweating giant, the dead men, various trunks and travelling packs, the ruins of a small painted cage. I stroked Norgla's hair. "What by the right tit of any god has happened in here?" she managed in Galtish through her pain breathing. "I will tell you," the giantess said, "if you will hear it as my death song." "Your death song?" I said. "Yes. The dead cannot speak until they are given back their tongues. Only the truthful may speak, and they speak in songs in the valley of fruit and flowers. Those who lie walk tongueless down to the valley of smoking hills and mudded water, and grunt and moan like torn beasts. If I speak my death song to you, the Father of Stars will come to you in dreams and ask what I said to you. If I tell it truly, I will grow a tongue of gold." "So wait, giant kind aren't supposed to lie?" "Some do. Not my tribe." That figured. Leave it to giants to get holy about the truth. It's always the big thick wankers saying don't lie, isn't it? Only the strong, the rich, and the dying think truth is a necessity. The rest of us know it for a luxury. "I will hear your song and speak for you in my dream," I said, taking care she didn't see the black tongue in me. 60. Her Death Song. My name is Misfa. I am a chief's daughter, though he is not a great chief, a chief over 3 families only. I grew up in the Vale on the other side of the Thrall Mountains, where my people live. I have no children, so a second husband was given to me, but I still have no children, so my womb was named Hollow, and I was sent to learn war and watch cattle. We all knew war with the small kingdoms was coming, though there had not been such a war for 5 spawnings. Now they were harming us. 2 of my brothers had been killed by Ustri bearing the banners of Harava. For a year or more, parties came over the mountains, killing giants or stealing them. I was stolen. I saw a bright light flashing from a hill near the cattle I was minding, and I knew I shouldn't go to see, but something in the light called me, and I couldn't help it. I woke up in a dark stone room, chained down, my mouth gagged with iron bits. I was pricked with needles while voices spoke over me. Dead small men lay near me. I refused food, but water was wrung from cloths into my mouth through a bit that held it open. Still they pricked me, taking images from the dead men's skin and putting them on me. They tattooed me for half a moon at least, and then the fat man, who you see dead in this cave, spoke words that made me small. It was not easy for him to do this. It made him sick. I was taken into the city and hidden in a basement under the rich man's house. I stayed under his house for many years. The fat man, who they called Bavot, burned incense that made me want food, and so I ate. Bavot played music for me from flutes that made me sleepy and tame. I came to want the sound of the flutes. I wanted the sound of the fat man's voice when he came to speak words over me, words I now know had been keeping me small. One day the ground shook and dust from the stones over my head fell down on my face. I knew my people had risen against the small men of Ustrum and had called it taking up of stones. Other tribes from farther west will have come, among them the woodbinders who knew how to build machines for crushing walls, and the people of the bright cloud who worked bronze and traded axes and armor with the rest. There was talk the city people, farther west yet, may join the war as well, but they are wicked, and their god is a god of fire. I lay in the dark and listened to the new war, wishing I could fight, wondering if my father or brothers or husbands would know me and my tiny crippled body covered in ink. If I could not fight, I wished the house would fall and crush me, and the earth would hug me in its arms of warmth beneath the ground. The house did not fall. Instead, I was brought up in chains, where 3 men in the yellow robes of the scab men made ready in a house full of dead. They had killed the servants of the rich man, and the rich man was now wearing yellow robes thinner than he had been. Bavot, the fat small man, was there and still fat, with a pretty white bird in a cage. The 4 of them took me and the bird in its cage and all their goods down into tunnels that led out of the city and to these hills, where a donkey was tied and waiting for them. First, small men of the hills tried to rob them, but the yellow robes showed them a book, which killed them when they looked in it. Just outside this cave, giant kind, 5 of them from a neighboring clan to mine saw them despite the magic of the fat one and came to kill them. They killed one of the yellow robes, but the other small men used poison and magic and killed the giants and ran with me into this cave. The fat one was using too much magic to keep me small, magic to keep the bird a bird, magic to hide them, magic to fight. His heart died in his chest and he fell. I felt the small making magic die with him and my limbs began to grow. I began to choke on my iron collar, but my neck was stronger than the collar and broke it as my wrists and ankles broke their bands. I was angry at the deaths of my neighbors and at all that had been done to me. Growing so fast hurt me, but I started fighting from the moment I was free. I killed the rich man with my fist, and the last yellow robe hurt me with a blade, but I pulled his arms and head off and mashed him with a rock. The cage of the bird broke in the fight, and it flew up to the rock shelf. Then it became a woman. I was not sure if I should kill her if she came down, but she has not come down. I was now too big to get out of this cave, and there is no water, so I knew I must die. I will go to the Father of Stars with my face blooded, and because the deeds against us demanded blood, the blood on my face is righteous, and he will smile upon me and learn by my death song that I should have a golden tongue. Before I could die, I saw something move out toward the cave door. I thought it was an animal. I caught it in my hand and saw it was that book, the one that killed the small men with bad runes. It bit me. It wanted to leave. I knew that it was wicked and should not be able to do what it wanted, so I stopped it and held it, and I hold it still. It poisons me, but I will not let it go, and I will fight you if you try to take it, though I do not think I can win now. I am weak. Shite, Norgal said through a groan. She was the only other one that understood the giant's story. Now it made sense. The guild had been hiding in the merchant's house, the one where I'd found a basement full of interrogation rooms, and on Bald Island, the leper colony. The guild had sent those small kind over the thralls to attack the big uns unwarranted, provoking the giants, hoping to cause Ostrom to be toppled. It had worked. The full shadow of Ostrom and the shadows under him probably didn't believe their own luck. There's a Galtish expression, Knulth Twidach, which means roughly fight luck, or opportunity arising in a fight. When you're wrestling a geezer on the street, all clenched up and desperate, and you notice your elbow will reach their head, you start throwing that elbow, knocking their dome on the cobbles. Pretty soon, they're asleep and you're on your feet again. That's Knulth Twidach, trying something out and having it work beyond your wildest hopes. No doubt that's how this Tickle the Giant's gambit had gone. The guild got the whole Karkin kingdom overthrown. Then the guild had managed to kidnap the queen that had exiled them and turned her into a bird to hide her. What I didn't yet understand was their interest in Misva the giantess. Why tattoo her? Why shrink her at great cost and magic and try to smuggle her out? I walked closer to her, ready to run if she made any threatening gesture. I didn't think she would. I wanted to get a look at those tattoos on her. There were hundreds, it seemed, if the hidden parts of her were as closely tattooed as the parts I could see. Gods and their bastards, I said, close enough now so I saw where witch moss lit the giant's skin. What is it? Nargle said, gritting her teeth. What are the tattoos? Sleepers, I said, looking at the crudely drawn but somehow beautiful, somehow individual beasts in her skin, with their manes, muzzles, and fetlocks, with their sweet, patient eyes. Horses! This giant is a treasury of real fucking horses. Good, Nargle said, and slept. 61. The Witch Queen. The Queen was too weak to even try to climb 30 feet down the sheer, loose rock face leading up to her shelf. I could climb it though, thanks to training and luck and a ring of catfall to, hopefully, save me a leg break if I did tumble. So up I went and brought the Queen water. Before she drank, she asked if there was more. When I said no, she only took a small sip but kept the skin near her. I also gave her Noragle's second kirtle to cover her nakedness. I had never seen a queen before, not close. When Conmar of Holt made his progress through Holt's Galtish lands, he never bothered with a place as small as Plathagluras. When he came through Pigdenay, which he did twice while I studied there, he made a point not to bring his Gunnish wife, Birgitta. Pigdenay's courtesans were the best in Holt, and you don't bring beer to a tavern, do you? This Mireia was everything I expected a queen to be, and nothing about her seemed mad. She was kind and powerful and generous. When I addressed her, I turned my gaze down as I seemed to remember as Spanthian protocol demanded, but she took my chin and pointed my face up until I met her eyes. People looked in the king's eyes in Ustrom and in all the frank northern Gunnish lands. Mireia was beautiful, her face worn but showing good bones. What small grey had begun to frost her hair only served to show how black the rest was. Those eyes she insisted I look into were hazel as a cat's, neither brown nor blue nor green, but all and none of them. She spoke no Holtish nor Galtish, and I knew only the barest of Spanthian, so it was up to Galva below us to translate. You can speak with the giant, she said. We have nearly the same tongue. What did she tell you already? I told her. My husband, the king, forbade his subjects to go over the thralls. He did not kill or kidnap giants. It was the takers to punish us for closing their guild houses. After Galva finished translating for her, the queen looked at me, said something in rapid Spanth to Galva. Galva replied, and Mireia looked at me again, her eyes softer. What was that? I asked the birder. She wanted to know if you are Gilderon. I said that you were, but now you are against them. I am correct about this, yes? Yes, I said, good, because I swore on my death. The queen now spoke some words into the water skin I had offered her, sending the hairs on the back of my neck standing up with a prickle of magic, and sent me down to offer water to the half-dead giantess. She saw in my eyes that this would be half a swallow for a creature her size, and she said, pour it into her mouth from above. There will be enough. I did as she asked. The giant wouldn't let go of the book she held, but suffered me to stand on a near rock and pour the water for her. I dearly hoped she wouldn't take it in mind to do to me what she'd done to the full shadow and the other dead man in the yellow robes. I was too close to her to be sure I could get away before one of her huge hands grabbed and flattened me. Misva's tongue worked in her open mouth as she swallowed down the water, which, to my wonder and surprise, kept gurgling out. I didn't have to lift the bottom of the flask as it emptied because it wasn't emptying. The Queen of Ostrom, the Infanta Mireia of Espanthia, was an actual witch. She is hard to keep down here, but I think it makes more mischief if I don't tell you why. Now I understood in my bones why Deadlegs and Naragal and even Fulvir in his way had been devoted to our journey. If Mireia took the throne of Espanthia back, she'd be the first witch queen since well before the Goblin Wars, and she could chase the guild out of Espanthia the way she'd done it in Ustrom. For the first time in my life I had glimpsed a future in which the guild might not control everything under the sun and moon. They could never let that happen. Mireia, now that she was out of their grasp, had to die. 62. The Murder Alphabet. I had given water to Nargle, who was in and out of sleep, and I had helped her chew on some roots from her pack that dulled her pain without making her any sleepier. Then, with hammered spikes as anchors, I strung a rope Galva could get up to help the weakened queen down from her high shelf. I didn't understand everything they said to each other, but I did get one exchange. "Are you hurt? Why are you so weak?" Galva said. "You try being a bird for 10 days. For some reason, Yorbez found this so funny, she almost inhaled the tabac she was smoking. Galva stood near the queen on one side of the cave. I went toward the centre of it to rifle the pouches of the dead guild madrigal named Bavot, the one who had turned the giant Smal and the queen into a bird. There I found a small fortune in ostry, gold and silver, but alas, no owlets. I did him the favour of shutting his sunken-in eyes and putting his scarf over his face to save it from the ministrations of the flies busying around him. A torque around his neck seemed to hum with magic, so I took that, though I had no idea what it did. Was this the hard stone torque I had heard of at the hanger's house in Cadiz? No way to know. I looked at the giantess and she at me. Something struck me about the book she held. She said it had killed the men who tried to read it. Clearly it was written in the murder alphabet, which was some of the darkest magic the guild had. But she'd said she caught it trying to get away. This stirred a memory I had about the guild's operationans. I reached into a pouch, put on my proofed goatskin gloves. "May I have a look at the book you're holding?" "It will kill you," she said. "Not me, but it's poisoning you." She held it yet, just looking at me with her two eyes, each the size of a huge apple, and yet they looked small and beady in her great head. She had said she would fight us for the book, but that was before we gave her water. 3 more deep breaths while she considered me, and she passed the book to my hands. If you want to imagine my hands shaking, I'll not say they weren't. The book read, in large gold-leaf Gallardian, "L'Hiver de Loucheur Comlecht," the Book of the Full Shadow. At the bottom of the book's greasy leather, in smaller gold script, it said, "L'oreille, che voulait cher mirdecht." Read if you wish to be bitten. Those rhyme, if you'll notice. Very clever. No one will say those bastards aren't clever. Set into the leather binding, at the frontiers of the square cover, pointing out but not poking past the edge, were rows of sharp teeth, all small, but different sizes of small. Cats, martens, foxes, any number of yipping, skulking things had contributed. Parts of the binding seemed to have been armoured with lacquered crab shell. As I turned the book in my hands, I saw it grow yet greasier. I knew that sheen. Thieves' dew, a contact poison that will nauseate in small doses and kill in large ones. At the low school, we spent many queasy evenings because they put it on our door handles and in our beer. By the time we finished our first year, we were effectively immune. Still, I was glad for the gloves. If the secrets of the full shadow of the West were in this book, a mere prank like myself might not be welcome to handle it, and the poison might be stronger. It was a heavy book. I knew it was full of the murder alphabet, but what I didn't know was if it would kill a cipher like me. Back in school, when I first heard of it, I had a theory it might not. The way I understood it worked, those who knew the murder alphabet by heart were unaffected, but you had to know it before you tried reading words or phrases. The thing was, there were hundreds of characters, and nobody went around teaching it except to the highest ranks of the guild. You didn't start learning it until you were named a shadow and you had a city to answer for. It was possible to learn it because no one letter would kill you, but if you were reading a word or phrase and stopped because you failed to understand something, that confusion was what invited your death in. Maybe this was why the guild was so powerful. No thick bastards in charge. Monarchy is a bad system because no matter how smart you are, you can still squirt a moron out of your plumbing. Maybe you get lucky and your son or daughter is at least half as smart as you. What about your grandchild? Probably a knob, and when they inherit the throne, everything you built falls to shite. Not so with the guild. If you were stupid, you never went to a true school. If you weren't brilliant, you'd never make it to the upper tiers, but if you did, the murder alphabet was waiting for you to make a mistake so it could kill you. So, are you going to read that book or drool on it? Norrigal said, slurring for the drugs in her. Yeah, I said, still deciding. I desperately wanted to open the book and see what was in it, see if I could really read it. My heart glowed warm when I thought of it. My luck was in. If the characters of the murder alphabet were going to strike me dead, I would have felt a chill going all the way to my heels at the thought of chancing it. Would I trust my life to that feeling? The gods knew I had before. I was so scared, I half wanted to piss myself, but the difference between the strong and the weak isn't that the strong don't piss themselves. It's that they hitch their pissy pants up after and go through with it. I jerked the book open to a random page, tarred the end and focused, knowing I would either understand what I saw or die. The words at first appeared in a blur, but before I could finish thinking, that's it, I'm dead, they came into focus. The magicas are less powerful in Hrava than Mulrova or Holt. The gun is too thick for magic. They are strong swordsmen and spearmen, but no better against giants than house cats against bears. The queen alone has thwarted us, but she has fallen into our hand now that the kingdom topples. Better that Hrava and all Ustrum fall and lose smaller guild revenues, so that other crowned lands see what happens when the Takers Guild is cast out. As when all horseflesh stumbled, we reshaped the world to our profit, serving the Forbidden One hilariously. In this and all things, may laughter keep us young and malice keep us rich. I read on. There was confirmation of what Deadlegs said in the Snowless Wood. The Takers had the magicers well in hand, had made a straw school of them. They wanted there to be no magic in the world they did not control. But it didn't end there. From the sound of this, they had the carters, runners, builders, and seafarers' guilds in their grips as well. Good business that, in a world that must suddenly make do without horses. The mention of the horse plague was particularly disturbing. It was certain that the guild had profited massively from the stumbles we all blamed the goblins for, but was this saying they manufactured that calamity themselves? The answer to that was very important, wasn't it? I looked back down at the spiky figures to read more, noticing now the small eyes inked on the upper corners of each page, but that was when the book shifted slightly in my hand like something alive. The eyes seemed to have moved too. I now know that it was becoming aware of me, reading me even as I read it. It saw everyone in the room and inventoried their strength, their magic, their significance to the guild. It opened itself in my hand now, flipping to a page near the very front where I saw an illustration of a crab. Before I could shut the book, that crab had leapt from the page and onto a wall. The Book of the Full Shadow was alive. 63. Lightning in the Dark. The crab, black and spiny, hard to see in the cave's gloom, though now grown to the size of a dog, poked my face with a pincher, just missing my eye, and scuttled from the wall to the floor. I leapt back and drew Angna, my rondel dagger, meaning to punch the rotten thing right through its middle, but it crawled fast straight for Norrigal. Understandably alarmed by the sight of the leggy, spiny black thing rushing at her, my crippled witchlet pointed her ring thumb and loosed a bright, hot bolt of lightning which hit the book crab and burned it to cinders. Temporarily blinded by the bolt, I ran to stand in front of Norrigal as the Spants shielded their queen near the far wall. Bastard of a ring that! Norrigal yipped now as the glowing circle of metal burnt her. She peeled it off her thumb and threw it to the ground, where it smoked and dissolved into nothing. As my sight returned, "By Cass's holy squinny," I said, trying to understand what had just happened. Norrigal blinked, also trying to get her sight back. "Are you well, Kinch?" she said, at not much above a whisper in the stunned, wary silence of the cave. "Yeah," I told her, then said, "Ow!" I had a hot pain in my arm. I jerked up my sleeve, which was spotted with blood. "Oh no, I said, realizing what must be happening. My tattoo was gone. "Row?" said the blind grey tabby bully boy stalking in a figure eight on the floor. Of course, he wasn't alone. I saw her eyes first. My assassin adept, Sesta, her arms tattooed black from shoulders to fingertips, flashed, and then she struck me in the head with one of those arms, knocking me aside like driftwood. The pain was blinding, the blow sharper than a hand should have been. I saw now a sigil glowing coal-like on one of her black shoulders that said iron, and I understood. Arms of iron. Not a spell she could burn for long, but while it went, her arms and hands were as hard and strong as bars of iron. I sheathed the rondelle, reached for my bow, knocked an arrow. The Spanth warriors crossed the cave fast as blinking. The adept blocked a sword blow from Yorbez with an arm, making sparks as she did. Then her black lower lip glowed, and she spat into Galva's eyes, which smoked. Like a spitting cobra from the hot hills of Iramad, the killer had blinded her. She kicked Yorbez's leg out from under her. Then I saw a sigil on her leg that said up. Before I even thought about it, I shot my bow over her head, my heart glowing warm with a spark of common good fortune. My luck was in. She leapt for the far wall, almost too fast to see, meaning, I think, to kill the queen with her arms of hard iron. She didn't get to. My arrow stuck that bitch like a quail, in the kidney and out the liver. She jerked in mid-air, skewing her trajectory, so she thumped into the wall and fell. To her credit, she didn't let herself groan. Yorbez got to her in 2 steps and stabbed her to the heart. Blood came out of her mouth as she grinned. She moved her hand up to her chest. The hands of the clock now seemed to stick out of her flesh. She reached for it. A sigil that had been invisible before it lit up glowed, reading, "Go back." "Mock!" I yelled. "Shite!" Nargle said in Haltish, as if translating. "Don't let her!" Yorbez deftly withdrew her sword, getting a spray of heart's blood on her for her trouble, then cut at the assassin's hand to stop her touching the clock. Yorbez's sword broke on the assassin's iron arm. The killer coughed one more gout of blood and jerked the clock hand. 64. The Rabbit and the Wolf. Ow! A pain shot through my arm. I jerked up my sleeve and saw that it was spotted with blood. "Oh no," I said, feeling even as I said it that I'd said it before. My tattoo was bleeding. Again? Or just now? "Row," said Bully Boy, stalking blindly in a figure eight on the floor. "Sesta, she's breaking free." I saw the assassin adept's eyes first, then I saw her arms tattooed black from shoulders to fingertips. The arms glowed for an instant like coals. I thought, didn't this just happen? And while I stood bewildered, she struck me in the side of the head so hard she tore the top of my ear. Shite, that hurt. I saw now a sigil glowing on one of her shoulders that said iron, but I somehow already knew she was using a powerful spell called Arms of Iron. Guzzled magic. She wouldn't be able to burn it long. Arms and hands as hard as castle gates. I put Angna away, reached for my bow, and knocked a shaft. It seemed obvious to me I would stick her through. Yes. Here came Galva and Yorbez, motioning the queen to stay where she was. This is as it should be. That's what my mind said, but my luck sense was saying something else. Sparks leapt as the adept used one ferrous-hard forearm to turn Yorbez's blade once, twice, then twisted her opponent's arm and almost stripped the sword. Galva stepped in now and had a blow parried. Sesta spat at Galva's eye, but only got one, which smoked, the pain making her grunt, "No, this is wrong. It's going wrong." I saw a sigil on the back of the assassin's leg glow, reading up, and before I could consider what I was doing or why my actions felt at once familiar and doomed, with the chill of bad luck running in me from tits to kneecaps, I shot above the assassin's head, but she didn't go up. Not straight, anyway. She flew left, kicking herself off a stalactite and making straight for Mireia on the other side of the cave. I heard my arrow snick against stone in the far darkness. The witch queen stood but had no weapon. Galva, fast as a cat, leapt between them and thrust for the killer's middle, feinting first so her hard arm missed the parry. Still, the assassin rolled so it only nicked her, feinted left, then leapt right, striking out with a spade-like hand, straight into Yorbez's throat, even as the other arm covered her own neck, raking sparks from Yorbez's sword, which otherwise would have gorged her. Yorbez stood, dead on her feet, expelling her final breath in an awful, bloody wheeze, her windpipe crushed, her neck mercifully broken. I doubt she knew what happened. My next shot just missed the back of the assassin's neck and cut a groove in dead Yorbez's cheek, cutting whatever weird string had kept her standing, so she dropped like a bag of rocks. I drew my knife. We all anticipated another run at Mireia, so I leapt in that direction, but adepts don't do what you think they will. She jumped backward and made for Norrigal. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the giant trying to get up but sinking back down again. My own heart exploded in my chest as I saw Norrigal holding her small ritual dagger up, helpless as a babe, but smiling all the same. The assassin kicked the witch's head, then punched her in the chest so hard she staved in her ribs and wrecked the plumbing around her heart. Then the killing bitch leapt off toward Galva and Mireia. "No," I screamed, "go on to Norrigal, my love, my wife until the new moon." She sputtered and looked at me with a rolling, dying eye. She held the knife up to me, handle first. I heard Galva grunt in pain, then heard the assassin yelp. The giant yelled something. Norrigal couldn't speak, just gestured with the knife. The garden in the snowless wood. The rabbit and the wolf. I understood, or thought I did. It made sense and disgusted me at once, the way it always does when you get a glimpse of the world's true workings, the bones and the knees of creation. All in an instant I remembered the feel of the rabbit doe's ears in my hand and the feel of Hornhead's tough neck pipes cutting, the wash of his hot blood, finding it sticky on my arms later, especially on the inner bend of my elbow, the coarse hair on him, the musky, fuggy smell of him suddenly overwashing with hot brass, the intimacy of it, how he hated doing it, even to an enemy. Far, far worse than stabbing or arrowing. That was all I had time to think in that moment, and that quick as blinking twice. But later I would think on it at length. The whiteness and smoothness of her neck, how her sweat-heavy hair clung to it, how you could see her heart beating in it, and how I was now supposed to cleave it in twain before she died, and died with no way out of it, no swivel home. I'd been shown what would happen. I just had to believe. The rabbit's ears in my hand. The place her voice was born, now under my knife. Her dying in a moment anyway, and for nothing. No reason why not. It's just a neck. Move, hand. Fucking move. It moved. I did it. I cut sweet, sweet Norrigal's throat. In the space of 2 heartbeats, Norrigal was gone, and in her stead, the old witch called Dead Legs, true to her name, tottering on corpses' legs that were nearly skeletal, bracing herself up with a cane. As the rabbit whose throat I caught in that long-ago garden had swapped places with the wolf from the downward tower, so now had these 2 witches done. Or was it 2 witches? Although I had no time to dwell on it in a glimpse, I saw the 2 faces very much the same, one young and fair, one older and barrel-shaped. This one's eyes burned with fury. I dropped the small knife and drew Paltra, leaping up and rushing at the assassin, who was down on one knee, blood streaming from where Galva had badly cut her hip. Galva was on her stomach, her arms flailing, her legs inert. The bitch broke her back. Even as Cesta stood, cut in several places, Galva rolled over as best she could and started trying to get her mail shirt off so she could free the corvid, but she hadn't the strength. The assassin rushed at the queen, who had found Yorbez's sword. I rushed at the assassin's back and stabbed down hard at the base of her neck, but she spun and elbowed me crushingly in the side. I felt a rib snap as I fell hard. As I went down, she stripped the knife off me. The giant had stumbled and fallen, whether from weakness or some further poisoning I couldn't say, and was struggling unsuccessfully to rise again. The queen assumed a credible fighting stance, but before the assassin could kill her, for I was sure she would, the cave wall beyond Mireia began to rumble and shake, throwing dirt and gravel. The magic happening now was so strong the hair briefly stood up on everyone's head. The dead full shadow, the dead assassin adept in leper's robes, and the fat dead magicier all rose and lurched as fast as their ruined limbs allowed into the cave walls, which smoked where they passed. Now a rumble shook the walls, and 3 figures made of dirt and rocks with tufts of glowing witch moss for eyes, now leapt from the cave wall near Cesta like martial cousins of the dirt-white servants who had poured drinks for us in the downward tower. They formed a wall between the killer and the queen, but the assassin adept was not discouraged, not yet. She used those iron arms to smash the first stone white to rubble, but the spell was costing her. She was slowing down. The queen, who had edged away from the wall, moved to stab her, but Deadlegs, who had also hobbled closer to the fight, pulled her back by her hair. That's right, a queen, by the hair, saying, "Not you, Gerline. We'll do for this whore." The assassin was getting the hot piss beat out of her, not wanting to get in the middle of the storm of stone, iron, and flesh that was the fight between Cesta and the whites. I picked up my bow with its last arrow. I felt my heart glow warm. I shot that killing bitch right above her navel. She knocked the head off a second white and it crumbled. Her arms went white then. The spell had burned out. She absently reached a hand to where the clock had been, but the tattoo was used, and she only touched bare white flesh. The last and largest white fetched her a kick to the side of the head, and she went sprawling. The white was damaged too, though, and took some effort to rise, moaning eerily as it did so. Perhaps some part of Bavat remained awake inside it and lamented its servitude and impending second death. Cesta got up to her knees, bleeding freely from her skewered belly. I picked up Galva's bullnutter and moved closer to her. "Look at you, you crawling cunny," she said. "Me in this shape, and you scooted, inched like a castrated slave, and hope a man of rocks will do your work for you. What are you numbering the times I saved your worthless life? From bandits? From goblins? You weakling! I killed your lover, and I was glad to do it. Will you hold me to account, you fucking runt, or let another take the glory?" Deadlegs whispered some things in old Galt under her breath, then said, "At least fight him in your own hide, you skinny devil." She gestured with a claw hand and seemed to cast something away. When she did, the rest of Cesta's magical tattoos flew off of her as puddles of ink on the ground. All of them. She tried to get off her knees and couldn't. The rock man had collapsed, nothing but a pile of rubble, the witch moss that had been his eyes going dull. I took the bullnutter and staggered over to Cesta, raising it above my head to cleave her skull in two. She lifted not an arm. It was the first time I saw her scared, kneeling there, gut-stuck and naked, stripped of her magic, too weak to use her training. Cesta's mouth was open and she was sucking breath, barely able to stand. I lowered the blade. I said, "Get out of here." Before Cesta could get to her feet, if she could have it all, Queen Mireia of Ostrom and the rightful Queen of Espanthia decapitated her. 65. Running West. I found Bully Boy after the fight was done, rowing softly in a corner, scared as a cat ever was. It wasn't until I draped him across my shoulders and wore him like a stole that he purred. He felt safe on me, I suppose, the little blind fool. Wearing him so I took him over to where Deadlegs and Mireia were seeing to Galva. I never knew there was magic in the world strong enough to fix a broken back, but that's exactly what the old witch now did for the ruined Spanth. I took the chainmail shirt off Galva and set it far enough away it wouldn't weaken the spell. Deadlegs fixed her as good as new and maybe better. She had me leave the cave and fetch Galva's staff where it still lay in the grass near the road where we'd fought the giants. Deadlegs took that staff with its clockwork horse magic in it and had me break it with a stone. It was important to break it such that it would snug back together, so with a smaller spell she salted it and made it brittle first. She then dipped the broken ends in some of Galva's blood and spit, chanted over it for the better part of an hour, then joined the pieces together. Then off with the salt, on with wine and some of my blood to strengthen it, but I was glad to give it. Galva cried out, and when Deadlegs raised the staff from the ground, she stood too, like a marionette with its strings jerked tight, looking vigorous and hale. Next the old witch laid her palm over Galva's blinded eye and drew out the poison Sesta had spit into it, flicking the venom onto the cave floor as if it had missed in the first place. That eye would always be a shade paler than its mate. The first thing the birder did with her healed body was to go to the body of Yorbez. Galva smiled down at her old teacher. "You found her," she said in Espanthian. She kissed both of her cheeks. "Thank you, mistress. I will see you both before long." I realized I didn't know if mistress was Yorbez or Dalgatha, the skinny woman. I always thought maybe these death lovers were faking it, putting on a brave mask, if you will. But the woman seemed genuinely glad to see the body of her sword instructor and friend lying there with a blue face from having her pipes crushed, because that meant her spirit was frolicking somewhere with their jolly winged lady skeleton. I'll never get the Spanths. I looked at Deadlegs now and saw that her hair, which still had some browny grey colour in it when she arrived, had become a hoary storm of white. One of her eyes bugged, and she seemed unwell. Even a witch of her power had limits. Between the swivel spell, the stone men, and healing Galva, she'd nearly killed herself, and unless I missed my guess, getting us out of here would tax her further yet. The giantess groaned in discomfort, and the witch saw to her as well, dusting her with a powder from Norrigal's pack that perked her up, healing the lacerations from her over-fast growth. Perhaps the younger witch had been saving the powder for herself with her legs smashed as they had been. Perhaps she hadn't wanted the giant to murder us all as she'd done for the exhausted thieves. Perhaps she hadn't the strength to work a spell on herself, as much pain as she'd been in. Deadlegs answered my curiosity after a fashion. "That'll keep her from dying," the witch said, "but shouldn't make her feel well enough to kill us all." "What's become of your great niece?" I said. "Is she dead?" Deadlegs smiled at me. "She cannot be while I live. And when I die, which I'm like to do before I see the snowless wood again, she'll make another younger, and she'll be the old one." "Is she—" "She's back where you found her. She'll heal, but you'll not see her soon, if ever." "I'll get back to her," I said, "one way or another." "By earth or by water," Deadlegs started. "By fire or crow," I finished. "You must hide from the takers. You'll bring that book with you and find a way to translate what it says. What's in there will rend your guild to tatters. Do that, and it'll pay all the blood spilled so far. Do that, and you'll be a man worthy of his father." I hadn't time to consider the possible import of that last, because the book, as if understanding it was being spoken of, stirred from where I'd left it and began moving for the cave's mouth again. I hit it with a rock, and it lay still. Galva told Mireia what Deadlegs said, and Mireia spoke to her. Galva started to protest, but the Queen interrupted her and insisted. The knight walked over to me, seeming none too happy about the news she carried. "My sovereign, Mireia, has told me to come with you, Galt, to keep you alive and make sure you do what is right with that book." "How nice for both of us." "Now help me with one more thing," Deadlegs said, handing me a saw knife and gesturing at the dead assassin. She sat heavily on the cave floor, and pulled her own rotted legs off, casting them aside like damp firewood, then looking at me expectantly. Well? Well? I glanced at Cesta's headless form. Thank the gods her head was turned away from me. I wasn't made for cutting legs off. I was what the Galts call mud brave, meaning I'd get me hands in the shite to get a job done, but I'd never been blood brave. Don't make me do it, I said. Why? Deadleg said and nodded at the killer's corpse. Were you planning on taking her home with you? The way she said it was so like Norrigal, so Galtish, so casually awful. I missed my moon wife so dearly then. It felt as if I'd known her my whole life instead of, 6 weeks. I'd met her not 60 days past, and now spending an hour without her made no sense at all. If you've never fallen hard in love and lost your heart's sovereign, go on and laugh at me. If you have a drink and dab an eye. I would do what needed to be done with this murdering guild book. Then I would return to find Norrigal, be she in an upside-down tower or a right-side-up grave. And if the gods were kind enough to show her to me living once again, I would promise myself to her for as many moons as she had want of me. Deadlegs must have been reading my thoughts as she had in the snowless wood, for she said, as if Norrigal na Galbraith would look twice at your sort again. Yours like the fucking elf. Again, just the rhythm Norrigal would have used. I looked at her. It can't be, I said. It just fucking can't. The old witch grinned. How'd her legs get dead anyway? Norrigal hadn't just been her great niece. A giant threw a tree on them. Norrigal was Deadlegs. Long ago, and also now. Somehow. This needs thinking about, I said. I'll just get the legs. Before I could do that, though, she bit me. On the arm. Hard. And smiled bloody. What the fuck was that for? Something to remember me by. The giants came soon after. A dozen or more of them, one of them a cousin of Misfa. They reached their ox-long arms and their sow-sized heads through the cave mouth, and Galva made to fight them, but Mireia wouldn't let her. I was glad of it. We'd barely beaten 3, with one of mighty Fulvir's spells to help us. Misfa got shakily to her feet and made her way to the opening, which neither she nor her kin could wholly fit through. She grabbed her kinsman's hand, and he told her how strong she was, that the war went well, but that an army of small men approached. That'll be the Spans or the Holtish, I said, those armies from Middlesea. And how the devils are we going to get out of here? Do we have to fight these big uns? Sure, and we don't, Deadlegs said. They'd mash us like turnips. I've got about one more big spell in me before I need to sleep for a week, and if these big uns aren't to kill us, someone's got to get their kinswoman out of this cave. First, though, Kinch, you have to free a horse from her. What, the sleepers? I can't. You'd best learn. Your future's not in taking, lad. It's in making. We proposed a deal with Misfa, and she agreed. Deadlegs guided me through a spell to crack a sleeper tattoo. It was the strongest magic I'd yet done, stronger than I'd ever dreamed of working, and I had no idea what I was doing. But at the end of it, a hoof broke free from the giant's skin, then a head and mane, a horse's startled eyes. Soon the whole thing was out, clopping on the cave floor, bloody with her blood as if it had just foaled from her thigh. A stallion. A young, strong stallion. Something Manreach hadn't seen in 20 years. The plague killed all the boy horses and most of the mares, so that now even these were old and mostly died out. This creature, this brown, lovely, sweet-smelling, warm creature, this heavy, grass-loving dog, this saddleless bearer was nothing less than a miracle. Galva shivered when she heard those hooves on stone, and when it exploded a whinny in the confines of the cave, she sobbed openly and might have dropped to her knees in thanks and wonder if she hadn't had a better idea. She went to the animal and gave him an apple. If I live 1,000 years, I'll see few things as beautiful as that spanth feeding the last or first our only stallion in man reach, an apple. Even the giants outside the cave were transfixed, lying on their bellies to look in the slit at us. Then came our part of the deal. Deadleg's specialty was magic to do with minerals. It's why her stone men and dirt wights worked so well, why she had been able to sink a tower upside down in the earth. So she spoke to the stones of the cave and asked them, wouldn't they like to stretch a bit? Wouldn't it feel good? The cave started to shake then. Gravel and dust rained on us, turning the lot of us white. Futhanen, is it going to fall on us? Might do, she said, seemingly unconcerned. But it didn't. What it did was to triple the size of the cave mouth, so 2 women could ride a horse through it and a giant could duck. We went out with the dust on us like a procession of ghosts. It turns out giants really are an honourable lot, or at least this bunch were. Misfa limped out to them, to their thunderous embraces and laughter not so different from the laughter of kind. They backed straight off from us as Deadlegs and Mireia rode the horse out, a horse Mireia had plumbed its name for and found to be Esclair, Galardian for lightning. I don't know how much of the giants' reverence was gratitude for the return of their kinswoman, how much was the value of their own word, how much was liking for our trust in going out among them, and how much was plain fear of Deadlegs, who had made a small mountain open its mouth. That last they needn't have bothered with. There was barely enough fuel for spells left in Deadlegs to fling a pebble at a field mouse, not until she slept and ate and bathed. She leaned half asleep on Mireia's back. "Where are you off to?" I asked her. Half slurring with exhaustion, she said in Galtish, "To find the Espanthian army and see if they like their witch queen so well as her usurping Uncle Caliph." "Sounds risky," I said. "What's to stop them breaking out bull nutters and hacking each other to pieces over it? Or one of them to kill her in her sleep?" Deadleg's weary eyes moved back and forth, trying to focus on me. "You got a better idea?" "Can't say I have. I saw the chance in it at least. Mireia seemed very much a queen, was a queen, had ruled a kingdom and kept her king alive for a time, with the deadliest legion of bastards in man-reach trying to kill them both. And Spants were horse-mad to their bones. If Mireia couldn't charm and command the loyalty of an Espanthian army from the back of the world's only stallion, she'd never do it at all. Besides, Deadleg slobbered, it's not like we're going west over deadly mountains into the giant lands, hiding from the whole of the Takers Guild with little magic, one good sword, and a biting arsehole of a murder book in our pack." "Fair point," I said. "And my family? Will ye? Can ye?" She nodded slow against the Queen's back. "I'll have them hid and warded. No promises, except to do all I can." Which might be much. If she could get word east, she could have my family moved out of Plathagluris and Brithminnen. The guild would spare no expense to find me in the book, but how much energy they'd spend trying to find my tired old mum, handful of siblings, and stammering niece was another matter. Meanwhile, if I could milk the book of its secrets and find a way to make them known, I could make life hard for the Takers. If it turned out they'd killed the horses out from under us for their own power and profit, they'd be hard-pressed to hide anywhere. It would be like every one of the fuckers had a tattoo of a noose on their necks and drinks on the house to any mob good enough to string 'em up. "Now, for the love of Samnir," Deadleg said, "and all the gods besides, shut up and let me sleep." And she was out. Mireia, who had just finished a hushed talk and a long stare with Galva, whose eyes were no drier than hers, nodded at me hard once and wheeled the horse. A horse. A real and actual horse I had brought back into the world under my own hand. If I died the very next day, and it didn't seem unlikely, I'd done something, hadn't I? Galva and I ran west, me with the cat over my shoulder, my pack on my back, and the poisonous book in a second bag carried under my arm, an oilskin sack the full shadow had, probably for just this purpose. A ring of catfall on my finger and a torque that did I know not what on my neck. The sky was dark in the west, and I knew we'd be rained on before nightfall, but the day's last warm sun was shining on us. "I'll keep carrying you for a bit, but if you shite on me it's over," I told Bully. He didn't reply. "So, Bully," I said, "are we going to be killed in the giant lands?" He said nothing. "Would you like to see Galtia some day?" Nothing. Well, he wasn't much at prophecy, but I was glad all the same for his warmth and goodwill. I had many cold nights before me, and for company only a spant who'd rather sharpen a sword than talk. I missed Narrigal like a part of myself that I hadn't known I had. She was back in the snowless wood now, I thought it likely, her legs wrecked until she made a maiden of herself, however that was done. Galva and I ran through the foothills of Ostrom. We ran past copses of gorgeous yellow-leaved trees hissing in the wind, and past broken houses giants had wrecked, and past streams that burbled as though there wasn't a trouble in the wide world. When we got a chance to rest, I'd have to see about getting Bully Boy back into my skin. But for now, it was good to have the little beast on my shoulder. I could tell Bully liked having the sun on his face and the breeze in his whiskers. A blind cat's pleasures are few. Let him stay awake for a little bit. Let him smell the autumn and the fires on it, and the voles and mice and birds he'd never catch preparing for the winter. "Row?" he said. I like to think that was thanks. This is Christopher Buehlman. Thank you for listening to The Blacktongue Thief, a Macmillan audio production from Tor Books, produced by Callum Plews, vocal musical performances by Andrew Sklar, text copyright 2021 by Christopher Buehlman, production copyright 2021 by Macmillan Audio, all rights reserved. Music by Owen Fife and the New World Renaissance Band.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.